Going on, y'all? Welcome to the Kay and Kayla show. Make sure we get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the support. Thank you, guys. Hit that like button on your way in. Green Gang, I see you. Shout out to the Green Gang in the chats. Get these likes up as you guys come in. Appreciate all the support. Monty Hall, I see you, big bad bull. Miss Parker, back to the basics. Express Queen, I see you. Almost go time, fam. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. Green Gang, I see you. If it's your first time, welcome. This is the Kay and Kayla show. Make sure y'all show some support. Just hit that like button. It's free. Shout out to the sponsor, Tees Handling. Make sure you guys fill the tees. Click that link. It's in the description. See you before the billions. It's almost go time. Let's hit that like button. Y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. Go time, y'all. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Hit that like button, family. Hit that like button, Green Gang. I see you. Jordan to go, Green Gang. Jordan like to go. Welcome to the Kay and Kayla show on the Lapeef Network. Hit that like button, y'all. Make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Hey, y'all. Oh, there we go. Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for all of you being here. I don't think we've all ever been together anywhere. Humble Dad, I've been with you on a Thursday show, but you've never been on our show. So,
For
welcome.
sure. Well, thank you for having me. For sure.
Yeah, no problem. So, there's been some news that I've been hearing. We're going to get straight into it about Kim K and Pete Davidson. So, we're going to kind of start off with that topic because throughout their relationship, people have kind of been talking about them in terms of her breakup with Kanye and like Kim, what's the name, Pete being like a rebound and all of that. So I just want to kind of talk about that a little bit to see what everyone's thoughts are now that they have broken up, which a lot of people predicted. Like I think when they first got together, a bunch of people were like, they're not going to last. That's a rebound. She's bouncing around from whatever. So, yeah, let's get into that a little bit. Andrea, what are your thoughts on the whole Pete Davidson and Kim thing?
So I've been following the story for a while because I'm actually a big Kim K fan, and I honestly feel like she was moving on with her life. I mean, for whatever reasons she decided to date Pete, I don't see anything wrong with it. I feel like she's getting out of divorce, so she has every right to date and be in the market if she chooses to.
So, like, what about all the people that were like, this isn't going to last long? Are you just like, whatever, that's just how it goes?
I think she froze.
I think so too. What in the world? Oh, there you go. So people are always calling her names, for being, having these public boyfriends and things like that, which I'm not gonna call her any types of names because I'm sure all of us know a woman who has dated more people than we can, like, that we've seen Kim K date. You know what I'm saying? So it's just her being in the public eye. But with him, did you think it was going to be serious at all to begin with, Andrea?
Honestly, I didn't think it was gonna be that serious. Like, I think he was definitely something to do when there's nothing to do. But personally, knowing and seeing Kim K's like patterns of who she decides to date, I didn't really think it was gonna work out. She actually, I was watching her on Hulu on her new show, and she was saying that the reason she was dating him was because she heard about his, you know, she heard about his, I can't remember what she called it, BDE. I don't know if the women know what that means. And she said that she was DTF. So I think it was just she said that on the show.
Oh.
Yeah, she said that on the show.
I saw a comment, somebody saying something about that, and I never heard that rumor or whatever, but I saw a comment about that since they broke up, and I was like, okay, is that it? So from what you saw, that was like kind of what she was on. In your opinion? I think she's frozen. Okay, she's frozen. No, you're not frozen. So in your opinion, that you think that's kind of what she was on from the beginning? You hear me, Andrea?
I don't think she can hear you.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, so personally, I think it was a stunt from the get-go. I think Pete is very ugly. Sorry to say it. I don't mean to be rude, but I do think he's really ugly. And I also think that Kim can do so much better than that. I think it was just a good time. I think that she just tried to get it out. But the only thing that does bother me about that is that Pete met all the children. And you don't just introduce a man to your children that's not going to stay around. Like, that's not cool.
Did you see he got some tattoos? I think he got a tattoo that said, like, my girl's a lawyer or something like that.
Yeah. And I'm just like, I don't believe in the tattoo thing anyway. But I think he's good for somebody else. I think that he just got very lucky and had whatever time that they had. But I just knew for certain that was not going to last. I mean, they just don't really particularly look good together. She needs a high-rise man to keep up with her.
Do you think he was too, I don't know, not as serious of a person just based on his background in comedy. Not saying that comedians can't be serious partners, of course they can, but just his persona as kind of being silly and funny. Do you think that plays into your thought that you had about them?
Yeah, I didn't really know much about Pete until Kim Kardashian, and I think a lot of other people would probably say the same thing, or maybe it's just me. I don't know. But I think that having a comedian as a man, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. She probably needed a little more laughter, especially all the stuff that she's gone through over the years. But I think it probably just got really old. Like, okay, just sit down, be quiet and let me do what I need to do. She probably just got tired of his ass.
I saw this little clip. He was wearing 2 hats or something, and people were taking pictures, and she was like, take off the other hat. Like, she was kind of like talking to him like, okay, that's enough. And he's like goofing around.
Yeah, so, she's a fashionista. Like, she does not want to look crazy. So who she's with has to match her fly. And I think a lot of us would think that too. Like, who want to walk around with a man that don't look good? You see what I'm saying? Or just not even just aesthetic wise, just in general. You want your man to dress nice and look good and just both, match each other.
See, but Pete Davidson, though, like, okay, maybe we'll go to the men on this part. He has like a roster of people that he's dated that have been, pretty good looking women and successful and all of that. So, like, Humble Dad, what do you think about the whole situation? Because I get what Siobhan is saying and Andrea about, maybe this was just Kim's rebound and, maybe it wasn't going to last very long from the get-go. But, he's dated some people, some famous people.
I mean, I just looked it up. I mean, I know a little bit about Pete Davidson as far as like, his career and things like that. But I didn't know who he dated until I just looked it up. And he dated some pretty, some of them would be considered models. You know what I'm saying? Or what was it? Ariana Grande was one of them. Many people say that she's beautiful. I would say that, I would say that I knew that the breakup would be coming just because I would say they don't seem that like they would go together for me, I would say because of age, right? Because she's 40 something and he's like 29. He doesn't have kids. She has 4 kids. She's going through a divorce at the time. So it was, to me, I would say it was inevitable. However, I wanted to go back to what Miss Siobhan was saying when she said something like that. You're a fan of Kim K and you didn't feel like she should go after or be with Pete Davidson because he's ugly. Like, how does that?
Think he's cute, actually.
But even if he is ugly, you know what I'm saying? Why would that be a reason if she already gave you a reason? Like, the reason was not because of his looks. The reason was because of his penis, is what she said.
I think that he made her laugh.
No, I'm asking Siobhan. Like, why would?
Because she's the one that said he was not good looking or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and I still stand on what I said. I still don't think he's good looking, but I think that even though that's what attracted her, I get that, but that's not enough sometimes. Like, you can do the do or whatever, but there has to be more than just that. That's why I got old. If that's all she needed, like, she could have got that from anybody. Who cares?
But I'm saying that's what she was attracted to. I was just responding to you saying she could do better than him. Well, I mean, that's for her to say, really, right? To say that she could do better because she chose him for a particular reason, which doesn't really make sense to most, I guess. But that's women. Some women do that as well as some men do that. Right?
I want to hear what Andrea was about to say because I think she was going to say something that I was going to say. Go ahead.
Yes, I think that ultimately he was what she needed at the time. Like, when you think about Kanye West, it's really I would say a controversial topic when it comes to like even being a controlling person or maybe have a narcissistic personality disorder. So I think whatever circumstances she was in is all the reason why she chose to date Pete Davidson. He seems like he's very like comical, like he's fun, like he's free. He just seems almost like the complete opposite of Kanye. And I feel like that's exactly what she needed. And I personally, I was happy for her. I feel like she was experimenting with dating. So I'm happy for her.
So, Bruiser, what do you think about what Andrea just said about Pete kind of being like a contrast to Kanye and kind of just looking for that in that moment?
I honestly don't think he was any bit of a contrast. I think he was more like similar with the mental issues. Kanye has similar mental issues that she had to deal with. And I think that same atmosphere was dawned in on her when she dealt with Pete Davis. Me personally,
what issue? What mental issue? Because I don't know. I've heard him joke about it.
Pete Davis got a history of having mental issues with, and to piggyback off what Humble Dad said about Ariana Grande, I think she wrote a whole notebook about how difficult it was to date him because of his mindset. You know what I'm saying? And when you compare that with Kanye, it's just like, damn, I feel like I'm dating the same person, but in a different body. But that's neither here nor there. But my whole perspective on it is a little different. Y'all might not agree. I just think that I think Kim is truly trying to somebody who she can be in a partnership with. It's just that I don't think any guy she ever meet will ever take her serious because because of her body count and how quickly and easily she's willing to, just let her relationships fade away and not even try to fight for them. And I mean, you got somebody like Pete Davidson. He probably already coming into the relationship already thinking that, damn, this girl is already out of my league. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna go ahead and ride. You know what I'm saying? Ride with the flow, and whatever happens, happens. And he's probably not gonna get any emotionally tied into it. Like a Michael B. Jordan would get tied into it with like somebody like Lori Harvey. So
you said Michael B. Jordan would. Do you think the same way about like J-Lo?
Yeah, I honestly think the same way with J-Lo, and I think it's just that one guy that's gonna take her serious, and like Ben Affleck, right? He's actually taking her serious, like. But once
after many years,
yeah, but it's just once you got all these bodies and it's so public and it's so out there, and you even got not only just bodies, like you even got video. Like I can go search you and look at you. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of hard for any man to like deal with that. Like you really got to have like your mind have to be really put together for that type of relationship to actually deal with somebody like that.
But you know what? It's so crazy that a lot of people talk about like body counts and like, oh, she has too many of this and she has too many of that. But everybody has a past. They really do. So if I'm with you and you have like a whole bunch of bodies, I'm supposed to judge you?
I don't think you could judge me because I think we're talking about two different natures now. We're talking about a woman's nature and a man's nature. A man's natural mindset is to why you make that? Why you
finish your thought, Bruiser? Don't get off course, bro. Finish your thought, man.
It's in our nature to have multiple sex partners. It's just how we're biologically designed.
But that's why women lie. That's why they lie about their body count.
I don't think women lie about their body count. I think they're very honest about it. I think if I could, I just wanted to say a couple quick comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said that it wasn't much of a difference between Kanye West and Pete Davidson when it comes to mental illness. I think the drastic difference is Pete Davidson realizes he has a mental illness and he's treating himself for it. Okay, he's not going around not treating himself and terrorizing the neighborhood. Okay, Pete Davidson isn't moving next door to Ariana Grande. Okay. Second of all, I feel like Kim Kardashian, the only reason why we know about her body count is because of the way she was raised in a lifestyle where we have to know because of who she is. So when she was a teenager and she was dating Reggie Bush and she was dating Nick Cannon, because of how she grew up in front of everyone, in front of the whole world, that's the reason why we're even aware of who she's dating. Because it's like I could say the same for you. I could say the same for anybody on this panel. Like who all have, how many bodies do we have? How many bodies you got, Bruiser? How many bodies do any of us have? So who are we to judge somebody based on their body count? Like, when the last
so
time
do you understand when he's saying that do you feel like a man's nature and a woman's nature are the same?
I feel that it's a cop
Not
out
what
for
you feel. What do you think?
okay. I think it's a cop out for men to try to use that excuse for not having discipline.
That's not my
Okay,
question, right? That's not my
that's exactly
question,
what
right?
your question was.
That's not my question. My question is, do you think that men and women have the same nature?
As far as what nature? As far as what? Like,
Nature.
Be specific, humble dad. Come on.
Okay, to be more specific, okay. Do you think that entering a woman is the same as a woman being, like, for example, do you think that sex is the same between men and women? Do you think that most men view sex the same way that women view sex?
um, I think it's. I don't know because I have something really funny and smart that I want to say, but I'm trying to be my best
You say
behavior.
whatever you want. Like,
Um,
I'm good.
I think
Andrea,
that women
it's
are
good. It's a
overall
safe space here. This is a safe space, Andrea.
I think that women are overall okay. I think that women are overall better at sex than men, anyways. I think that women tend to outperform men in sex because most women have never reached an orgasm when it comes to men. So I think we are very different when it comes to that.
Okay, so you think they view, but my question is, do you feel like they view it the same? Because women are emotionally attached, most likely, most times, right? Emotionally attached to sex, right? Men are not. That's a difference.
Not all. No, that's
Okay,
not true.
here we go. We're not gonna be able to have a good conversation, right? I know. I just said that. I said the majority of women, the majority of women attach sex with feelings. Men do not. So that's a difference in nature.
Well, humble dad, wait though, because I get where you're going, and I know that people have been socialized in different ways. So let me ask you this: do you think that that is socialized, or that that is innate, where women feel this way and men feel this way, and that's just inborn? Or do you think it has been socialized? Because we know it's socialized. Like, we know that it is extremely socialized. But do you
No,
think
it's
that
documented. It's
what do you mean?
documented. I go find it for you, but it's
No, I mean,
documented that women attach sex to like with
right.
right?
I get that, but I'm saying, is that socialized, or is it something that they're born with? Let's say in a controlled environment, which this would be a very unethical study and they probably would never do it. But in a controlled environment with no outside influences at all, no social, nothing going either way, do you think men and women would feel differently in terms of emotions and sexual relationships?
No, I think men do not really attach emotions to sex.
So you
Women
think? So
do,
you think for
and
men?
as a result, okay. Um, if I was wrong, right, then why do women typically, when they have sex with a dude, it's very hard for them to break up with that dude?
Again, that's socialized.
No,
Women
no,
are
no.
very
That's
much
not so.
socialized. It's
Oh, okay.
definitely socialized. Think about it. Think about the movies, the cartoons. Think about everything that's geared towards young girls and young boys, and the way things look on TV, and the way people are definitely socialized for women to be a certain way and for men to be a certain way. I mean, that's true. Now, there is a discussion
Where
to
did
be
it
had
come from?
about, there is a Bruiser, and there, like I said, there is a discussion to be had about why things came to be, why has this socialization started, and we can get more into that. Andrea, I see you putting your finger up.
Okay, so I just want to throw a wrench in here real quick because I actually did study about this, and I will say that it was found that the same hormone that releases when you're breastfeeding your child is the same hormone that releases when you have an orgasm with a man, and it usually takes about 2 weeks.
Oxytocin. It's oxytocin.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'm sure. I think that's what it is. I'm sure that's what it is. But like, it takes like 2 weeks for it to like subside. But I mean, I just think that it's a cop out for men to make it seem like y'all don't be like having feelings for the people that y'all be like having sex with. I think that's a cop out. And I think when you guys say stuff like, "Oh, it's just innate for us to just have sex with everyone because we're just dogs," like when you say that, like when you say that, it's kind of a cop out. It's like basically saying it's okay to not have self discipline because you're a man. Like, are you guys okay with that?
Am I saying that it's that it's hard to have. You want to answer it, Bruiser?
She said,
Then I come
hold on.
back.
So basically, you saying it's a cop out to what now?
I feel like it's a cop out when you say what you just said like 10 minutes ago. When you say that, like, oh, it's in our nature to have multiple sex partners, or it's in our nature to sleep with women and not have feelings. Basically, you're saying it's in your nature to not have any self discipline or control. Are you guys okay with that?
No, we have control. We have control. That's the reason why we're able to be in marriages and be faithful. You know what I'm saying, and do our women right because we have the ability to control it. But the fact that we have to control something suggests that there is a nature that exists. You get what I'm saying? Otherwise, there wouldn't need to be for any control.
So since like Bruiser and Humble Dad, you were talking about, men's nature. And if we look at things like SA, right? Men are usually the ones committing those acts. Do you two think that this is because of a man's nature, or do you think that this is because of socialization, inability to cope, power dynamics, whatever other things? Or do you think it's just a man's nature, and that's why men are more likely to be the perpetrator in terms of certain types of crimes?
How did we get there from? So
we're just talking.
Okay, got you. All right, got you. So we went from that
because y'all said it's a man's nature. So I'm trying to see
and nobody ever answered the question of do you disagree or agree? Because my question, and then she's like, what do you mean? Right? So we still didn't get to the point of do you agree or disagree that a man looks at sex differently than a woman looks at sex? Because then that would answer. I'm sorry, go ahead.
She said it was a cop out, and I was
not answering the question because it's a yes or no question.
Being well, look,
it's it's a teaching.
We both know. Look, we both know. Yes, Humble Dad. Humble Dad. Look, we about to get into the Socratic method right now. We're gonna start asking questions until we get to. Look, you and I both know how it goes, but no, she was talking about it being a cop out, and I do think that that's an answer to the question.
But it's a yes or no question. If I say, "Do you love me?" Well,
that's not the same question.
It's a yes or no question. Is what I'm saying, right?
It's not the same question. It's way more complex and nuanced than that.
Okay, so all right, so I'm asking for a yes or no.
But see how you just got us way off the topic to save Bruiser from the question that I just asked like 3 seconds ago.
Okay, I'll come back to it. Go ahead, Bruiser. I don't want to save you, Bruiser.
Bruiser was like, yes, Humble Dad, you saved me. But I didn't forget. So, Bruiser, do you think that just in terms do you remember it, Bruiser?
No, you can rephrase it.
Okay, so
or you can say it again.
I can say it again. So you and Humble Dad were talking about, certain things being within a man's nature in terms of, sexual relationships and activity. So I was asking, do you think that because of men's nature, that's the reason that men are more likely to commit certain crimes like SA? Or do you think that they are socialized, or I guess lack thereof, and just don't have coping mechanisms? They're into this whole power control, like all this other stuff that when it's not in check can cause harm. Do you think it's nature or nurture?
And when you say we're likely to be perpetrators in our nature, are you saying perpetrators as far as
I'm saying if
committing infidelity?
No. I'm saying in terms of SA. Do you know what that means?
No. What does that mean?
I don't know if we can say. Can we say that?
SA? Is there another word for it?
Grape, let's say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you can say that.
Okay.
I think that is, it has something to do with nature. I'm not going to sit here and say it don't, but that also has something to do with your ability the ability to not control your self-control, and the just having no respect or no regards for anyone's personal space or anything like that. And that doesn't necessarily got anything to do with a man's nature.
So
Women
it's a man's nature in
commit
general,
sexual.
but it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that men are more likely to be the perpetrators of certain types of crimes.
Well, I could say that nature probably has something to do with that. The reason why men are more likely highly likely than of the other sex, opposite sex, to commit SA because of our nature. Yeah, I would agree to that.
So
Okay,
then that would go to his point.
Sometimes, like, you know, and I was just asking, sometimes I think when we have these conversations about nature and all this type of stuff, people don't want to admit like both ends of it. Like in one breath, someone will say, men are naturally more aggressive. And then when women say, well, men, you know, are usually the perpetrators of whatever type of thing, they're like, no, women do it just as much. Like you can't have it both ways, where you're saying that men are naturally this way and that way, but only when it benefits you or only when it's something that seems positive for men. Like you have to.
But
Same
it just puzzles me. It puzzles me how you use our nature to have a talking point about something negative. I mean, there's ways we use our nature to do things positive. Like we're always the first to react.
Of course. But we were going along with the flow of what we were talking about in the conversation, which was men and how they conduct themselves in terms of sexual relationships. This was more along those lines. I mean, I could go on to say like other things that men do that are positive and things like that, but I was just, you know, talking about the same point that we were on. I wasn't trying to go way off far on a tangent.
Yeah.
But yeah, so don't do that, Bruiser. I'm not I don't think perpetrating. I see what you're trying to do.
Andrea, I ain't gonna cut you off.
Andrea.
So I want to ask you guys this. So are you guys basically saying that men are inherently violent?
Okay. No, that's not what we're. Okay, let's go with say yes, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna go with yes. Okay, but that's why we have self-control. Most men have self-control, or else there will be more violence.
So then, does it make sense that way?
Why does that not make sense? If our nature is aggressiveness, right, and somebody responds to us in a way that we don't like, we have to use self-control. And anytime a man is in front of another man, we already know that there's a possibility for violence. We already know that, right? So inherently we are, right? But we also exhibit self-control. Now, mind you, you threw off the topic because the question was about body count, right? And why does it matter about body count, right? And so you threw it off because you didn't want to say, I guess we didn't want to talk about women in a negative way, right? But it's as far as it relates to body count, because a woman has attached her feelings to these dudes more times than not, that says how many dudes she's fell for or she has feelings for, right? That matters, okay, to some dudes. To most men, that matters. And if you've allowed men to enter you, right, that means that's different than I'm just saying in general, that's different than a man entering a woman because of his nature. A woman's nature is not to be entered into on a regular basis.
Okay.
Right? Because a man can procreate every day of the year.
So, Humble Dad, is it more
right? A man can procreate every day of the year. A woman cannot.
Humble Dad, is it about the physical aspect, or is it more so about the other things that might come along with someone behaving in a certain type of way? Like, are you as a man, let's say, in a vacuum, in a whatever controlled situation, if there were two groups of women, let's say one, had, a certain type of sex life, but they were fully emotionally, balanced and everything was fine. Let's just say hypothetically, or the other group had, they were all virgins, but they were all like emotionally not where you would want them to be. Would you rather, like, is it about the body count or is it about the emotional state that a high body count might cause to someone?
For me, it's the emotional state, but I'm not saying me. right? I'm not
Right.
necessarily saying. I mean, because at the end of the day, there's no way for a dude to know a woman's body count unless she tells him, right? And then vice versa. Like, it's no way for a woman to know what's the body count of a dude unless he tells her, right?
Mhm.
So at the end of the day, it's not going to be able to matter because there's not going to be the information to be able there to be told. But however, we know Kim Kardashian's body count, right? So you go with the information that you know, right? And then you make sound decisions. A dude would prefer, if he knows that this woman was a stripper or a prostitute, he would more likely say, no, I don't want to be with her more times than not. Whereas a woman doesn't look at a dude like, if he was a pimp, they wouldn't say, you know what, I don't know if I want to deal with this dude because I know he has a lot of bodies. That's not how women think.
Are you talking about like an actual pimp, or are you using that figuratively?
Or we can look at it as a male prostitute. I don't think that most women, if they knew that a dude was a male prostitute, that if he had what it is that they want, if he had money and he was still attractive, they wouldn't say, you know what, I ain't gonna rock with him. That's what I'm saying.
Andrea, go ahead and respond to that.
Okay, so this is what I have to say about this. First of all, I think it's closed-minded men who care about what other people think of them and who are looking for external validation are the ones that's worried about dating someone who has a past. Also, I mean, you talking about some most guys wouldn't date women who did this or did that. Okay, Lil Wayne made a whole song about how he doesn't care if she was a prostitute. He's gonna love her regardless, and he's Lil Wayne. Who are you guys? Who are you guys? Okay. Secondly, let me see, 1, 2, 3. No, yeah. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and like stop it there because I feel like it has more to do with y'all being afraid of what people think about y'all, that you're not man enough to go outside the box and do what you feel because you want to be, super cool and fit in. That's the reason why y'all don't want to date women who have a certain track record. And you talk about how these girls care about how these girls are emotionally attached to these men. You think those girls walking Figaro really care about the dudes that they're getting money from? No, they don't. So what are you talking about?
I don't know. Let's go with that they do, right? Let's go with that the guy does care, right? The guys do care. I would say that how somebody views their wife.
Are you asking a question?
No, I'm telling you a statement.
I'm
saying that dudes care about how other people view his wife, because if a dude, like a wife can get you into so many different circles that that the dude cannot get into. And so if that woman has a misrepresentation of her body, right, then that dude is going to be looked at in a certain way and cannot do certain things and be in certain spaces more times than not, is what I'm saying. So yeah.
So you agree with her, basically?
What? I said, let's say that he does. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying, but most men care about, somebody talking about my wife being a hoe, we're going to have problems.
You think Kanye cared about that when he got with Kim? He's Kanye. He thinks
that's not what we're talking about. He's not the standard. We're talking about the average man, right? The average man is not going to want to have to deal with a woman, his wife, being called a hoe.
I think that's a scary man. So if most average men are scary, then I think I could agree with you there. But for the men who actually have a mindset of their own and don't care about subscribing to the desirability politics, I don't think they care. Okay, when Kanye hooked up with Kim Kardashian, he saw her sex tape. He didn't care. Kanye West, you guys love him.
I wouldn't care.
Maybe you should follow his lead and give it the program.
I wouldn't care if my significant other had a high body count, as long as it's between us. I'm willing to deal with any issues that she had in the past and any issues that I had in the past. But when it becomes open and you become a laugh and when you become comedy to everybody in entertainment, and everywhere I go all my life, every time I open my phone, every time I turn on a TV, it's all about my relationship. That becomes a problem. It becomes a mental toll on you.
So Bruiser, do you think that, like in that example that you just gave where, people are talking and all that, is it more about like your wife, not your wife, obviously, but hypothetical wife, you know, in this situation? Is it more about her, like you're disappointed in her for what she did? Or are you more hurt by the fact that now you've been brought into this and it's a blow to your ego because now as a man, people are looking at you like, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah.
It's not about my wife. It's actually about me and my personality, my character, and everything around me. It just show, especially if I'm the type of man that try to build myself with value, be a productive person, to be a man of good judgment. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm surrounding myself around a network of men who strive to have valuable things and strive to have family and good things in their life. And, you know, I uphold myself to a certain standard to settle for this. You know what I'm saying? Then I got to look at myself like all the things I've achieved in my life, all the challenges I've been able to make it through in my life. I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't get past this.
Okay.
So, Siobhan, were you about to say something? Was that you, Siobhan? Who was that?
No, that
Siobhan.
was me, but she can go if she needs. She
Yeah,
can
we'll go to
if she.
Siobhan next. She hasn't said anything in a little minute, and then we'll continue the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's sad. I think that you have people that are called hoes and aren't even hoes. You know, they're just labeled a hoe for whatever reason. You know, if they're hanging out with somebody, you know what they say? Birds that flock together. What's that phrase?
Birds of a feather.
Flock together. Yeah, that. Yes, thank you. But yeah, I don't think that that's always the case. And some people are just labeled wrong. They really, really are. So it's just like, even if you are walking around with your significant other and they are like, oh, she a hoe, or she do this, oh, she do that, like, is that a conversation that y'all are willing to have, or are y'all already turned off because you already have this notion as to what you think that this person is because of someone else?
I think we're looking past all of that. I think we're looking at like, okay, this is a woman that can possibly be my wife if we ever make it to that level. And also, this is a woman who could possibly be the mother of my children, of my daughters. So how do I tell my daughters that, hey, this is what your mother is. This is your mother's pretty much her most critical piece of her life is her being banged out by some guy on the internet and having all of these bodies. Like, how do you explain that?
I don't think that that's something that you would even have to explain. I don't think that it would ever
At some
be
point, kids grow up and they want to know.
I mean, this isn't like a Kim Kardashian where she has to talk to her daughters and all her kids about a sex tape. You see what I'm saying? I don't think that would even come up.
But even if it was, maybe she did have a sex tape. I feel like
2022.
I feel like you could possibly be missing out on a great woman because you're so afraid of what everybody thinks about you.
So what's so great about it?
I think the fact that what do you say? You say so. This woman has been through so much. She finally decides to settle down with a man like you, and you turn around, you decide to say that it's about you. That it's not really about her. It's about
First
you.
of all, she's the one left him.
She's what?
Ain't she the one that broke up with him?
Rightfully so. He's probably a controlling, egotistical freak.
But we were just talking about.
I think. Wait, Andrea, hold on, because I think there's a misunderstanding here. So I think Bruiser, she was speaking to what you were just saying in terms of it like being more about you if something in your life were to happen like that, versus it being about the woman and her actual actions.
I'll give you this. I'll give you this to be fair. I got nothing against women. First of all, I love women. If I was to put myself in a situation with Pete Davidson, you know, knowing her background and stuff, if I was to do that with any woman, you know what I'm saying, I would try to make it work. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew what I was getting into by going into a relationship. And if I got past that first step of just trying to meet her and get to know her, then I would try to make it work. I would ignore that because I put that on myself. But to be honest with you, I would never go for a woman like that.
Andrew, can I ask a question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Is it do you have preferences?
Who, you me or everyone?
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I have Siobhan as well.
Yeah, I have a preference. I do. I like men who are confident in themselves and aren't scared and know how to be a protector of the woman instead of side against her because everyone's laughing at him and he doesn't know how to not care about what other people think about him. That's my preference. I like strong men.
Okay, so you have a preference. Got it. Siobhan, do you have a preference?
I have a preference. Yeah, I have to have somebody that can really like handle me as a woman.
Okay, got it. Okay, do you have a preference?
My husband.
Got it. Bruiser, you got a preference?
Yes, sir. I do have a preference.
I have a preference too, right? So if we're telling you, if you're allowed to have preferences, Andre, then why aren't the men able to have preferences?
Because you're making very broad and general statements like most men and the average man when that's not the case. Just say that you care about what people think and that makes you afraid. Just say that. Don't make it about everyone else being just the same as you.
I could have sworn that's what we was talking about, people in general.
No, it's not, no, but you
Right.
can't assume that men care about
Right.
women's body counts.
But these are the from I have these conversations on a regular basis, right? This is what's going on in the space. Men are saying these things. Kevin Samuels talked about it all the time.
In this space, I don't think it's a representative sample of
Well,
all.
I'm talking about as it relates to if you go look at Red Pill, if the Red Pill movement, all of these dudes.
That's a very niche space, though.
Okay, but black men specifically are saying, and even in the other spaces, even in with white Asian dudes, they're saying that they have a preference, right? So I'm telling you that majority of dudes do not want a woman that has been known to be a hoe. Okay. Now, because you disagree, that's fine. You can disagree. But because a guy says he has a preference, that doesn't mean that he's afraid. That means he has a preference. So I can say that I can say the same thing about you. I can say that you're afraid because you have a preference.
Humble Dad, do you think?
I don't think it's the same thing.
I don't need.
Of course you don't.
Check this out.
Because now,
Are we using Kevin Samuels as a standard for men? Are we
Let me
serious?
ask you a question, Andrea. Let me ask you a question. And I'm gonna try to. It's not gonna be completely similar in comparison to a woman having a body count, but it's gonna be somewhere on the same strength. So, would you be okay with dating a man who used to be gay?
I don't have a problem dating men that are bisexual, but if he's gay, he's probably not interested in me. So, but if he's into men and he's bisexual, I'm okay with dating a man who. Oh, can y'all hear me?
I don't know. I think that's cap, girl. Because don't.
I've got several.
I mean, what do you mean?
No question, Bruiser. That's a dope question.
And Siobhan,
What?
that same feeling you just had, that expression, it's the way we would express if a woman who's plastered all over every space about her body count.
I don't think it's the same.
Why?
Okay. I take that back. I'm not gonna say I don't think it's the same. I get where you're coming from now because that really did it did disturb me. But man, I don't know.
That's the feeling. That feeling you're feeling.
I don't agree with some of the examples that you guys have used tonight, but that particular one, yes. Sorry for the noise.
I cannot with these dings. You know, I don't know, Bruiser, if that's a good analogy.
It is.
What? Wait, this is the reason. This is the reason I don't think it's a good analogy. Because first of all, the whole phrase used to be gay. I mean, if you're gay, you're probably gay, right? Which is cool.
No, you can't say that. No.
So
you can't say that.
Why not?
Because he changed.
First of all, you don't want to get canceled.
So again, the word probably, you're probably still means it's more likely.
But he's talking about the man that did. He's not. He said the man that did.
But Humble Dad, you just tried to stop Andrea for talking about a certain group, and you were like, "We're talking about in general." But right now, I'm saying in general, probably if you were, let's say a gay man at the age of 20, you're probably a gay man at the age of 30, 40, 50. So that's something that's going to be part of your life probably forever. Now, if someone, let's say they were, I don't know, in their 20s or whatever, and they got with, I don't know, whatever amount you think is unacceptable, and then they turned, I don't know, 34, I don't know, whatever age, and like they're totally not doing any of that anymore. I think that's just like a totally different thing. But I get, Bruiser, that you were trying to say that that's how men look at it in your eyes, the way like Siobhan kind of responded. Even though it's not the same thing at all.
It's exactly the same. It's no different than when I said if a man, Andrea is saying that I'm wrong in saying that most men would be okay with dating a woman that has told him that she has a high body count. That's what she's saying. And I'm saying we talk to dude all the time. Okay. Even when I was in college, I disciple dudes. Like I talk to a lot of individual dudes. Okay. Men mostly do not want a woman that has slept around a lot if he knows about it. Right. There are certain dudes that are okay with it, but I was telling you about the majority of dudes. You said that most majority of dudes are fearful, right? That makes them afraid or they're scared. And I'm saying that's not true. If I have a preference, why does that make me be afraid? You know what I'm saying? Or any guy or any woman. How's a person? Why do you label them as afraid? Because they have a preference.
Andrea, go ahead, because I saw your hand up.
So let me just because I lost my train of thought. Okay, so you say that most men don't want to deal with women with a high body count. Show me the receipts. If you've done some, I want to see the statistic on that. Like I feel like you guys are just making broad statements like that. I want to see the receipts because maybe it's just more so. Maybe it's like just a cultural thing. Maybe
because
it's like
most black women ain't married.
Because black men aren't marrying them. You guys want to make baby moms and then leave and abandon them.
Humble Dad, do you think it's because of body counts that most
not necessarily, but I'm
so
saying
how is that your answer to what she said?
Okay. What I'm saying is if there were more black women, and I'm not gonna say that dudes are out here they're incredible dudes. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there is not a stat necessarily that I know about that says that men would not date or marry. We talking about marry a woman that has a high body count if he knows about it, right? I can't say that I have that stat. However, I'm telling you that me being on Lapeef Network for almost a year, I've had this conversation with a lot of dudes outside of Lapeef. Okay. So they say the exact same things. If you look at the people that do different podcasts, they say the same thing. How is it? And like I said, how is it that the guy is afraid because he has a preference? Right.
Real quick, Andrea, before you respond, I just want to get some clarity. How was your answer to her question because black women aren't married? Are you saying that most black women have a high body count? Like, I'm just trying to see where that line
is. Most black women have a high body count. What I'm saying, I'm gonna answer. Currently, there is a sexual liberation, right? And dudes are aware of this, right? Am I right or wrong about that? That there's a sexual liberation where women are saying, listen, I'm going to have as much sex as I want with whoever I want to. Is that a thing?
Didn't that happen in the 80s? I don't think it's
current though? Is it current though?
Hot girl summer? That was your response.
Yes, thank you. Hot girl summer. Is that not a thing? Is it not in the music that's being played? That's talked about?
Wait, hold on. Go back. Wait. Because she said something. No, because you're trying to take us off track without answering. Which
I'm not trying to get off track. What I'm saying is, if body count did not matter, more women would be married.
Oh my God!
Are you saying? So then, if that's the case, are you saying that the reason that more black women aren't married is because of their body count?
No, I'm saying that men are concerned about it. I'm saying men are concerned about it. They don't know. If men know that women are out here saying, they don't have the stats or studies, but if there is Lizzo, if they have Nicki Minaj, if they have all of these rappers saying that it is okay to put yourself out there, guys then begin to reserve themselves for wifing dudes. That's an element. I'm not saying the only. I'm not saying the only, but I'm saying that information is out there that women are having lots of sex with.
The information via the radio? Are you serious? So that's the information.
That's the driving force.
Wait, real quick.
That's interesting because when Andrew said about Lil Wayne,
hold on.
When Andrew said about Lil Wayne, you didn't say the same statement.
Hold on, real quick. You're
Okay,
like, you know what? Because you said Lil Wayne's not the standard, and I agree.
So that's why I used.
But you just used. Hold on, Uncle Dad. Man. You just said via the music, Lizzo, Nicki Minaj, whoever else you said that, and then you said the information is out. That's not the information. That's literally
movies. Okay, so y'all saying that I'm wrong?
Information. The fact that
I'm wrong.
Hold on. The fact that if anyone thinks that a Nicki Minaj song is quote unquote like a resource or information, statistical like data for something, that is extremely problematic. That would be like me going to listen to a Mobb Deep album and being like, hey man, people out here, they just out here killing most people. Like, what? No, you cannot utilize a record and say that that's the data. That's
not what I was saying. But let me explain it slowly for the people.
You don't got to do that, but that is what you were saying. I'm saying you don't have to say it like that.
All right, cool. I won't. I'll be better. I'll be more professional. What I'm saying is that if a guy has the understanding that women are out here having sex, right? Candidly, we talk about it a lot. Okay, that y'all literally said that it doesn't matter. Andrew, that's your whole point, that you're saying that it's okay that a woman has as much sex as she wants to, right?
What I'm saying is that
pause, and then I'll let you get to it.
Okay.
So if a guy knows that you're saying that, he and then other women are also saying the same thing, he will reserve himself from marrying a woman like that. Not because it could be because he's fearful. I don't know. He doesn't want that to be a part of his legacy. He doesn't want that. Everybody ain't Ronald Reagan. Okay. So what I'm saying is that is an element that guys think about. It's a preference that they have, and they are not afraid in the sense of what you're saying, and even if they are afraid, so what? Let them be afraid. And I just don't understand why you think that they're scared because they don't want to have a wife that is considered a hoe.
Okay, well, if you're scared, call the reverend. If you're scared, just say that. That's all that I'm saying. But don't try to make it seem like it's a
You talking about me specifically?
No, I'm just. Well, yeah, you said that you was. If you said that you would never date somebody with a high body count. And that the
did
average.
I say that?
Did you? Okay, so let me ask you.
If I knew, no. Mm-hmm. Oh, so because more than likely, I'm not going to know.
What's it got to do with fear?
If you knew, would you be scared?
How does that make us scared?
Hold on, I'm talking to you. We know you're scared, Dr. Humble Dad. Would you be scared?
Would I be scared of? What am I scared of?
If you knew that a woman had a high volume count, I'm telling you, she's the best woman in the world. She's the graduated college with degree. She's doing her thing. She's an entrepreneur. She's doing her thing. She's beautiful. She's got her stuff together, got her head on straight, great credit on her house, on her car. You wouldn't talk to her if you knew she had a high volume count when she was in her 20s?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't talk to her?
No, but that's my preference, though.
Okay, so you're scared, right? You're scared what people are going to think about you, right?
No.
Okay,
if you ever met me, I ain't scared what anybody think about me. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's my preference.
Humble Dad is actually never scared.
No, because he's DMX.
I'm not. Listen, I don't know why you think I'm scared. It's not that I'm scared. I was just putting myself in the shoes of Pete Davidson. I mean, if it's just a regular, it's just like us. That's different. Then I'm not concerned with a whole bunch of people knowing about it, because no one cares about regular people. You get what I'm saying? I can deal with that.
But you also
as long as it's between us too.
But you also said earlier that if people know outside of, of their relationship, then that would hinder what's going on. So how is that different from what you're saying now?
What I'm saying is, and if I put myself in Pete Davis's shoes, and we on a celebrity status, obviously everybody gonna know. But at my status right here, no one's gonna know. So it's different, you know.
So you're
So I was
scared.
trying to relate to. I was trying to push my points toward
The topic.
Pete Davidson would be thinking, you know, when he's dealing with someone like Kim Kardashian.
He didn't care.
But if I'm dealing with somebody that just went to like a college and she's smashing all the guys at state, I'll just if I really want to be with her, I would just relocate to another area where I don't have hearing of the nonsense.
See,
But
this is where y'all need to divest.
So, y'all, okay, this is, I guess, a question that I'm wondering now because of the conversation that we're having, like Bruiser, what you just said. Because I think Andrea mentioned earlier Kanye and Kim and how he wasn't worried about it, right? About, her reputation or whatever. And would you say that he wasn't worried because he's so, I guess, like, high up in terms of being like very famous, very rich, all those things? Do you think that once you get to a certain level, you don't have to care about certain things, and then, like, quote unquote, everyday average people would be more concerned? Or do you think it's the opposite? Like, everyday people are more concerned, and people who, I guess, get to a
first
certain
of all,
level.
I don't think it's a matter of him
Hi, Kayla.
not caring.
How are you
I
all
think it's
doing
who we
tonight?
talking about.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh,
Kayla.
girl.
We
Hey.
talking about Kim Kardashian of all women. If
I
it was
saw
another
that.
woman,
I heard that, and I had some thoughts. I had some thoughts brewing back here when I was getting together. I do think that reputation matters when it comes to certain things. However, I do think that it just all depends. Like, when you guys earlier were speaking about the what I wouldn't want my kids to know, blah, blah, blah. I think that's where things get misconstrued, because you are not Kanye and your wife is not Kim. So if you marry someone that may have been, whatever, in college or whatever, by the time that your kids are old enough to be grown, why would that still be something that's talked about? Are you hanging around people that are talking about what we did 20 years ago? Is that what we're doing? Why are we doing that? And if I've been your loyal wife for all 20, our kids are grown, I just don't see most men caring about that. Now, if you marry them at, that's why I say it all depends. If you marry them at an older age, and I don't know, it could depend. But just on that specific situation when you were talking about, I wouldn't want to marry a girl who was out here or whatever. You're not Kim Kardashian, and if she's not telling her business, how would people really know? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then 20 years later, I just don't see that, unless she has a sex tape out here. I just don't see how your kids would know about that in terms of them that being their mother who's been in this household doing what mothers do and raising them. So I don't agree with that, but I do agree with, like, obviously if she's the talk of the town, nobody wants that. And I don't want that. I don't want community dick. I really don't. I do not want that. So that's a little bit of a different situation, but I did want to comment on that. And then Kim and Pete breaking up. I mean, we saw this coming. I did anyway. I thought that this was publicity from the beginning for Pete, especially on the scenes on not Housewives, I'm sorry, Keeping Up. I'm like, really, Kim? She was just being super extra. It was super publicity for me.
Who do you think benefited most from that relationship?
I think they both benefited.
I think
He wasn't really
having a new relationship
more
with someone that isn't Kanye, and Kanye having beef with him made her relevant. And then him being involved with her made him relevant. I think it helped the both of them. It was a great fake ass relationship. It really did its job.
I don't think Kim K needed Pete Davidson at all to be relevant. She was
I
already
agree
on her
with that.
shit long
True, she was. But
years
then
ago.
Yeah.
Pete Davidson,
you're
like
saying
I
he
think somebody
benefited
said
more.
on the panel, they didn't even know who he was until he dated Kim Kardashian.
But also remember what she said with keeping up with the Kardashians is she said she wanted somebody regular or close to regular. That's what she said.
And he
She
was pretty
wanted
regular.
And how long ago was that?
I mean, they were
How
only
many
together
bodies
for
ago?
8 months.
9.
How many
But
bodies ago was that
How
when
was
she
Pete
said that she
Davidson
was
regular? He
regular?
on SNL. He dated Ariana Grande.
If you
What are we talking about?
But
Yeah,
he
he was already famous.
he did date Ariana Grande, but I'm saying she wanted somebody that had more time. Kanye was never home. She wanted to have the relationship that Khloe Kardashian
Oh,
and
so
Kim
that's what you mean by
had.
regular.
Yeah, like she wanted oh, let's go to the gym. Let's do this.
He wanted someone that had time, and Kanye is a billionaire. Okay, so this is but that's what I'm saying. That's why, like, I really started to dislike her over these years because I used to rock with her like fashion, whatever. But like, girl, this is what you wanted. This is literally what you wanted.
I think
You
she
wanted
regrets her decision.
that dude. You got that dude. He got you doing a lot of the stuff that you even doing now and the success of a lot of your businesses. You know what I mean? He can take credit for it. So it's kind of like, this is exactly what you wanted. And in different, it's like with her, it's always about being happy all the time. And that's just not it. Like,
Kayla,
if it was maybe 10 more years from now, I would be like, okay, Kanye, you've been doing your thing for a minute. Like, sit down, enjoy your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you got with this type of man that's on this type of purpose, that's doing this type of thing right now. And you're mad that he can't go to the gym with you, right now. Like, sweetie, come on, go raise your kids. Somebody needs to eat. You have 4 kids. Like,
so Kayla,
he's not supposed to help raise those kids. Those are his kids too. Like, and then him being a billionaire is supposed to say what it's like. I feel like the fact that you were like, oh, life is not about being happy. Like what? Like what? We're not happy in a relationship.
Happiness is fleeting. Happiness is about what's happening. You have to have joy in your own self with who you are as a person and in your life, and understanding that all the situations aren't always going to be what you want them to be all the
So
time. Like in marriage, we maybe had a bad year. You're going to leave. Like, come on. You're supposed to be in it for life. But I mean, I guess this is her 3rd marriage, so whatever. That's what it is.
Hold on.
When we're having a rough patch,
So this same man who made a song talking about last night, I thought about killing you. We can't sit up here and dissect how the nature of their relationship actually was internally inside the house when the doors were closed.
Who were you?
So the fact that
we can't, because we don't know.
We don't.
That doesn't determine the entirety.
We don't. So let's not penalize her for feeling.
We can't.
Let's not penalize her for feeling like it was time for her to get out of that situation for her and her kids. That's all I'm saying.
Hey Kayla, she's a real heavy Kim K fan. Just to let you know.
No, I am too, but I'm not gonna not call out shit when I see some shit. I love Kim. I've always loved Kim, but there's certain things like, you got married, you have 4 kids with this man. You need to stick it out. You need to make it work. It's not like anything crazy was going on. Like, yeah, like there are ups and downs, but I think
crazy stuff actually did happen.
7 years. I don't know. I feel like that's
but
just
wait, hold on, y'all. This is a perfect segue into the next part of the conversation about the Kardashians. So a lot of people call them opportunists. What are you all's thoughts on that? I think who was
Andrew go first.
Who Kim? Who, the Kardashian family being opportunist?
Yeah, just in general. You know how a lot of people say, like, you know, they get with these black men and then they get what they need and then they move on. Like, people say stuff like that. So, you know, what do y'all think about that? I think whoever was about to talk, was it you, Andrea, or Bruiser? I don't know.
I can go ahead and start.
Go ahead.
I think that the Kardashian family are geniuses. I think they found a market and they capitalized on that market. I feel like the fact that we're sitting here discussing them right now is very telling and speaks volumes of how they really they don't have, like, they've capitalized on people just being interested in them and their love life and their stories. Um, I am I am very proud of Kim Kardashian. Okay, she just passed the bar exam, so she's officially a lawyer now. She's getting black men who have been convicted, wrongfully convicted. She's getting them out of prison. She's helping them not face the death penalty anymore, and she's just really doing great things. And I feel like they get a really bad rep because I feel like people hate on them. I don't know why. I don't know why people hate on them so bad. But I think that they're doing great. I think they're doing amazing, and I think that I love Kim Kardashian, and I think she's doing what
So
she
you
needs
think
to
she's
do.
a good
Hold
role
on,
model?
let me,
You think
Rosa,
she's
before you go, I want to ask this question based on
Go
what
ahead.
she's. So you said that she's a lawyer now, and she fights for other dudes to have some type of freedom, right?
Not
But
just
then
men,
when,
women too.
okay, cool. But when Kayla said, "Why not fight for your marriage?" you was like, "Nah." So she can
Because
fight for somebody else, but not for her marriage.
I
How
feel like
long is she-
whatever reason she decided to leave, I feel like she's right in feeling that way. I feel like most times when it comes to especially domestic type of situations where things happen like DV, there's a broader story where people convince women to stay in marriages for the kids instead of the fact that it's not safe, it's unhealthy, and it's a toxic situation. And I feel like the fact that us as outsiders are trying to convince this woman or vilify this woman or demonize this woman for feeling like she needed to get out of that marriage, I think that is wrong for us to do that. We don't know Kanye. We know his songs, but we don't know Kanye. What we do know is he has exhibited very sporadic behavior over the years. Amber Rose has talked about the violence that she's endured in that relationship. His other fiance have talked about the things she's experienced in that relationship. He made a song talking about last night I thought about killing you. If you guys don't know the lyrics to that, you guys need to look it up. So he's punching people in the face as they're just he's punching fans in the face. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and vilify that woman for feeling like she didn't need to be married.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to just put on Kay and Kayla's show that all of this is alleged. None of this stuff is confirmed. Period.
It's articles about it.
It's not. Anyone can write an article. It's not confirmed. So until we have confirmed information, we're not going to like.
Okay, I'll send you the link. You want me to send you the link? I'll put it in the chat.
You can send a link, girl. Link.
Just say allegedly,
girl. Link it up. But that's what I'm saying right now is that all of this is alleged. None of this is confirmed information. I do think that because we don't know the details of everything, it's easy to kind of take sides with whatever information we decide to go find, because there's lots of information on the other side as well. So it's not even like up for debate. I mean, it's celebrities and it's our opinion on the little information on their life that we actually get. Even in what I'm experiencing on this show that I'm on and the things that people are saying, you have no idea what it really is. You really don't. So that's changed my mind a lot in terms of what I think about when we talk about what people are doing and things of that nature, because there's definitely different things. Let me not even go there. Anyway, I do think that overall, though, I agree with Humble Dad that I just feel like people always want the easy way out. And to someone that's been married 3 times, I mean, you can't sit up here and say that, oh, Kim fought for her marriage. She didn't just leave when it wasn't like when she has a history of doing that. I mean, she was married to someone for 72 days. And listen, I'm here for if it's not working, but she knew that wasn't working either. She knew that wasn't going to work before she even married him. And at this point, she's made a mockery of marriage. So I mean, because I genuinely believe that was publicity stunt, just like this P thing is publicity, or maybe she just wanted to get some dick and then turn it into publicity, but it was for publicity, and that's a fact. So I genuinely just think that overall, celebrity things are hard to talk about because we just don't know. I like Kim and her business mindset, but at the end of the day, Kim and her family were a wealthier family that understood how to get wealthier. They were not regular people with no connections and none looking basic as hell and not having the ability to upgrade. Like, they were not regular shregulars that are geniuses that did anything that I feel like I couldn't have figured out how to do. You know what I mean? With the help of all those people that they know in Hollywood. Her father, like, come on, like, OJ, like, do y'all, I mean, I'll try to act like they was regular, but they lived in fucking Beverly Hills.
I think people forget.
So
I think some people forget that they were famous and their family was, you know,
they
wealthy.
were smart and they were, they took, especially that OJ Simpson situation and how the media spin. I mean, Chris, instead of sitting her ass, she was paying attention, and she's the master finesser and businesswoman. And I rock with that for sure. But I'm not going to sit up here and call them any kind of genius. If I'm going to call anyone a genius, it's going to be Kanye. And that's why people think that he is insane, because most of the people that people consider geniuses, they also consider them insane. Because thinking on a level that's 10, 15 years from now, you're not regular, okay? You're not anything like the average person or even the 1%, because you're vibrating on a level so much higher than the rest of the people. So I just think that certain things are just superficial, and people aren't thinking of it deeper. But like I said, I'm here for people feeding their family and doing their thing. Never gonna hate on that.
Yeah, I agree, Kayla, about what you said about people like, being considered a genius or anything like that. Usually like average people are going to be like, what, huh? But like you said, we don't know what goes on in their relationship. If she felt away and felt like, it was better or safer or whatever, that's up to them. Like, we don't really know what's going on in their relationship. So yeah. Andrea, go ahead.
Okay, I like to say this. We have literally watched this man go on Twitter and massacre her family. We have watched him go on Twitter and be verbally violent towards Amber Rose, talking about how he had to take 1 million showers after being with her. We have watched this man go on stage and snatch a microphone from someone and tell them all the reasons why they did not deserve that award. So
stop. Hold on. None of this is violent behavior.
Hold on.
None of this is violent behavior. Him trolling them on Twitter, massacred. That's the language. No, relax. No one was massacred on Twitter. I had to take 1 million showers, mean I'm calling you a hoe. I'm not violent against you for saying nothing like that. You're reaching. You're reaching.
Idolize someone allowing their mental illness to go untreated. Can we not idolize that? Thank you.
Okay, he was an asshole. He was a dick. But trying to say he was violent because she said he had to take some showers. Come on, you're so reaching. Like,
you don't think that was a verbal attack against her?
Yes, but it's not violent. Okay. It's asshole shit. It's insulting. You calling her a hoe? He was with her. And but you calling her a hoe, but to say that was violent behavior, that's not violent behavior.
It was verbally abusive.
Your head in until I see the white meat. That he didn't say
that. It was verbally abusive. It doesn't have to be physical abuse to be abusive. Abusive speech is abusive speech.
It's erratic behavior, and we've seen some from people on this very network. Are we calling them violent?
Maybe we should. Maybe they will start getting their mental illness.
Because I've seen a lot of erratic shit this weekend. Outbursts, name calls, insults, and nothing to massacre. No one said nobody was violent. So people being assholes and trolling and saying dumb shit and being insulting, we're not going to turn that into violence. Yeah,
maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe we excuse inappropriate behavior. What role do we play in the reason why people continue to feel like that behavior is acceptable?
So let me ask you, Andrea, when you said that Bruiser was a scary dude, would you say that was words of violence?
No, I think that was an observation.
Okay.
So wait, why is Bruiser? I thought Bruiser was very nice. Why is he scared? So great meeting you this weekend.
Let me tell you why. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for you, since you want to tell me that I'm scared. This is what I'm afraid of dealing with these type of women. My legacy. The fact that Black people don't have legacy to pass on from generation to generation should be important. And I'm willing to sacrifice all that over it. No, I'm worried about my children now, because I came from a family where they didn't worry about me. So I'm just trying to change that. So that's my fear. If I'm with a woman that's not family minded, is not willing to put in the work to have a family and change this shit about our legacies.
Why would you assume that she's not family oriented just because she has a past? Why would you assume that? You're judging her.
So you're praising a woman, knowing that in our community specifically, we got an issue with single parent households and legacy. You're praising a woman for being promiscuous and jumping from man to man. That's what you're praising.
I'm not praising anyone, but what I am saying is that as a human being who knows that people have passed, I'm not going to judge someone because of their past. They can
But
be
let me tell you what you are doing.
They can be a completely hold on real quick. They can be a completely different person than they was several years ago. Because I'm sure everyone has stuff that they've done when they were teenagers or at whatever age. Okay. So let's not make this whole women being single mothers the responsibility of the mother instead of holding the men accountable, the black men accountable who decided to get them pregnant and leave them. Okay. That's probably maybe the reason why most black women aren't married, because most black women are deciding to stick next to the black man and are less likely to date outside of their race. That's why.
A black man can do nothing right. We talking about a man, Kanye West, came from Chicago, from the ghetto, from nothing, built himself up to become a billionaire, leaving legacy for his generation, his next generation, and the next. In which we don't see that often in our community, but we got the nerve to downplay this guy.
Now, what I don't understand, what I don't understand is why. I think you're very contradictory. Like, you pick and choose what it is that you want your talking point to be. And I'm gonna explain why. Because you know that Kim has a past, right? We all know that, right? But then the guy that decided to look past that, which is in Kanye West, he looked past that, married her, and had 4 kids with her. And now you are saying that this dude is such a horrible dude. When you see what I'm saying? So
that's
it's very
not what I said.
That is exactly. I know you don't listen to your words. I get it. You know what I'm saying?
What I said is that he has mental illnesses that he is not treating.
Okay, but why not give him the decency?
How do you know if he's treated?
Hold on, real quick, Kayla. Why would you not give him major respect for wifing the woman who you said should not be looked at in the way in which we're saying that she looked at? Like, he looked past her past to wife her, but you don't even look at that. You're saying, well, he's such an erratic dude, but at the same time, like, that doesn't make sense. Like, the dude, Kanye is the dude that you should be applauding for saying, I'm willing to wife a woman that I know is known as an industry hoe, or as seen as, allegedly, right? As seen as one.
So let me just get clarification.
Go ahead.
So let me just get clarification as to what you're saying. You're saying that because he married someone with a past, that should excuse his inappropriate behavior because he married someone who had a past.
What I'm okay, let me go with this. I'm gonna go with I ain't saying this. If you would have said, I'm gonna give kudos to Kanye for wifing a woman that that has a past, right? You didn't say that. You dogged him from the jump. When he did something that you're saying you wish that most dudes would that you think that most dudes would do. Because if that was the case, if most dudes would do that, then most dudes would be doing that. So I'm saying to you, why you keep why would you not give Kanye props for wifing a woman that you're cool with, as opposed to villainizing him for, like, she left him.
Rightfully so.
We don't. That's what's interesting. You say rightfully so, but then you also said, double talk again. I don't know. Y'all don't know what's inside their marriage.
We see him on Twitter every day.
Okay, but that's not inside their marriage.
That is their marriage. What are you talking about? So if you were married to somebody and every time she had an issue with you, she went to Twitter to talk about how you were not a good person and how you're trying to do this. And she literally said his mom was trying to sign his daughter up for Playboy, and he was. Are you guys kidding me right now? We watch this every day. Every day, Kanye is making headlines for his erratic behavior. Are we really serious right now?
I don't know. So help me out. Are you saying this is what he's doing while he was in the marriage?
Yes. He moved to Wyoming and left him in LA.
No, that's not a good thing, right?
Hold on. A lot of the stuff that Kanye was known for also happened before the marriage, in terms of the media.
He moved
just
to
saying.
Wyoming.
So it's not like she didn't know what she was getting herself into. again, it got too tough, and she wanted to go.
So
Oh, okay, Kayla. So are you
I
saying
think
that
it's
like?
safe to say she had a really good deal.
So Kayla, are you saying that
She had a really good deal.
since she already knew certain things, she should kind of have expected it, right? And work through it since they were married.
She knew that he had that type of behavior,
She knew that personality,
and she still married him,
So she
and was
should
and
with
he
him
stay.
for
still married
almost
her.
9 years
But you don't give you
together.
give props to Kim K, right? But you won't give props to Kanye. And I'm saying
Listen,
it sounds like I can say that you hate men based on what it is that you're saying.
I mean, they're not the most likable, but I think that's besides the point.
No,
Um,
not necessarily, because if you feel that particular way, you would then that's how in which you would speak. Like me, I love women, but I can state facts.
really? Do you
And
really love
and
women? You
and,
just said
and
that you're
about the
not
whole
necessarily.
Wyoming
Yeah,
thing,
I was
someone said,
married for 14 years. I got a
Okay,
lady now. What are we
so
talking
this
about?
man.
And every time I see
Okay,
you in a
Uncle Dad, I
relationship,
see you. I
hold
see
on, hold on,
you.
hold on. I just want to say one thing about the whole Wyoming thing. Wyoming was a part of Kanye's legacy. That is where he bought like a land, like a town's worth of land, where he's building things for his legacy. That's his creative space. That's where he goes to make his music. As a wife that has 4 kids and her own businesses that she can do whatever she wants to do, what's the issue with moving to Wyoming and being on your man's plan? This man's a billionaire. Why can't you move to Wyoming? You can have
Kayla,
everything that you want in life in Wyoming. You're fucking rich.
Kayla, that goes
Why
back
do
to
you
the
need to stay in LA so bad? You can fly to LA for events, whatever. Why do you need to be in LA?
Kayla, that goes back to the
and
question.
y'all have 4 kids together. Why can't you move to Wyoming? I've seen it. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Kayla, that goes back to the
I'm
question. Kayla, do you think that she was being opportunistic with the whole thing? Do you think that she was,
I don't
even
know.
though, like we've seen?
I don't know. Part of me feel like she really loved him, but then I don't really know if she even knows what love is, because I think her love for her is correlated with happiness, which is, like I said, fleeting. She's realized with this I think this Pete Davidson situation allowed her to realize that she doesn't have real joy, and it doesn't come from the material things. That's what the situation made her realize. And that's why her whole, I just want someone that I can do nothing with, because she doesn't even really know her own joy, because she's been doing this fucking thing, trying to make this thing happen for so long, since she was such a young girl. So
I think Siobhan, what do you think about that? Because Kayla was saying, she knew these things about Kanye beforehand. He's a billionaire, and he, the way some of his behaviors that people have questioned in the past, but she still went into this situation anyway. Would you see that as someone trying to run with an opportunity, or do you think she was really in love and she just was blinded by it, so she kind of overlooked those things? Like, what do you think about that?
I think she saw them. I think she saw them early on, and I think she chose, or some women think they can change men. We talk about this a lot of the time, and she probably thought like, oh, I'm Kim Kardashian, on top of the fact that she really wanted to be married. Kim Kardashian really wanted to be married because of the fact that all of her relationships have nearly failed because of multiple reasons, right? But I don't know.
Here's my question for Andre. So, how many, if you don't mind me asking, since you know her so well, how many people have she's been known to be with in a relationship? If you can count them on your hand.
I don't think that's important.
It's not.
Well,
important.
I mean, it's important for the question.
That's not important. That's not important.
It's important for the point that I'm about to make. But you can't say it's not important if you don't know the point I'm trying to make.
Look, Bruiser is the prosecutor.
You also can't say that it's not important if a man shouldn't care about it.
So if you answer, then maybe you'll be able to see that as a point.
I'm not seeing any relevance to that.
Let's just say 5. Let's just be generous for her, and just say 5 people, and we know it's well over 5.
How do we know that? How do we know it's way over 5?
Okay, so I can say 5 right now. You got
Humble
Reggie Bush. You got, come on now. Okay, so let's just stop.
You said Reggie Bush.
Okay, you got Pete Davidson, Kanye West.
Y'all gonna forget Ray J? This nigga on video.
Ray J. That's 4.
Kayla.
Damon Thomas.
Who's the white football?
Her first
player?
husband and her second husband.
Okay, so
Thomas.
just for your humor, and
Damon
there
Thomas.
you go.
So how many is that?
Under 10. She's doing
Damon
fine.
Thomas was her first husband.
Yeah,
and I think
she was like
When she
18.
was really young, right? Yeah.
She was 18. Yeah.
Okay, so she's almost 40 now. So 10 guys is not that bad. She's under 10.
Okay, so I was being generous by just saying 5, but for your humor, we'll just say 10 now.
No, she's under 10. I said she's under 10. She's 40 years old. She's under 10. That's perfect. That's perfectly fine for her.
All right, so 9 guys. 9 guys. So tell me this.
You
If
went
a person can go into a business with 9 people and it fails every time, that person is in business. Shouldn't we point the finger at that person?
No, I think relationships you have to learn things in relationships on both sides. Like you can't just put all the blame on one person.
Second part, if you go to 9 universities and you fail every course, you're gonna say the university is wrong. All the universities were wrong.
I think we're talking about straight answers instead of like realizing that there's a gray picture here when it comes to people's emotions, thoughts, and upbringing. So
I'm just slowly revealing the fact that you can see nothing wrong with Kim Kardashian at all.
You have all these like
that's okay.
the questions on deck, like these analogies. First, you were like business. You're like, okay, universities. What's the next one? You have another one ready? No.
She watched all 9 genres of movie, and all of them are bad. Maybe it's just you.
That's subjective. That's subjective. That's not a good analogy.
Oh my goodness.
That's a dope question, bro.
It's gonna be like you go to 9 car dealerships and you don't find.
No, listen, you guys, because y'all, I do love Kim.
9 racists.
Y'all, hold on. Because I love Kim, but I have to say this. Bruiser, at the end of the day, people change, right? People can change. And I thought that Kim had changed. But you divorce your husband because you're not happy. And then you go and do an interview saying that you was looking for some big dick. I can't.
She's newly divorced. Why wouldn't she want to go get some big
Andrea,
dick?
You have kids that are on the internet.
They
Remember
have
what
kids
I said earlier? If that was something from your past, but it ain't past, it's present. Why are you saying that in interviews? What are you doing? You are a wife and a mother, ex-wife, whatever. What are you doing? Talking about you just fuck with him because he was regular and you heard in the streets that he had a big dick.
So everyone is perfect, right?
No,
everyone's perfect.
That is a conversation for you and your girlfriends and a glass of wine. That is not a conversation for an interview when you're a fucking celebrity. Like what?
I think it's something that happened.
Hey, hold on. No, bro. No, don't do it. I want her to be able to defend that one. Please defend that it's okay for Kim Kardashian as a mother, as a wife, saying, listen, I'm just looking for a dude that got a big dick. Like that's, and you just said
what she
basically
said.
what it is that you are her defense, right? So please help us understand, me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
How do you justify that?
So what she said is that she was looking for someone with BDE. That's big dick energy. Okay. There's nothing wrong with her saying BDE. Okay. It's not like she said, I want to bust it wide open and do this and throw it back. That's not what she said. She said she's interested in someone with BDE and she was BTS. Her kids probably don't know what that even means right now. She shared that on her show where she talked about her experience as being a newly liberated woman from this relationship that she was not happy in. I am very happy for her that she's dating, and I think that she should be doing that.
This is a show people watch all the way around the world. And you said that you heard he had some big dick energy, and you was down to fuck. Really?
What's wrong with her?
Cool? So you're down with your mom saying that, Andrea?
I mean, her kids
North is 8. I don't know if you've been around any 8-year-olds. You clearly have not.
Okay, so now
those kids are on the internet. They read things. They see things.
She was just
upset. Aren't 2 and 4 and 5. They're 8.
People are probably sending this stuff to her.
What do you think? What do you think that kid's talking about in those Fortnite chat conversations? Those kids are blowing him up.
Perfect parents, right? You guys are perfect at parenting.
No, do you have any kids?
That's crazy.
But see, I think Andrea.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Now you got to be perfect to not say
Let
shit
me
like
ask you a
that.
quick question. I'm gonna ask this question to you, Andre, because you definitely getting jumped on for sure.
Does she have kids?
Listen, let me ask you this question. This is what I talk. Just a few moments I said you double talk, right? And I don't even think you really listen to what you say. You just talk, and then you try to recover, and then you can't. Okay, because the words are already out. For example, you said there's nobody perfect. That's what your statement was, right? Do you stand on that?
Yes.
Okay, so then when we begin to give you different pieces of the imperfect of Kim Kardashian, you talk as if she is perfect.
No, I don't. I talk as if she's
Okay,
relatable.
so then, okay, cool. So tell me one thing that Kim Kardashian has done that's imperfect.
See, you just said she's relatable.
Yes.
That's a problem.
That's not. It's a problem for who?
That's a problem.
Hold on, Kayla.
I don't relate to that as a wife and a mother of 4 kids, 8, 6, 5, and 3, I think.
But I'm asking
something like that. I don't relate to that. I would never do that. I don't know. I don't care if it's for my TV show or whatever. There's other things that you can say that are fun and flirty that aren't. He had a BDE, and I was
asking the question.
You have kids, Kayla? You got kids?
Andrea, she hasn't answered my question. Hold on.
You don't got kids? She got kids?
Hold on. No. Wait. Answer my question. Don't run away from my question.
Not you, Kayla. She got kids?
Don't run from my question.
Because she said worse on the show.
You see what I'm saying? You running from my question. My question.
Okay, go ahead. You can continue, Mr.
What is imperfect about Kim Kardashian?
I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'll let you know when I have an answer.
The fact that you have to think
ridiculous.
of it. The fact that you have to think of it suggests that
that's crazy.
That you it sounds like you're masking your own insecurity, so you have the need to be right because of something that's going on with you in your own life. That's why you say it's relatable.
That was so deep.
You find it relatable because you're going through similar things that maybe she's going, maybe not on the same level, but something that she's going through or she's experienced, and you feel like in order to mask the insecurity that you're currently going through, you need to be right and you need her to be right.
No, that's not the case. As a woman who actually has been through things in my past, I understand how it feels to have people judge you because of your past. And I don't think it's right. And I don't think it's okay. I also know how it is to become a very different woman and to be a businesswoman and to graduate from college and to pursue your passion doing something else because you realize superficial things don't matter. So you are trying to help people. I understand what that feels like and I understand what it looks like. So I'm not going to sit up here and defend y'all saying stuff like she should be in a situation that's not healthy for her. I'm not going to do that.
What is she doing that she's not been doing in her past?
Well, for one thing, when she decided to become a lawyer, she talked about it on the show, and she talked about how she realizes that looks are not always going to be there, and that people have to
change her occupation.
She decided to pursue her passion in being a lawyer and getting people out of prison. I think that's great. So,
but what has changed? What has changed that she didn't no longer do in her past that she's doing today? What is she not doing?
Became a wife and a mom. What do you mean? It's an elevation. What do you mean?
But do you know the reason?
Well, the divorce was finalized, so she's not a wife anymore. But go ahead.
But I mean, does she actually understand the reason why she wanted to be an attorney from the beginning?
I think originally she didn't want to, but I think as she was dealing with her cirrhosis and her, illness that she has, she started to it just helped her reflect on the fact that her looks is not always something that needs to be predicated on, and that's not the most important.
No.
So she decided to pursue her passion.
That's actually not the reason why she wanted to be.
It is. I saw the episode. What are you talking about?
Okay, that's actually not the reason why she wanted to be an attorney. And the reason why she wanted to be an attorney is because she wanted to go back and do what her father was doing. And she wanted to kind of follow into the footsteps of him, not because of aesthetics, not because of that, because if it was really about the aesthetics, it would have stopped a long time ago.
I saw her talk about it.
She's getting on my nerve.
That's okay.
There's more to the story. There's no one answer. She talked about both of these situations. You're both right. It's not a fight. She said both of these things.
But what I'm trying to figure out is the track record of jumping from one man to the next hasn't changed. Wasn't that the problem in the past?
Who said it wasn't?
And it's still relevant now, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like she would be with Reggie if she didn't cheat on him with Kanye.
And also, she was with Kanye for a while, so I couldn't really say jumping from one man to the next.
She was with him for
She
like
was
at least 3 years before they got 3 or 4 years before they got married. And they was married for like 7, 8 years. So she was with him for a minute.
Yeah, so I can't ride with that one, on that part. But I'm just saying.
Well, we know her behavior. Once she got out of marriage, that behavior was.
I mean, she started doing that before she even got out of the marriage. She was already dating Pete. The marriage was just finalized like a month ago or so. She been dating Pete for 8 months.
I think she was able to be single though.
Yeah, she was separated, and it got signed off by the judge or something like that.
But Andrea, it's interesting.
And you know what? I get that.
No negative about Kim Kanye. You said that there's nobody perfect, but yet and still you can find and you follow this lady, is what you said. And you don't know no insecurity. You don't know any negative about Kim.
I mean, even with Ray J coming out and admitting the fact that they sold the tape and that all 3 of them were in on it and that it was for publicity, you still can't even say that's fucked up. Like,
that's he say, she say. We don't know.
But what you say is facts. I can't. Next topic.
I never said it was facts. I just said I think she's an amazing woman. I think she continues to elevate. I think she's doing great. I think she's doing amazing.
So, main topic for the night.
What if women can argue for that man as strong as she argue for Kanye?
I don't care about Kim enough. She don't pay me. She might pay you. I'm glad you're getting your check, but I don't get no check. So, next topic. You ready, Kay?
Yes. Okay. So, in this age of information and this age of social media and everyone kind of being connected for the most part, not even for the most, whatever, don't get at me in the comments. Like, it's not most people, many people being connected via social media. You form friendships, you form bonds with people that you may have never met in person. So with that comes, people having more opportunities to spark romantic relationships with people that might be across the country, across the world. I see on TikTok, people like, oh, I'm going to meet so-and-so for the first time. And they're like in a whole different country. They're flying 10 hours or whatever to go meet this person. So, we're just going to talk about it. Do you all think that it is harder to get to know someone in a long distance relationship, or can you get to know them just as well as you could in a relationship where you're in the same city or state?
Did you want to go, Siobhan? I think that, speaking from experience in a long distance relationship, when we were talking for several years, everything was cool. But when we actually started spending physical time together and getting to know each other on that kind of a level, it didn't work out. But I don't know. I think it just depends on the people and how much they're willing to work at it. That's what I think.
So when you said that when you said something like once you started spending more time together, like in person, it started not to work. What were the things? Like, was it you were noticing things that you didn't notice before, or was it something else?
I think I noticed just being around that person physically and just kind of being like, I don't think he's as physically attractive as as he is in pictures. It was just kind of like, I don't know if this is for me. I just didn't know.
What about his character though? Was that the same? And he was just maybe not as attractive to you? Was there anything in terms of his character or things that you would know about a person, like more qualitative things about their personality that you felt that you weren't prepared for, I guess, when you all were in person?
Yeah, I think it's very different when you're having a disagreement on the phone, when both of you guys can just hang up, as opposed to being in person with them face to face and just being like, I don't really like how this person handles conflict. I don't like how we discuss issues because it can blow up and become something else. I don't know. I think it's just so many different layers to being physically in someone's presence as opposed to just being over the phone or something like that.
Siobhan, I saw you come off mute. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong with doing a long distance relationship. I think that there just has to be some really candid conversations as to what you're doing, what, like, if you're not being upfront and letting the person know what the reasoning behind the relationship truly is, then it's not going to work long distance wise. It's just not. But then you also have to look at these shows like Love is Blind, right? And there have been some couples on there that are really, truly, it was successful on that particular show. But I think that a long distance relationship would also be really, really good for some people, because you really you don't have that physical, those physical things at first. You're really getting to understand that man and or that woman, to be able to see if that man can really stimulate your mind. Can they do that? Because some people jump into having sex first, they do, and then it kind of fogs the rest of the way. And now I'm saying that I like you and I love you, but I just like the sexual attributes that you are giving me.
So it kind of puts up a barrier where you're kind of forced, for lack of a better word, to get to know someone before moving into a physical relationship. And that can be beneficial for some people.
Absolutely. And I think once you just talk to that person and just, me personally, I have to have somebody that really lays the law down on what is going on and what we're doing. Because if you don't tell me, I don't know. And then now there's a lot of miscommunication there. Because if I don't know that we're exclusive and we're together and this is what we're doing, I'm going to act single. Period. So those are things that really truly needs to happen. And it's not to
facts.
Yeah.
Like, when you say act single, you mean like
that talking stage shit dead.
When you say act single, you mean
Kayla, I cannot with you with this lip liner and these snacks. And they're always at the perfect moment too.
Bruiser, what'd you say?
You about to sip some tea next.
So when you say act single, do you mean rocking, knocking the boots whenever you get a chance to?
No, I'm just saying, just like dating. Oh, excuse me, dating around. Like I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. But if you show me that we have to have a conversation as to what are we even doing in this relationship. You want to be with me? Why? Why do you want to be with me?
Right.
Is it my body? Is it my face? Is it because I'm smart? Is it because I have a good job? Like, what are you here for? Is the goal marriage? Like, I'm not going to have a long distance relationship with somebody if it's not going anywhere. And then we also have to go into detail about how we're going to see each other in this long distance relationship, because that also needs to be on a consistent basis, not every week, not every weekend, but I need to be able to know that this particular
schedule. What's the schedule?
It has to be a schedule. It absolutely, yes. And it's not just one way. It has to be both ways. And the moment I don't come around, that's going to be the conversation of, hey, this is not what I want to do anymore.
Siobhan, hold on real quick. Siobhan, you mentioned, wanting to know the expectations, like, whatever is going on. Do you feel that exact same way about in-person? Well, close distance, I guess, relationships? Like, are you more likely to, kind of go with the flow when someone is in your vicinity versus someone that's long distance?
I think if it's long distance, the conversation will be a little slower. But somebody that's in the vicinity of where I'm at, it's going to be a little quicker because I can see you. I have easy access to you. I can see you whenever I feel like it. Right? So I need to know, because now we're not in a pool of you're here and I'm here. We're in the same city and I don't like to share. So I need to know what we're doing, especially if you're 20 minutes away. And for the people that live close and they don't see their man, leave them, or their woman, leave them.
I do think what I was going to say is that in terms of what Andrea said, I don't see why you would be in a relationship with someone that you don't know if y'all have that chemistry. We would have done a few, you fly to my cities, I fly to yours. We would have did some hanging out for a minute before I go, I'm in a relationship. Like, we are together exclusively. We are in a relationship. Our long-term goal is to get married. Like, I don't see how that could happen. And then I also just think that I do agree with the question, though. I don't think that it's harder to get to know your person. I think it's easier if both people are being honest, because when you are together and you start getting physically involved, That's less time that you're talking, and you need to talk more to get to know someone. So if you're far away, you only have the choice to talk. FaceTime, look at you looking at me, we talking. Like, you have more time to do that, and you have to do that to keep the relationship going. You have to make that time. You know what I mean? So certain Saturday nights that you would be maybe out with your friend or out with your person that you can't physically be, you would just be at the house. I mean, I've been in long distance relationships, just be at the house drinking wine on FaceTime. You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
so that's just my experience with long distance relationships. And then it turned into I moved to his city, you know? But that's just overall my experience.
Bruiser, so with this whole long distance relationship conversation, I've heard the argument, and I can definitely see it, that when you're in a long distance relationship and you meet up with the person, let's say however often, it's always a good time, right? Because you've been waiting to see them, you're excited, y'all have things planned, so every time you see them, it could be a good time. You're not going to go through the ups and downs of just seeing someone every day, living with them or whatever, anything like that. How do you think how do you think people can counteract that in a long distance relationship?
Counteract? What do you mean counteract?
So like if you're every time, let's say Siobhan is in a long distance relationship with somebody, they're seeing each other once a month. That once a month that they're seeing each other is going to be great, right? You're setting up a date, a time, you probably have things planned or whatever you're going to do. It's always going to be like a positive situation because you're so excited to see each other because you haven't seen each other in a month. Whereas if you're living with someone or you're married to someone, whatever, you're in the same city with somebody, you're seeing them maybe every single day. So you would see more sides of them. You would see more aspects of them. You would see them in more of a variety of situations. So how can a person kind of get the information that they need without seeing someone every day? Because you're going to get the information you need if you see somebody every day for long enough. Like, you're going to know a lot of stuff about them, even though I know people are.
It's really no way to get that information, but I think the information that's needed is different for a man and a woman. I think for me, I'm not going to even say a man and woman because I know Andre don't like that. So I'm gonna say for me, there's only a certain amount of things that I need to know about a woman before that's all that other bull crap. I don't need to know all that. That's
what are the things you need to know, Bruiser?
I need
Please.
first of all, I need to know if she's willing to allow me to lead in the relationships. That's number one. That's
Okay.
number one. If she's willing to accept my plan that I have for us. Okay. And also if she's willing to maintain her aesthetics, her beauty, you know what I'm saying? Her mental state, you know what I'm saying? All that. Other than that, that's all I need.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to know all that other stuff. As long as she's honest with me, it'll work out.
And Bruiser, you're very consistent with that because we've talked before about stuff on this, show, and you're always pretty consistent about the, make sure the major things are in place and then work through whatever else, which I think is definitely a good quality to have.
The only thing I can see on a woman's that could have an issue with constantly just only meeting once a month is not seeing any progression from that. When is things are going to change? That's when a man has to have a plan, and he has to present that plan to her to see if she's okay with it. And we say, hey, we're going to do this for a few months or 6 months or a year. If you willing to do it,
a year,
by all means, go ahead.
A year? Well, how old are you is the question for a year? Because I'm not doing a year. You feel me? Like, you need to have a plan.
You can go a whole year.
You need to have a plan after 6 months, like 6 months of us doing, say it's once a month. You need to have a plan after 6 months, or like, I'm done.
Well, how many years have you been single?
Well, I might still talk to you, but I'm single.
How many years have you been single, Kayla?
About a year.
Bruiser Why? What are these questions?
Year
I could have sworn I could have sworn your last relationship was like 2 years
Yeah,
ago.
the ending had a off and on stage, so I was confused as well. Those last 6 months, but
Andrea.
it really was over when we broke up. I don't know that whole trying to work it out thing, whatever. But yeah, no, like technically it's been a year.
About a
How
year.
long did this off and on stage go?
I mean, it went on for like 3.5 months.
Oh, okay. That's
Because
not bad.
I mean, it was like a 4-year relationship, like 3-4 year
But
relationship.
by all means, if you find somebody who checks all the boxes, and this is the only thing, I don't see anything wrong with giving them time if they got a legit plan that is proven. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and he's
It'll
showing me
work.
what it is.
Bruiser, why did you ask that?
Oh, I'm trying to make the financial moves to get us a place together, or to move to your city, or to do something, whatever. Okay, but like you just being like, oh, what you doing? Like, what are you doing? Don't call
Bruiser,
my
what was the relevance of that question? I know.
Well, if had she said, I've been single for 2 years. I mean, what's better? Having a long distance relationship for a year and waiting for the man to come to terms with his endeavors or whatever, or just constantly trying to find somebody to get in a relationship over 2 years.
Okay. So you were just going to draw a comparison between one or the other. Okay.
Andrea sounds like she's confused on it,
but whatever.
Somebody in the comments, Bruiser, said that you have gone to law school, and I'm starting to wonder because you're coming in like a prosecutor questioning.
Right, very investigative.
He's just asking logical questions.
No. I'm just making a joke. It's completely fine.
It's kind of weird you don't let us see the comments.
I'm just messing with you, Kay.
Oh yeah, I know, Humble Dad. So what do you think, Humble Dad, about the whole long distance thing?
Long distance relationships. I gotta take a page from Siobhan when she said, like, some people actually need it. I would say personally, I think women need it more than men, because women are, like, once they have sex, like I said before, there's an emotional tie versus what an aspect of a man, mostly, okay, or many. I mean, whichever one you prefer. However, if you are long distance and you're being honest, like Kayla said, then you're getting to know this individual on an intellectual, an emotional level, and hopefully a spiritual level. You know what I'm saying? And the physical aspect is not interfering with the dynamics of you building together, because there will be a day, well, let's say that there's something catastrophic that happened to that man or that woman, right? And you're not able to have sex, right?
But that's what I said. I
agree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's agreeing with you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I said, I mean, I'm saying that it would work a lot better for a lot of people, because you need to get to know the person before you get intimate with them. You should be knowing that this person is a husband or a wife.
Humble Dad, you said
like they're a best friend,
Humble Dad, you said it's more so that women would need this, right?
Yeah.
You know where I'm going.
Okay, men don't care about that. All they care about is if you're fit, feminine, and cooperative. If you look good and you don't talk, that's all they care about. Like what kind of person you are, what you like to do for fun. I mean, they don't really give a fuck.
That ain't true.
The sarcasm, Kayla. The sarcasm.
So why are we even getting into that? They don't care. Good. They want to know. Are you able to make them a sandwich? How are your sandwich making skills? That's all they care about. They don't want to know, like you, like.
Hold on. Like,
what are your deeper interests? Where do you see yourself, spiritually in 5 years? They don't care. Is your ass fat? Can you cook?
Humble Dad. You might know where I'm going, maybe not. But earlier we were talking about, you were saying things about a man's nature, So would you say that a man in a long distance relationship would be unable, or not unable, because you did mention self-control, do you think that a man in a long distance relationship would have a very hard time remaining faithful if he was not able to physically see his partner for, let's say, a month or so at a time?
I would say if the man is married, if the man is marriage minded, I would say yes.
Okay, so he would be cool if he was marriage minded, but if he was
because a man that's on his purpose and and marriage minded is not out here trying to hit everything.
He keeps his eyes on the goal, right? On what he's trying to do.
I would say so. You know what I'm saying? And if he is the dude that is saying like, why have a long distance relationship if you're just going to be out here having sex with a whole bunch of different women, but the one that's long distance is the one you plan on marrying? Like that doesn't. I wouldn't say that that's a dude that. I wouldn't say that that's a man's.
Well, because men can be men can have sex with.
Kayla, I'm done with you.
Men can have sex with random women and it not mean anything. So
about me, though.
What does it matter? They can do that and still love her and want to marry her.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, I don't think that makes sense to do. Is what I'm saying. For a dude to go out and have sex with other women if he's marriage minded to this particular woman, it doesn't make sense. Yes, he can do it, but like you're committed. It's like you are saying that she's not who you want her to be. Like you're not wanting to marry her if that's what you're doing. I just don't understand why a dude would do that.
Ooh,
what?
While we're talking about this, just because Humble Dad, what you were just saying in terms of marriage minded and just having a plan and all those types of things that you would hope a man who's marriage minded, where his mind is, right?
And also morale. So it's a morality issue as well. So those.
Okay, so like integrity and morality and all these.
Yeah.
So Humble Dad and Bruiser specifically, like as the men here tonight, what are your thoughts on men who, whether they're long distance or short distance or whatever, and let's say they're over the age of 30. What are your thoughts on men who lie to women about their plan? Like they'll tell them, you're the only one, knowing good and well they out here doing whatever they want to do or whatever. Like, what are your thoughts as, men on this topic? Because I think, a lot of times people are always talking about women in the sister code, but I don't really often hear men say anything about like this aspect of what some men do. So like, what would y'all think as people get older and they should be focusing, or should, quote unquote, be focusing on certain things? What would you say to a man who is out here lying to women and leading them on and doing all those types of things? Is it just their nature? Or are you like, or is it something that
ask Andrea, there's no nature between men and women?
No, I'm asking you and Bruiser first. What do y'all think about that? So Humble Dad, you go first, then Bruiser.
First of all, for me, a man should have integrity and high character, and part of character and integrity is being honest. And so if a dude is lying, I don't consider him a real man. That's just me. And so but at the same time, a woman should be able to vet a man enough to know when he's lying, because lies cannot be held up long term. That's why I said that if you don't give up sex early, you're gonna learn a lot more about the dude, because character cannot be hidden over a long period of time. Neither can integrity.
Humble Dad. So like before we go to Bruiser, because that was something else too. So let's say the woman is, not doing anything physical. She's just, trying to vet him. Do you think that on the side, he should just be kind of out here? If he's telling, like maybe he's waiting for her too. Like, they're trying to get to a certain spot. Do you think it's acceptable for a man who wants to be with a woman that's choosing to wait, so she can vet him longer? Do you think it's acceptable for him to kind of have side dishes, if you will? I don't know.
Your question be long, okay?
I like to make sure.
Like I've been feeling like I'm reading paragraphs when you be asking.
She's trying to get you to agree to. She's trying to get you to agree.
No, Bruiser. I'm right here, Bruiser. Listen, you don't have to speak for me. I'm here.
I'm just messing with Kate. Like, listen. Okay, I don't know.
Bruiser, I know you want to talk.
I don't know how you think my answer gonna be different. I hold dudes to a different standard than what society does. Right? That's not how I rock. If the dude wants to be with this young lady, and she says, I don't want to have sex right now, and he should honor that. And he want to be with her, he want to wife her in that case, then he needs to be faithful to her. That's just what it is. I mean, I don't know why my first answer didn't answer that. But
no, I was just y'all think I'm just like the final boss of a video game. I'm literally just asking y'all questions because it's a show.
No,
I'm
you
trap
knew
you.
what my answer was gonna be.
No, humble dad. I am just asking you because I don't like when people assume they know what my answers are going to be. So I always ask other people what are their, because I don't want anybody ever when I'm sitting right here to assume they know what I'm going to say. Like I'm right here, just ask. So humble dad, I respect that answer and thank you for answering it. Even though you gave me a little bit of a hard time about how I ask questions. But Bruiser, what do you think? Same question.
I think if a man decides that he wants to be with a woman and he wants to make her his wife, he's gonna do what he's always been able to do: go out and conquer the world and defy his own nature.
Okay, so that's that self-control piece that you spoke about, or y'all both.
Self-control. We're able to put a muzzle on it because there's things that we want to achieve and things that we want to have in our life. We're willing to do whatever it takes, and we've proven that. And I don't know why women think that has to be a question. I mean, part of a woman's value is a trait that she develops to be able to recognize a man who's ambitious and to be able to recognize a man who's productive. You know, those type of women don't go for the Pookie and Ray Rays. Those type of women are able to recognize this type of man we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that part of women's power is definitely being able to, especially as you get older, like choose certain mates and, things, put yourself in situations that are going to be
judgment.
Yeah, being discerning about your partners that you choose to have like a long-term relationship with. Andrea, I saw your face. Go ahead. What do you have to say about any of this?
Okay.
He's going to say Kim doesn't have good recognition.
That's a fact.
Excuse me, we're on a different topic. Well, first of all, I feel like I'm gonna say this because I don't know. I think that most men, while you sitting up here talking about how most men have a plan and this and the other, most of y'all don't. Okay,
that's not what he said. That's not
most of y'all is Pookie and Ray Rays. Okay, most of y'all.
I almost feel like that's like a derogatory term, right?
But let her use it because she's perfect. She's perfect.
We saying PNR.
Like any of the men on this panel come off as a Pookie and Ray Ray to you?
Yes.
Who?
Yeah.
They shall remain nameless.
There are only two. What? I mean, just based on the definition.
Go ahead and test us.
Bruiser,
I would definitely like to know.
I'm willing to take the Pookie and Ray Ray quiz right now.
Well, the conversation stops here.
Because what? Why though, Andrea? Why? Because I think Humble Dad and Bruiser, are both men who definitely have a good head on their shoulders. I think they're both, men of integrity and all that. So why would you think that negative terminology fits them? Let me put it that way.
Let me say this. Let me rephrase it. I don't think that you guys are Pookie and Ray Rays. I think Pookie and Ray Rays can be subjective depending on the circumstances. I just think that you guys lack the ability to have an open mind, and it bothers me that you guys care about what people think so much. That's the only thing that I don't necessarily like. As far as like this plan that Bruiser is speaking of and saying that, I think most men are liars. So to say that women should be vetting well to see if they're lying or not, I feel like you're just trying to put the blame on the women because it's always women's fault. It's not the man's fault for being a liar, for misleading women. Okay, we all see the Tinder swindler. Okay, y'all can portray an image and and then this whole thing about holding out. You guys, let me say something about y'all men. Y'all will wait for years just to get some poo nanny and then decide to become a different person after y'all got it. So let's just cut the antics and stop acting like you guys are just like you guys.
Yeah, once again, this is your double talk. Siobhan, you can go if you want to, but I'm gonna just let her know she double talking again. It's consistent though. Go ahead, Siobhan.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't understand what she's talking about, because I mean, if you're still harboring on somebody that hurt you, then you just don't need to be with anybody, period, till you get over it. And
Are you being a pick me?
I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're referring to. Are you being a pick me?
Being what?
That's
A
not
pick me?
a pick me.
Oh, I thought you said picky. I was like, about what? Oh.
But this is, first of all, this is the same girl that says she doesn't want a man that has a plan because she's hurt that somebody really did something to her. And I mean, even listen to the comment that she said earlier. She said that she's okay with sleeping with a bisexual man. Like, she's just fucked up.
Oh, I've heard words from better.
Well, let's not shame.
I mean, what? I mean, hold on.
I'm not shaming her. What I'm saying is that there are things.
I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
it doesn't mean that,
I know. I get where Siobhan's.
But
I get where she's coming from. She's saying there's deeper issues, so the conversation's different.
But I've never said any of that stuff that she said. I never said I didn't want a man with a plan. I've never said I was hurt by anybody. So I don't know where she's pulling that from. It seems like she's just being a pick-me shit.
You just
Siobhan, just ask her a question. Just ask the question. This is the thing. Like what I think me and Humble Dad were kind of talking about earlier. If somebody's here, just ask the question. Like, say, have you been? Like, just ask whatever it is you're talking about. Then y'all can talk about it.
Okay. Have you been hurt really bad? Question mark.
Siobhan, I cannot.
As far as relationships are concerned, I feel like I've been in bad relationships, but I don't think that I carry that pain into any of my future relationships. I'm not a bad lady.
I don't know if I'm buying.
So what gives you the justification to say most men don't have a plan, or most men are liars?
Because I feel like y'all are. Like, I just feel like y'all are.
All right, so let me go with you now, okay?
There are a lot of liars, but
Yeah, I'm
don't
gonna
have
do-
a plan.
Yeah,
Being a rapper does not because you decided that you want to like.
let's check this
A
out.
rapper?
What kind of men are you
I'll be
talking
having
to?
some
Hold
far-fetched
on.
dreams.
Like, what kind of man are you talking
This is
to?
double
Like a
talk that I
rapper?
be
What-
talking about. Like,
Is this?
this
Wait
is
a minute, Andrea.
now.
Hold on. A rapper?
So
Wait a minute.
so far.
A rapper? Like what? What's happening?
Out of all the things.
Selling parking lot cleanup machines, like stuff like that. Like,
But why? So why do you think like that? Honestly, like, why do you think like that? Because it's just odd. I guess to me personally, I can't speak for everybody else, but what you say sometimes it really doesn't make sense. And I'm the person that's single, and I sometimes I feel some people like you need to feel this way. I don't know. It's just a little odd.
I'm willing to say, I know you said it's odd. I'm willing to say this is not odd. I'm willing to say that most men deal with women like that. Deal with this type of women today.
Wait, put a 1 in the chat if you want to be a rapper. I'm just trying to see how many people out here are really like at this age trying to be rappers. Like, and you know what? I love hip hop. If y'all know anything about me, I love hip hop. Ain't nothing wrong with rapping well into your 40s, 50s, 60s. It's a lifelong lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? But who in here is like actively working on their rap career? Put a 1 in the chat. I just want to see how many. I'm not sure. I mean, when you said a rapper, I'm like, wait, that must be a lot.
Why did you say that? What, Andrea? Why did you say?
I'm just trying to see.
We're trying to get signed.
I was just being facetious, but
But you said that most men don't have a plan.
I mean, I don't. When it comes to pursuing a woman, I don't feel like a requirement for you guys to feel like you are at a place to pursue a woman has anything to do with the plan, and more so that it has to do with you guys not having self-discipline. Like Mr. Bruiser was over here just saying how it's innate and in your nature to sleep with multiple people. Like, I think that that's exactly what. Like, I think that you guys like. I don't think that that's a requirement when it comes to dating. I don't think you guys like go into the prayer closet and say, "Do I have a plan before I pursue this woman?" No, I feel like you guys just like to like.
Watch this though. Watch this.
Every time anybody says "watch this," I hear the usher like "watch this."
Listen, you should. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You need to put that on your plate. Okay. So, all right. Okay, let's go with the narrative that most men don't have a plan, right? Then why were you dating these dudes long
I'm
term?
dating anyone right now.
But I'm saying you're saying that most men don't have a plan, which would include the men that you dated, right? So then why did you continue dating them knowing that they did not have a plan?
Well, first you have to ask though. First off, it's like, when's the last time you were in a relationship, and was it with a man?
Oh yeah, it was with a man. The last relationship I was in, I think it's going on. I've been single for about 2 years now, 2.5 years. And I don't know. I'm just in a place
How
where
long was that relationship?
that relationship was about 2 years.
Okay, so did he have a plan?
I didn't feel like he did. I didn't feel like he had a plan.
So why did you stay with him for 2 years if he didn't have a plan?
Because I
Now
was
now watch this. Okay, so if you're saying that he did not have a plan, how is it his fault that he did you wrong?
I didn't say it was anybody's fault.
You did. You just blame men. You said men don't have a plan.
I'm
You
speaking of dating.
you said
I'm
that
not,
you said that that we keep putting it off on the woman, right?
because you guys just
You
said
said that men are.
should
You said that
vet
men
and
are
get
all liars.
Yeah. So
I said, because I feel like y'all like taking
Not
like,
all of them,
spinning your
just a
wheels.
lot of them.
no, this is what I'm just trying to say, Andrea, and I hope that this helps you in some type of way because you double talk
You
regularly.
won't even let me finish what I was saying.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't say
that we have the same traits. That's why you
like
because you did ask her something and you kept asking
I
more.
apologize.
I get
apologize.
it.
I
do
did
that.
it, Kay. My bad. My
Look,
bad.
You know what? I don't even know what's even happening right now. So I'm gonna read some super chats because I have no clue what y'all even talking about. To be honest, I'm
Well,
so
she's
sorry.
talking about men. We're talking about
I
relationships.
know, but like I don't know. Like I'm trying to get what she's saying, and I'm trying to get where you're trying to go with her. And I'm lost. I'm in the forest. It's dark. I want to get out of here.
Well, Kayla, she was saying that men. Oh, go ahead, do the super chat. Go ahead.
Nadia, my brother Bruiser, peace and honor. Thank you so much, girlie. Shout out to Sugar Curl Salon. Shout out to all the winners that won prizes for Sugar Curls in Atlanta this weekend. I know y'all loving y'all products. Sugar Curl says, I really appreciate this topic. Thank you, much needed. I really like Bruiser's comment about what he needs to know about a woman. So thank you guys so much. Shout out to all the Green Gang in the building.
Humble Dad was asking Andrea why would she stay with a person that didn't have a plan for 2 years. Let's start there.
Okay.
Humble.
Okay.
So she'll answer that, and then Humble Dad asks the next question.
Let's start there.
So what I was saying is that on the topic about dating, I feel like most men don't have a plan. The reason I said that is because from my experience, I feel like the person I was dating didn't have a plan, and that's the reason why we're not together anymore. I'm not saying that it's anyone's fault why he didn't have a plan, because I feel like I've already said that when it comes to relationships, I don't think there's one blame on any one person. I think it's about how two people are doing problem solution or how they, whatever. It's two parties involved. I don't think it's all any one person's fault.
So Andrea, to his question though, like why stay with somebody for so long?
Wait, but before that, how is it not his fault that he don't have a plan? Who's supposed to make the plan if not him?
Well, that's because Dr. Humble Dad said that it wasn't his fault that relationship failed. So I don't know what he was saying.
Because he got in a relationship with you and took you in under him, but he don't have a plan. Is that not his fault? Shouldn't he have gotten a plan before he tried to get a girlfriend?
I agree. What I said was it would be your fault, Andrea, and any woman's fault to stay in a relationship where a man doesn't have a plan, and he should be coming into the relationship with a plan. So when you meet this dude, like what are we doing? Right? The lady that I'm dating, she was like what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? And so I mapped it out what my plan is. And I've been consistent with my plan.
But maybe she didn't know. Like, how long did he pretend like he had a plan, and how long before you figured out that he didn't?
I mean, I think the thing is that I just loved him, and I had, by that time I had gotten accustomed to his kids. He had 2 twin boys that I fell in love with, and it really turned in from us being friends and just hanging out to the pandemic happening and us just spending all of our time together, me bringing my dog over there and helping the kids with their homework, and us just becoming like a family type of situation where I was just like, well, maybe I can wait around and be patient until he figures out what he can, like, until he figures things out, maybe I could be patient. So I think it was just more so like I feel like guys sometimes have two different arguments. Like one argument is like, oh, be patient for that man. He's a good man. And then the other argument is like, oh, all men have a plan and it's the woman's fault because she stuck around like knowing he didn't have a plan. So I don't know. Which one do you guys want us to do? Because at this point I'm like confused.
Well, I think women should ask the question, what's your plan? I
Yeah.
think women should not sleep with dudes not knowing that he doesn't have a plan. I think men specifically, if they don't have a plan, they shouldn't be dating. But men are only gonna do what women allow.
You're not the only one, Andrea. A lot of women settled during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of women just said, okay, well, it's a pandemic. I'm gonna just go ahead and see where this goes. But ask yourself, would you have done otherwise if there was no pandemic? If there was nothing to bind you and hold you down and keep you from going out.
I don't
Settle.
You know what?
And it's starting to come back to bite people.
I can concede to that too, in terms of like the pandemic is while we was probably together
a lot of pandemic babies too.
Probably would have broke up earlier if the pandemic had not happened.
I think that I would probably still want to do things the same because I fell in love with his children, and that for me, I learned a lot about myself in that relationship. I learned a lot about patience. I learned a lot about how much love am I willing to give, like loving someone else's children that aren't mine. And I just learned a lot about myself in that relationship. So I think I'm happy that I, went through that.
Big props to you for being able to deal with a man that got kids too. Like that's a hard load to carry. So,
but another thing too, people are in your life for a reason or a season. I really stand by that because sometimes you're with a person for a season, but they're teaching. God wants the lesson to be taught. You see what I'm saying? So, and you could have somebody in your life for 10 years. And they could be a season too. But then you have people that are there for a reason that you never really, get away. So I get that. I really, really do. But yeah, I stand by that. Reason or a season.
That children thing is like whack though.
What you mean?
Sorry. Like I've dated a guy with kids and like getting attached to kids that aren't yours is so whack. I love kids.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that again.
What's so whack about it? I think that's a good thing.
I think
I'm not doing it again. Like whoever I'm with, we gonna have our own family. I can't do it.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with another man having kids. I think actually when you're dating somebody that has children and you have children, I think
that's different. Yeah.
Like you have to have conversations like how do you parent? How do I parent? Because that can be a lot. If you guys parent differently and you treating my kid like this and I'm treating your kid worse than mine, like it should just be like a common ground, So there's a lot of expectations.
Kayla,
you gotta make sure that McDonald's, you gotta make sure that Big Mac is split.
Listen, do not do this, Bruiser.
That's not with the McDonald's. Kayla, do you think that the main part, like when you said that it was whack, is it more so because you like kids and you don't want to get attached to a kid and then have to?
Yeah, I don't want to go through that again. I don't want to get attached to a kid and then we don't work out and then you do feel impelled to stay in a relationship longer because of the kid and you like the kid, and especially because he was a single father. So my role was different than if that child would have had its mother like active in its life daily. So
you get attached to the kid and then you end up breaking up and it's like, what in the world? Okay.
Yeah, and it's kind of like I can't still be here if we're not together. I don't know.
And the kid's like, "Where's Kayla?"
He
tells me the kid still. He still asks about me even now.
That could be a problem. I can bear witness to it because the relationship before my marriage, I had a connection with my ex-girl's child. And lo and behold, a couple months later, I saw the kid in Walmart, and he would run up to me and say, "Hey, you still gonna do that PlayStation you promised me?" Yeah, I was broke.
Aw.
No, I'm just kidding.
Look at
But it hurt me. But no, I still did it anyways. But I could see how the connection could carry outside of the relationship. And then if you ever, God forbid, if you ever see these kids, and you know what I'm saying, obviously the mother or whoever is the parent is gonna be biased to why it didn't work. Okay, it was his fault. They're not gonna say, "Oh, kids, I was a monster."
now they're gonna
I
And
compete.
if that person gets into another relationship, it's kind of like, what's your role? And that's why you kind of don't want to keep it going, because if they get with someone else, I think that's going to make the detachment like harder. I don't know.
I don't think that you necessarily have to detach for them kids though. Like for me, I think the reason why I take on two men with children so well is because I honestly I don't think I want to have any of my own. I don't want to bear children myself. So I would rather love someone else's children that I can give back when the time is right. And but still be around. Like I don't think you necessarily have to detach from them. Like I mean the twin boys that my ex boyfriend has, like I still love those kids. I love those kids to death. Like when you spend that amount of time with someone, you guys become a family. So I mean, if there was even an emergency situation where they called me and was like, because I was really close with even the baby mom, me and her were really close. Like we was hanging out together, even when my boyfriend at the time didn't know and probably would have told us not to hang out. But we were hanging out, and I told her like, anytime you guys need a babysitter or something like that, like I'm completely available. So if there was an emergency or something like that, like I will still be available for those kids.
And if you're gonna move on, Andrea, and try to find a new relationship and be with somebody,
Gotta leave them alone.
you wanna be able to realign your role models too. I mean, having a role model like Savannah James, somebody like that, versus Kim Kardashian, might be in your best benefit in
No,
as far as relationships.
okay.
Yeah, I just can't do it. I can't. I can't do that. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? The crazy thing about it is that I know everybody has their own opinions about, the kids and this and that, but you really don't know who your person is gonna be. One, because we just don't. I mean, some of us just don't know. Some do, because you are married, but you don't know what that person is going to have. You don't know if they're going to have one child or two children, or they don't have any kids, and then you already have a child and you don't want any more. Like those are factors that you really have to take into consideration,
I
no matter
agree.
who you're talking to. So yeah,
No,
I
I
mean,
agree.
everybody has their preference, though, right?
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like it's very possible that I mean, no woman would want to date me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a widower, and I have 4 kids, right? So every woman does not want to be in that situation.
How old are your kids, humble dad?
13, 10, 8, and 4. Well,
Aww.
tomorrow Joshua will be 11.
But see, I don't think that's true because I just sat here and talked about how I prefer to date men with kids. So I feel like
I'm not
I don't
saying
know.
you. I'm saying, but most women may not want to be in that situation
Show me the
because
receipts.
I mean, but my lady that I have now, I mean, the scenario is not optimal. You know what I'm saying?
Andrea, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I know that's not something you're supposed to ask a woman, but I'm one of those bold guys.
I'm 30.
You 30?
Hmm.
So what's so attractive about a man with kids?
I don't think I want to have birth. I don't think that's something I want to do. So for me, I still like
Okay.
kids. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying my scenario is not just about kids, right? I'm saying my situation is that I lost a spouse,
Oh,
right?
okay.
I'm
So
sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
I appreciate it. So it's not necessarily like it's a different situation, and I had a good marriage, right? So like a woman, it takes a special type of woman to want to be in a relationship like that. You know what I'm saying? And so the lady that I have, she's a really dope chick. And so we talked about all of those different scenarios, you know what I'm saying? And she's still here. I'm saying that other women that I had talked to was like, yeah, I can't be in that type of relationship. You know what I'm saying? So that's my receipts.
How many women was it?
I don't know. Why does it matter how many women?
Because
What if I said?
if you saying
What if I
most,
said 5? What if I said 5?
I don't know if I would believe you.
Well, you've never met me much, but some of the other people have. I have not been known to be a liar. I'm pretty
So it was 5 women.
that I talk to. Yes.
I think she might be saying that your sample size is not big enough for you to say most women. I think that might be where this is
Oh,
going.
well, that's fair. What I was saying is before I even gave a number, I said it's not an optimal situation for a woman to want to be in, right? A woman would prefer to have her own kids with her own man. That's the optimal, I would imagine. Am I that's just that far off that most
No,
women?
that's correct.
And so that's what I'm
You're right.
saying. And the lady that I'm with, like she's a businesswoman, and her daughter is an adult, right? So I'm saying like she did not necessarily have to fall in love with me and be in my situation. There are other women that would say, I would say most, just based on the dynamics, would want a man that maybe had one and maybe 1 or 2 kids, and the mom is the one that has the kids. Like I'm the dude that take care of my own kids. You know what I'm saying? And that's not something that is normally seen. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Humble Dad, let me say first of all, I'm so glad that you have found love with your current woman. You've mentioned her a couple of times, so I know you happy. Um, so like, I think you can drop some knowledge on this, as you're a man in the exact position that you're in, and you have younger kids, right? They're all school aged. How long did it take for you to introduce them to your current woman?
I think 2 months.
So what made you know that? Because I'm sure you haven't introduced your kids to everybody, right? Like,
No.
what was the thing that made you say, okay, I'm ready to have my kids meet her?
Because I was marriage minded. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, if this is going to be a woman that I want to marry, and I felt like that even at 2 months, because of the qualities that I had already written down. And I'm asking God, I said, I know this is the only I said, you can only do this. So, and how we met is just a God thing, right? So I'm talking. So for me, she checked the boxes in which I wrote down. And so I continued to kind of have a conversation with her. And so when I seen that she was also marriage minded, then I was like, okay, so if I wait 6 months, we may not even get to that point of marriage. So let me at least not say that she's my girlfriend, but at least have her come meet my kids, right? And so this is daddy's friend, right? So, and we just watched the movie or something like that. And so so that she could be sure that she wanted to be in this situation. So that was the reason why I did 2 months. And also, what I'm saying, like I was already like, I'm thinking I want to marry her. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't have let her meet my kids so soon.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. If I know this, we've kind of gone off on a tangent.
In Atlanta, you missed it. She was in Atlanta. Bruiser got to meet her.
I'm just curious. And Siobhan, I'll ask you the same thing.
Yeah, she's a good woman too. She I can tell she had a good head on her shoulder. And she really loves you, man.
Oh, that's so nice. Well,
That is.
yeah, Humble Dad, for real. I heard you mention her a couple of times. I'm like, okay, this man is happy.
I'm probably a Pookie and a Ray Ray though.
Siobhan, I know you have a daughter, right?
I do, yeah.
How old is she?
She's 7, about to be 8 in a couple weeks.
So, as a mom of a daughter, what would you do if you found somebody that you were totally in love with? Okay, you're getting like, this is the time to meet my kid, blah, blah, blah. And then the person meets your daughter and your daughter hates them. Like, would you take that into consideration? And Humble Dad, same question. I'm just curious.
It's a big thing. I mean, I've never personally been in that situation. I don't know. I think there's a lot of different things. If my daughter literally looked at me and was like, I just don't like him. I have a funny feeling, like that would have to be a conversation that him and I have, and just say, hey, my daughter's uncomfortable. and I'm not gonna force her to be around anybody. I don't even force her to give hugs if she doesn't want to.
Good.
Yeah. So I think that's huge, but it all depends on the age too, because there are some people that are willing to walk away if the kids don't like you.
Yeah,
and rightfully so. I mean, you're gonna have your kids uncomfortable because you and overtake your children's safety, let alone or their happiness, just for yours. Because I'm not saying our happiness doesn't matter, but when you have children, your children come first. They really do.
Humble Dad, why did you do that? Why'd you make that? Why'd you do like this with your head?
Because your husband should come before your kids.
But I'm not married, so that man,
yeah. Even if you're talking about marriage, that man should be a priority. I'm talking about husband. We're courting.
No, and I agree with that. I'm saying if at some point you don't look at that person the same way, and you don't want to marry that person, or marriage isn't even on the forefront, then no, you're not the head. No.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that then. My mom is always thinking about marriage.
Well,
it sounded like you said, it sounded like Siobhan, you said, it sounded like you presented that you and the guy was good, but if your kids happen to wake up one day and say, we don't like him, you got to ditch him.
Well, she didn't say she was going to say that.
Sounded like, though.
I said to consider. She said there were things to consider, and that it was a hard question. She didn't.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so let's present the scenario. Then
we all know if depending, I know everybody's religious, beliefs are different, but the Bible says the husband is first. The husband comes first.
So if your daughter decided that she didn't like this dude that you was interested in marrying, if she didn't like him, what would you do?
Him and I would have a conversation and see what can be done and what is making her uncomfortable.
Now, Humble Dad, that's the same exact question that I just asked her. See, Humble Dad, I think
I don't need you rolling your neck at me and then these earrings doing whatever they're doing. Right? I'm saying I was just asking. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I apologize for that.
No, it's cool. But Humble Dad, for you, same question, because you said you have 4 kids, right? And they're all young. Yeah. So what would you do if all your kids were not this current woman? I don't even want to. Let's talk about hypothetically.
Even if it was her, we had that conversation.
What would you? I just don't. Sometimes But if you're comfortable with using her in this scenario, that's fine. But what would you do if all of your kids were you know what, we don't like her, and they just didn't like her for a period of time? It's not they didn't like her. They would just deal with it.
You have to. I mean, if I feel like I'm being led to marry this woman, right, then I'm going to do what it takes to make them comfortable with her, right? But with my kids specifically, I began to talk to them about that daddy was thinking about dating, right? And so I prepped them, yes, and was asking them their thought processes, right, before I even began to date, because I wanted them to be comfortable with the process of them maybe meeting somebody that was not their mother, right? And so that's what I did. And so when I got the okay that they were comfortable, is when I began to move differently.
And I think that's a really good thing that you did, because I think a lot of kids are not prepped, and then they're just kind of thrown into a situation, and then they feel away because now their parent is spending less time with them and more time with this other person, and it's a whole thing. So I think that was really a good plan that you had. Look at you with a plan. So
with a plan. So
you said you were led. If you're being led to be married, you mean led by who?
For me, the Holy Spirit.
Which is what I thought you were going to say, which is the perfect segue into our next topic.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Andrew, I see your face, because when I talked about the Bible a little bit, and Humble Dad said the same thing. You kind of had this demeanor of stop talking about it. What's that about?
Honestly, I feel like people who have these very traditional, like maiden ideas predicated on like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like I feel like honestly, I feel like the Bible is open for interpretation. Like I feel like people can interpret it whatever way they want to. And I feel like when it comes to I'm not sure if you guys are Christian or not. I don't want to assume. But I feel like a lot of when it comes to Christianity in general, because I grew up in Christianity and I still consider myself to be someone who does read the Bible and, pulls out what I get from it and, but I feel like sometimes people cherry pick stuff from the Bible to like apply to certain situations, but y'all don't like. I feel like realistically speaking, a lot of people don't walk the talk. Like I feel like y'all say y'all only doing it when it's convenient for you. So it's like I don't know. I just feel like when people start bringing up, oh, the Bible says this, it's like okay, well, the Bible also says you shouldn't be having sex before marriage. So what are we doing? Like,
I mean, I get that, but a lot of people don't really truly fully know the Bible either. You see what I'm saying? We can recite things, we can say things, and there's a lot of context behind it. But I also think that you don't have to be at church every Sunday either to be a Christian.
So again, we're gonna delve more into this, and this is a perfect segue into the next topic because I mean y'all are getting into it already. Is it a deal breaker if your partner has different religious or spiritual beliefs than you? So Siobhan, you were kind of already talking, so we'll start with you, then we'll go to Bruiser, and then we'll figure out from there.
Yeah.
So, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that you're right, Andrea. A lot of people do have a different interpretation of the Bible, and it's fine. And you have other people that uh, don't read the Bible. They have other beliefs. I won't really go into it because I don't particularly know all of them. You see what I'm saying? But it's not the easiest thing to go back and forth with somebody that really doesn't understand the whole message that the Bible was trying to entail, right? And it's hard to do. Like a lot of people can't say they read the Bible from beginning to end. But even if you did read it from beginning to end, do you really understand what the Bible is actually saying? That's why there are a multitude of books that explain it and break it down, because a lot of our grammar or a lot of the grammar in the Bible, some people don't even understand. They're just reading to just read. Right?
So Siobhan, do you think the interpretations of the Bible are where the miscommunications come from?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then if you have a partner that has different beliefs, I don't think it's a deal breaker. I think I actually want to just be able to hear and understand where that person is coming from. Now, if they're just like, oh, I don't believe in this and I don't believe in that, then it's kind of like I would be concerned, but I just got to be able to hear you out. Why do you feel like that? Or were you just did you not pay attention when you went to church? Did you have to get dragged to church every Sunday? Like it really just depends. Some people have a different interpretation and actually know the word, but they got so scorned by having to be forced to go that they don't want to know anymore.
And Siobhan, it's interesting that you're speaking of it from that standpoint because, I didn't really, I mean, the way you just said it kind of sparked something else in my mind because when this question was made, I was thinking more so like, a Christian and a Muslim, right? But you're thinking like someone who's a Christian and maybe somebody that believes in God and Jesus, but isn't a churchgoer, like different variations of Christianity, or at least within that same realm of, the Bible. But what about a completely different religion? Like totally different.
So I actually had a situation where I was dating somebody and their parents were Muslim and he was Christian. Don't know how that happened, but he was. And then like all of a sudden was like, oh, I'm converting over. And it wasn't a deal breaker. I just think I was so young that I didn't want or care to deal with that. You know, so I don't know. I don't think it'll be a deal breaker. I think you still just have to understand, because there are some people that just really believe in a higher power, and then they just have, you know, what they were raised into, which doesn't mean that they fully think that it's full blown opposite of how you're feeling. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. I don't think that it's a deal breaker. But with children, it might be. And the reason why I say that is because if you have one that's Christian and another one is Muslim, what are we raising our child as? Now that can become an argument as to how are we going to raise our child? Oh, I'm the mother. I want her to be Christian. Oh, well, I'm the father, and I know best. I want him or her to be Muslim. Like, I think that would be a deal breaker for sure, because they're just totally different.
Bruiser, what do you think about that? And you can talk about it from either. In fact, please talk about it from both standpoints. Like someone who, I don't know what you can, if you feel comfortable, do you consider yourself like a Christian?
I'm a God-fearing man. Yes, I don't call myself a Christian though.
But you're in the Bible lane. Let's put it that way. Do you believe the Bible? Let's do
yes,
that.
Okay. I believe in it.
Okay,
I believe it has some contradictions in there, but what I try to do is take what I can understand and what can I apply to my life in a positive way, and go from there. And I just pray that God give me mercy from not being able to understand or being able to receive, the rest of it that I may feel is a contradictory or may have some loopholes in it.
So can you address it from both standpoints? A person who is also in the biblical lane, but not necessarily believing the same things you do, and also in the aspect of someone being a totally different religion.
First of all, I'm a firm believer that you should be moral and choose your own way. A lot of people say don't lean on your own understanding. I know that's in the scripture, but I can't. I'm a firm believer that you need to understand anything that you're going to lean on. Secondly, as a man, I'm not going to even say as a man for Andrea's sake. I'll say me personally, any relationship I get into, the woman would succeed. The woman would submit to whatever God I submit to. Her religion would be my religion.
So it would be a deal breaker for you?
No, it wouldn't be a deal breaker. She would change it.
So it's a deal breaker if they don't change it?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
if it's a deal breaker for her, like if she can't deal with me, then being, worshiping my God or whatever, or worshiping in the tradition or in the way I do it, then she's not able to allow me to lead my family. That's a conflict of interest.
Okay, so Siobhan, is on the fence. It could be a deal breaker versus not, but mostly the situation with the kids would be the biggest issue. That was Siobhan's answer. Bruiser, you're saying that she would change it, but if she doesn't,
but even in the Bible, even if she is so religious, even in the scripture, and I think it's safe to say in any other Bible, you should leave your family and cleave to your husband, your wife. It doesn't say cleave to your husband and your wife and keep your same religion or keep your same values from the family you left. No, you literally. Go ahead, Andrea. Go ahead.
But that would only apply if the person believed that. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody who doesn't believe in the Bible wouldn't necessarily believe that same thing. So Andrea, I see you, doing what you're doing. Let's go to you and then Humble Dad right after her, okay?
I got a question for you. Now, you don't want her to have any type of history whatsoever. And then you want her to change her whole belief system to be with you. Like, what is this plan that you have that is so extrinsic that it is worth a person throwing away their whole religious beliefs to be with you? Like, why do you even feel like it would even be appropriate to ask a woman to change her whole belief system? Yes, I did read that the husband must leave his father and his mother and go and be with his wife, and they become equally yoked or whatever, and the woman will, be with the husband. You guys, but I honestly, it's like, why do you feel like you could make a woman like, or not even make a woman, but why do you think you can ask that of her to change her whole belief system to be with you?
If the government can ask a woman to walk out on her family and allow welfare system and programs to take care of her, why can't I ask a woman to leave her religion and let me take care of her?
What does that have to do with anything? A person leaving God to be with you?
She's not leaving
You're
God.
demonic. That's demonic. Someone said that's demonic.
Bruiser, what?
She's not leaving God though. She's
Bruiser,
not leaving God.
I usually kind of walk with the analogy, but
that's adultery.
God, you want to pick on me, so I'm picking back on her. No, she's not leaving her God. Her God. One thing I understand that I ain't gonna say most people don't, but some people do, some people don't. It's all the same God. You just got different traditions on how you worship and how you practice your religion. I believe there's only one God.
So why do you feel like you can?
In actuality, she's still worshiping the same God.
So then why does it matter to the point where you feel like she has to change that in order to be with you? Like, that's what I mean when I say I feel like it's so many hypocritical aspects to people.
Because in order for me to lead, we need to be equally yoked. We need to be on the same accord.
Okay. What I'm saying is, because I lost my train of thought. You don't find that to be hypocritical to ascribe to like the biblical beliefs, but then turn around and ask someone to take some type of participation into idolatry? Like, you don't think that it will be idolatry for a woman to leave her God to be with you? You don't think she will be idolizing you?
I think you took it to the extreme when you said she'd be idolizing me.
That is leaving God to be with you.
She's not leaving God.
She
still has God. She's worshiping God under a different tradition, on a different custom.
Oh, got it.
She's not leaving God at all. But I get you you're trying to be so right that you just fell in at every avenue to try to make me wrong.
I'm not trying to make you wrong. I'm helping you to see why I feel the way I feel about men, because you're literally asking a woman to change her whole belief system and put you're asking this woman to stop believing in her God to be with you, a man that God created. Are you serious right now?
Yes. It's the same way of asking a woman to not be. It's the same way of asking a woman not to be promiscuous and just be with me.
Maybe Bruiser. Maybe this is
against her religion. A religion is anything that you do on
Bruiser.
Over and over again.
Maybe there's a misunderstanding because I get that it would be different if you said, you know what, I'm just not going to date women who don't believe in so-and-so, such and such, whatever,
I'm not forcing a woman to do that. But if she want to be with
you,
would have to align to the same values I align to.
You would ask someone who was Jewish or Muslim or Buddhist or whatever, any other belief system, you would ask them, hey, drop all that and you have to do this. You can't be together.
That right there is not what ask it. This is how I would ask it. I would ask it in this way.
Yeah.
Why do you want me so bad? What do you find attractive? Why are you so hung up on me? What is it about me that just got you so in love?
Why would you continue on, Bruiser, with her if you know that she's a different religion and you wouldn't accept that?
Because then I would have to explain to her the reason why she loved me so much and want to be with me so much is because the impression that my God has on me. Come and get this God. Come and get my God.
What? Bruiser, you can what? So
what God are you worshiping?
I'm not, because first you're like, I'm gonna ask her, why are you so hung up on me? But basically I'm asking you the same thing. Why would you be so hung up on a woman to get even to that point if you are knowing that you're not going to stay with or be with somebody who won't switch religions? And I don't think
you saying that I'm already aware that she's not going to switch it.
No, I'm saying like you're aware already that she's a different religion than you.
Yeah.
So would you continue that relationship like in hopes that one day she'll switch, or are you just going to end it and say, you know what, this is not.
I have the quality. I believe I've acquired the qualities to persuade and change a woman's mind in order to allow me to lead. And it's not just religion. Religion's just one part of it. It's her thinking, her her behavior. You know what I'm saying? Men who are good men, who are valuable men, have that persuasion, have that impression upon a woman to make them change their behaviors, whether it's religion, whether it's overeating, whether it's profanity or whatever, any negative thing you can think of.
Well,
if she's to be with me,
behaviors versus belief systems, I think there's a little bit of a difference there.
No, you get your behavior from your belief system.
But if you grew up, let's say you grew up Muslim, and you do all the things, you've grown up, your family, you, everybody, and now you meet this person and you know they're Muslim and you're a Christian and y'all are getting to know each other, you like each other, and she's sitting here thinking like, okay, we're different religions, but whatever. But you're sitting here thinking like, man, one day I'm gonna just tell her we can't be together unless she switches over to Christianity. Like, that's what you would do?
No, I wouldn't have to tell her that.
Are you saying you just have the natural power to shift people's religious beliefs?
It's my actions and my actions and my ability to protect her and provide for her, and the idea that I'm giving her of having a family, you know, and having some type of success. And I'm goal driven. She's able to see that. A woman who's able to see that in this type of market we're in today, it's going to change if she wants that. Otherwise, she'll go try to find another Muslim. That's her choice.
Would you want that though? Would you want someone who is just changing something to fit into whatever it is that you want, and they don't even necessarily believe it?
That is what a woman's supposed to do.
Humble Dad, what do you think about that? Someone changing? No, for real, like based on what he just said, because I don't know, maybe you can, I don't know. But what do you think about someone genuinely, you know, believing something and doing something versus them doing it just because they want a person?
Should a person change? Should a person change?
No. What do you think of genuine change versus change that's not genuine? Like, let's say Bruiser's dating somebody that's a different religion, and she's like, okay, whatever, I'll do anything for you or whatever. And she starts going to church or whatever, even though she doesn't believe the things that the church is teaching. She's not into the Bible. Like, what do you think about that? Do you think that can work, or do you think that it should be genuine or not at all?
Well, I think all things should be genuine. I think it's crazy for her to decide. Like, I think first, let me say it like this. I think it's okay for Bruiser to have his preferences, just like it's okay for everybody else to have their preferences. And y'all keep trying to tell Bruiser that he's wrong for doing what he's doing when it's his plan, right? Like, if it's his plan,
let me correct you. I didn't say he was wrong.
No. I'm talking about the person that's well, somebody did, because she rolled in the neck and everything. So in her mind, he's wrong. Okay. So, and I'm addressing anybody that's responding like she is, right?
I just make sure you weren't including me, because that's his thing.
I'm glad you made it very clear that it wasn't you. Okay. So what I'm saying is he's allowed to have his preference. And if he's saying that, listen, she's going to have to fall in line with what it is that I believe in, if she want to be married to a dude like me, then, and she says, well, I'm going to do that even if I don't believe it, that's on her.
Well,
is it not? Is that not
on her? But what do you think?
If it's genuine or not, like I said, my statement was, I believe you should be genuine. But if she is not genuine, that's not on him. That's right. On her for not being genuine.
Right, but that's not the question.
Right. The question is, do I think it's right? I just said that she should be genuine. I think it's wrong that she's changing just to be in. That's no different than, that means she's lying. That's no different than what Andrew was saying, that men be out here lying. Like, if a woman is changing just to get a man, I'm saying she's changing just so that she can get a man. Sometimes that's a good thing.
Can I say something real quick, please?
No.
Yeah. Is it?
No.
Go ahead.
No.
Let me say this. It is a drastic difference between preference and controlling behavior.
No, it's not.
It most definitely is.
No, it's not.
Preference and controlling behavior are two very different things. Preference is not as problematic as controlling behavior. Asking for someone to change their whole belief system and religion for you, that's controlling.
No,
or they can't be with you, that's so controlling.
But you asked
Wait, let me answer.
Change his entire nature.
Let me
You
respond.
can't just change the book you read.
Like if she decides to change, how's he controlling?
He's not asking her. He's not making her decide to change because she genuinely wants to. He is saying he will leave her.
What's wrong with that?
He's using the relationship as leverage over her. So
I've been wanting to ask this question all night, Andrew.
Hold on. He said that if she did not get with his program, that he was going to leave. He's leveraging the relationship over her choosing to leave her religion to be with him. That is indeed controlling behavior. That is the epitome of controlling behavior. You're telling this woman that you are willing to take the relationship, and according to y'all, we get this, according to y'all, we have sex and we get this emotional attachment to you guys. So you are saying that you're knowingly aware of the fact that this woman is emotionally tied to you, and you're going to leverage that relationship with her if she does not change her religion to be with you. That's controlling behavior. That's not
okay.
That's dangerous.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So why did you leave the last dude?
I left him because I can't tell you why, but it just ain't work out.
But you said he didn't have a plan.
Yeah, but it was
and you left him because he didn't have a plan. And if you would have made him get a plan, would that been an act of controlling?
If I would have made him get a plan, I can't make him do anything. He's a grown man.
That ain't what I asked you. If you say I'm leaving because you don't have a plan, is that controlling?
No, I don't think that's controlling.
You see, this is what I'm saying.
It's very different than asking
why I say that you double
religion.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I think that's very different than asking a woman to leave her religion, something that she has been raised and founded on, her whole religious foundation and her whole belief system, her God. You're asking this woman to leave her God to be with man.
So what if she chooses to do so? How is that controlling? She has the option to stay or go. This is what I'm telling you. You have a hard time.
Y'all demonic.
Listen to me. No,
I think there's a thin line because Humble Dad.
Okay,
you're saying people have choices, of course.
Right, but Andrea doesn't want men to have choices. It's only that women can have choices. Because when we talk about our choices, then there's an issue with us.
Let's make it equal.
Okay, no disrespect.
Hold on, Humble Dad. Let's make it equal because I think your things were different. Andrea, if a woman forced a man to change his religion, would you say that she was being controlling?
Yes, I would.
That ain't my question.
So there we go. I mean, but we got to do things that are somewhat the same. Like,
but that's not my question.
Having somebody start washing the dishes on a regular basis versus changing their religion are two totally different things.
It is not. It is
bringing
not.
up some other stuff is not.
It's not different. You all decide to make it different because you don't like the example. Okay, it is exactly the same. She left the dude because he did not have a plan. That was her preference, for him to have a plan. She left him because of such. If he would have changed his mind and created a plan because he wanted to keep her, would that have been? That's the same dynamics. You all get caught.
Do you think there's a difference between preference and requirement?
No.
But that's what I mean when I say
there is though.
That's what I mean when I say this is
two different words with two different definitions: preference versus requirement.
No, that's semantic.
No, that's literally definitions. Like preference is like, oh, I like this one, but that one's cool too. Requirement is like, this is the one.
No, that's settling. That's settling. That's an example of settling that you just gave.
The word preference, people use it, but they mean, I think, requirement. When you say, I prefer a woman with no kids, but you will not date one without that, you require a woman with no kids. That's different.
Okay, cool.
You prefer is just like, well, I would rather have this, but that's cool too. That's two different. That's two whole things.
That's cool.
That's still settling. That's still
cool.
Settling.
I mean, it doesn't matter settling or not, but the thing is, those two words are different. So if somebody has a preference for someone of a different religion, then they probably will be okay with that person practicing their religion. If they have a requirement that the person be the same religion as them, then they are either going to try to convert them or they're not going to date them, like what Bruiser.
Okay. All right, but Bruiser, let me go real quick because I wanted to
go ahead.
We'll go to the word requirement. Okay. So, Andrea, your requirement was for him to have a plan. Bruiser's requirement is for her to change or come up under his leadership and whatever religion he rocking with, she got to do that. If she don't, she has the choice to leave.
So I would say, speaking about my personal relationship, I didn't think that his requirement was for him to have a plan. That's why I stayed with him. So
No. I said your requirement. You did not. You required him to have a plan.
Hold on, because I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I do understand what you're saying.
You asked me why did I stay with him when he didn't have a plan, and I said it was because I was being patient with him. So no, it wasn't a huge requirement for me. I was being patient with him.
Not in the beginning. But later, you said that he didn't.
But that's not even the reason why we broke up. We broke up because of other stuff that was going on.
So you would have stayed with him if he didn't do that other stuff. But you would not have required him to have a plan. That's what you're saying.
I was being patient with him, so it wasn't a requirement.
Okay. So is it a requirement now?
I'm not dating now because I just
Whenever you began to date, will it be a requirement for the man to have a plan?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay. So if he does not have a plan, will he be able to stay with you?
I mean, this whole plan thing, I don't know. Y'all do this.
I know. I use words, right? So
let me finish what I was saying. Because this is what I mean when I say that I feel like when we get on this religious topic and this biblical topic, this is what I mean. I feel like it's some people come from such a hypocritical place because for you to compare like someone changing their religion for someone else to someone doing dishes and saying that's kind of like one and the same, it's almost like you're knowingly aware of the fact that people don't hold up their integrity. Like, do you think it's okay for people to not have integrity to their religion? Like, is that what we're really doing? Because that's kind of hypocritical. It's kind of weird that you're looking at it like that.
Right. Okay. So.
That's a good point, Andrea.
How?
The reason that's a good point, because I didn't really think of it that way, but like the reason it's a good point, Humble Dad, is because she's saying, all right, if you grew up this religion, you've worshiped this God, your family is this religion, you've done all the customs, this is what you've been doing. And to just switch it because of a person that comes along, where is the integrity in terms of your beliefs when it comes to that? So like, if you can apply that same thing, where will it end? Like, you're with somebody, you gonna just switch it when somebody else comes along? Like, where would that level of just going to something new just because, where would that get cut off? Like, I get what she's saying.
I don't know, but see, this is what I'm saying. She double talks and doesn't understand that you have to apply the same logic whenever you're talking. So if you're saying that because you're saying.
That's not true.
You're saying that that he's requiring you to, like, if you requiring the guy to have a plan, okay, and you leave him, you left him because he did not have a plan.
That's not why I left him.
I'm not talking about this particular person. I'm just saying an example. I'll give an example. If you left him because he did not have a plan, why is that not a form of controlling?
That's not a form of controlling because I'm not sitting here asking a person to leave their whole belief system for men. That completely goes against what the Bible is supposed to say. You're not supposed to put one man over God, right?
So watch this. You yourself said that most men don't have a plan, right?
I'm not speaking in regards to a plan right now.
Watch what I'm saying.
In regards to hold on, because this is two completely separate arguments. This is what I'm talking about. Because in the Bible it says you're not supposed to put man over God, right? Are you asking this woman to put man over God? Hypocritical.
I'm not saying that. This is his requirement. Now watch this. Okay, so you're saying that he cannot. You said this woman has grown up in this religion, all of this XYZ, and he's now wanting her to leave it. Like, that's a very big ask. That's what you're saying, right? Okay, most men don't have someone in their life to teach them about having a plan, because you said that most men don't have a plan, right? So wouldn't it be the same to say it's a big ask for this dude to not know anything about making a plan, and now all of a sudden you require him to do something that he does not even have an idea to do?
Oh, that is completely different from what Kay said. A person being brought up in a religious. Do you know people are so devoted to religion that they are there are people who are so devoted to their belief system that they are like doing suicidal things in the sake of their religion. Like
it's pretty suicidal for a dude not to have a plan.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but
If
I
a
think
dude does not have a plan,
I'm speaking in reference
that's a dangerous dude.
I am speaking in reference to this religious biblical ideology that people subscribe to that they are not living in real life. For you to ask this woman to leave her devout religion to be with you, that is idolatry, right? Isn't that idolatry? Isn't God a jealous God? Aren't we not supposed to put one man over
Answer your
God?
question. Yes, that's idolatry.
To do that.
Yes,
You're
that's
asking her to do
idolatry.
that.
Right. But if it's this is what I'm saying. If I ask you to do something, does that, and you choose to, how is that control?
Because you're leveraging the relationship over her by saying, if you don't choose to do that, I'm going to leave you.
So you've never leveraged anything in a relationship?
I've never leveraged a relationship over someone's religion. Like I would never say, if you don't.
So you have leveraged something over.
I've set standards for myself and decided that if they didn't work for myself, I was going to leave. But I've never tried to force someone to change their religion to be with me. Like I think that's kind of weird.
He's not forcing them to change. She choosing to change. I think that's the part. That
I don't think that's very Christian-like.
But he didn't say he was a Christian.
But Andre, why not look at it like, instead of me leveraging a relationship over her, why not look at it like, hey, I'm saving you from misery that could possibly happen if we try to participate in a relationship. I'm saving you from misery with having kids in a broken home or a divided home. Instead of just looking at it like that, just look at it in hindsight.
So your way is the right way because you
never had a man say, hey, look, man, you're beautiful. I mean, things are just not going to work out for us. I mean, we don't see eye to eye. That's the same thing. Okay. And because I'm able to recognize that, I'm not going to permit the relationship to go any further, because that's just like walking myself into a trap.
Okay. Whatever you say, that's y'all thing,
This is the same thing you did with the guy you left.
It has nothing to do with that.
You saw no future with him, right?
Belief system. You're asking her to commit idolatry. That is something that she should not be doing, right?
Well, what is committing idolatry? Let's talk about that. That means making an idol of me, right?
Yes, she's putting you over God.
How?
Okay, y'all.
God wants her to God wants her to honor her man and cleave to her husband, right? And bear fruit, right?
You're not supposed to.
Is that going against God's plan?
You're not supposed to put flesh over God. We know that. That's why people don't even. That's why people are so devoted to their religion. They don't even do the Star Spangled Banner and the Pledge of Allegiance because it's idolatry. Like that's one of the commandments. You're not supposed to put anything over God, and you're asking that woman to do that.
You said the Pledge of Allegiance is putting that's over God.
Some people don't even stand or do the Pledge of Allegiance because it's a form of idolatry to them in their religion. So you're asking this woman to put you over her God. Like you can't. Like what are we doing here?
I'm not asking the woman to do that. I'm my way to articulate any changes that I require my woman to have or prefer my woman to have. It's all gonna be explained in a way to where she'll be able to understand that it's not at all making myself her God. It's saying, hey, look, I see the same God you see, but I see a way to worship and a way to practice and a way to traditionalize this way. It's the way to benefit our relationship. And if she's willing to allow me to be the leader of our relationship, in which I should be, because I am the man in the relationship, then she should submit.
Submit. Okay. I'm gonna stop here, y'all. Submit. Okay. We're not gonna agree.
You don't like that term submit, do you?
We're not going to agree here. This stops here.
Do you submit to your man, though?
Do I submit to my man?
Yeah. Do you? At all? In any way?
Because I ain't about to do all that.
No, I'm saying, but when you do have one, do you? Like,
I compromise. I compromise.
But do you submit?
I
Oh, I
compromise.
thought you were frozen, Siobhan.
No, I was frozen thinking. Yeah, I
You
was
don't believe
frozen.
you don't believe that you don't believe that you don't believe that a man that loves you and care for you has the ability to look out for your best interests.
Not a man that's scared to date me because of a past. Like, no, I don't trust that.
What?
Yeah, isn't that what you saying? Isn't that the type of guy you are? Why would someone trust you? Why would someone put their life in your hands?
Are you insinuating that you're the woman that I was talking about that had a bad past?
I think there's a lot of women who have had a past. So I'm speaking as a lot of women. I have a past. I'm not afraid of that.
Well, I mean,
So
everybody had a past, but I don't think it was to the level of a Kim Kardashian past with
I
porn and
mean,
all that other kind of stuff.
you don't know that.
I don't know that, but I'm just saying.
But
I think this is a good segue.
compromising and submitting are different.
Yeah, I don't really subscribe to the whole submission program. I'm more of a compromiser. We can meet in the middle.
Perhaps that may be the reason why your relationship didn't work.
No, I just
Because you were
don't.
compromising, but you wasn't really all into the change. You was just doing it because it's something you was getting out of it. And when you wasn't getting that out of it, you was like, okay, well, it's time to go.
No, that's not what we broke up. We broke up because there was infidelity,
You were
and I
cheating
just wasn't happy.
because you were
I
cheating.
feel like we both reached a point where things were getting really bad with how we handled conversation when it comes to reaching a solution. Things became physical, and it was just some things that I had to leave behind. I couldn't be in a situation where I felt like it was just too toxic for the both of us. And before one of us ended up seriously hurting each other, I just think it was in my
So
best
y'all
interest.
both, so y'all both were cheating.
I mean, we both were cheating. We were both kicking each other's ass. It was a lot going on in our relationship.
Yeah. This ain't the guy that you met that you was you didn't know you was a side chick. This ain't that guy, is it?
The guy who was married. What do you mean? And what are you talking about, side chick? I didn't say anything like that.
I thought you said that on Keep It Funky on the stage.
I said that I've been in a situation where I didn't know a man was married because he wasn't honest with me. But I'm
Oh,
not. I was in a relationship with a man who was single. Obviously,
okay.
can't be in a relationship with someone who's married. But no, this guy that I was with, he was single. Mhm.
Well, all right. So far, wait. I mean, not Siobhan. Andrea, did you answer that question?
What do
Like
you?
the original question. I know that you were talking with Bruiser about his views. Like, but what were your thoughts about can you be with somebody who um shares
Is
a
it different
different?
religion?
I mean, has a different religious belief? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say so. I think it would have a. I think it will require a lot of compromise. But I mean, if both people are willing to like, I don't know, meet somewhere in the middle or just have a level of understanding for the other person, I mean, I don't know. I think because I've seen people who have like different religious beliefs. Like there's some people who are Jehovah's Witnesses and their mate is not, or you know, whatever, whatever. So I mean, I think it just really depends on that the people's intimacy with one another, where they don't let outside factors determine whether they can be together or not. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I think another thing too, I don't think it'll be a big deal. If she really truly doesn't want to have any children, it might not really matter because if her preference is a man that already has children, then they're gonna automatically be whatever religion he believes in. That's not something she really has to worry about, I guess.
When's the last time you've been to church, Andre?
What's today? What is today? Monday?
It's Monday.
I would say Wednesday and Sunday. I go
Actually, it's
every
Oh,
Wednesday.
it's
Tuesday.
Tuesday now. It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I go every Wednesday and Sunday.
Okay.
hmm
And you're a Christian.
Um, you can say that.
I can say that. Or can you say that?
I mean, I feel like I don't really want to disclose the religion that I am. But it's a form of Christianity.
Oh, there's different forms of Christianity.
hmm There's what is it, Baptist, there's Jehovah's Witness, there's 7 Days Adventist and stuff like that. But they believe in Christ. It's just a different method that they use to get to him.
It's a different type of religion or tradition, right?
Yeah.
Different sects.
Yeah. Different
Okay.
sects.
Different customs and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some people don't drink wine and bread. Some people drink the grapefruit juice, and some people drink the actual wine. And yeah, okay. What's the next topic?
Some people.
I'm trying to get the link to put in so people can call. But I'm not sure if it's the right link. But I'm gonna put it.
It's your URL.
I know, but sometimes I don't want it to be the one where they have like the backstage. I don't know, Bruiser. You tell me. Is that how it works? Because usually JR gives it to me, but where is JR? So I'm just gonna put the link in the chat. So if anybody wants to call up and discuss any of the topics that we've been talking about, you can. I don't know if that's the right link, but just try it. We'll see how it goes. Huh. But yeah, no, that was, people are, maybe it is look at J Prince. Hi, JP. So wait, once you click the link, are you, like, can you see the backstage?
Huh?
Can you see, like, the backstage? Like, do you see the people that are waiting to come up?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Bruiser, don't judge me. I don't know. All right. We're going to bring up a couple of callers. JP, what's up? We'll bring up Mike. Hi, Mike.
You're going to have to change your name back, J Prince.
Anthony. All right. So there are a lot of us up here. We're going to stay organized. You know what I'm saying?
Look like my father. I was about to be like, oh, shit. Where did he come from?
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Wait, who did you think was your daddy?
Yo, I thought Anthony was my pops. I was like, oh, this is about to be awkward.
Oh, my bad. Straight up.
You y'all hear me?
Hey, you're supposed to be in bed, young man.
Hey, I was like, what when did we pick up this hobby? God damn.
Right.
Nobody can hear me?
Hey, can I go first? Because I got a really good analogy because I'm agnostic.
We can hear you.
Okay.
So can I go first, Kay? Because I'm agnostic.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, because I'm agnostic, I don't believe in any form of religion, any form of church. However, I do believe that there is a creator. And for me, the creator is the universe. And so, however, I do believe in best practices. I believe that the Bible is not this book of God. I think that it is a cultural phenomenon that gives principles and best practices. Okay, it's not about going to heaven. That's not what it was written for. It was written so that we can understand what it is that we're supposed to be doing and what it is we're not supposed to be doing. So with that said, when I meet a woman, and this is one of the things because I'm dating, I'm very upfront and open. I tell them that first of all, I'm not going to try to change you. This is what I'm doing. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but this is what I'm doing. And I said that I'm not going to never go to church. Now, if you want to go, that's cool. But the key thing is that we have to then align based off of principles, based off of best practices, based off of, and so what I tend to do, because I'm just like that, when we have conversations, we talk about a lot of things. We talk about spiritual things. We talk about, we may talk about religious things. And a lot of times what I find is that when you are in tune with yourself and you're in tune with the universe and you're in tune with doing the right thing, a lot of times the very things that we talk about, the preacher preaches about. The issue that I have with what Bruiser is saying is that because he's very low key manipulating, it's very subtle, very low key. It is what she's saying. He is using the relationship as leverage. He's saying that, well, if you want to be with me, you're going to do this. To me, I say this. If you want to be with me, be the best version of yourself, because that's what I require. I don't care what kind of church you go to. I'm never going, but be the best version of yourself. And if you be the best version of yourself, because that is my requirement, then you can stay here with me. If you're not being the best version of yourself, you can't stay here with me. So I think that we have to be, when we talk about men having plans, and I was really surprised that Humble Dad was trying to compare a plan and a preference to a requirement. They are two totally different things. Like I require, for me, it is a requirement. I do not date women that have kids because they're in mommy mode. I'm just not going to do it. You got a kid, I find it very hard to do it. So that's the piece that I wanted to add in there because I thought it was kind of, really related more to what she was saying, because if she was my chick, I'd be like, okay, cool, go to church. I don't care. I'm not going to change her because I know my program and my plan is so strong that she going to follow me just because. And she going to lean into me just because. I don't have to tell her to lean into me. She going to do it just because. That's it.
I agree.
Mike, what do you think about that? Then we'll go to JP.
So the marquee, that's what I'm answering. Is it a deal breaker if your partner has different spiritual beliefs? No, it's not a deal breaker. My eldest cousin is a Christian and her husband, both Nigerian, is a Muslim. So I think I'll take a little bit from what Anthony is saying, but I think my views vary a little bit because it's very hard for people to separate their religion from who they are in real life. It's extremely hard for people to do that. So, it kind of becomes, you got to go into some minute details there to break it apart. But I do agree where he said it's about principles. And when we really break down these religions, outside of some of the ethereal things that you can't define, that take a lot of understanding and a lot of patience to interpret, most of the Bible, the Quran, or everything is either common sense or common decency. Mm-hmm. And that is widespread across all religions. So, if you can focus on that and find a partner who, is kind of, removed from the hard practice of religion and all of that, and they practice it more as a lifestyle, and they have the same principles of common decency, then it won't necessarily be a deal breaker, but I would find it hard to do personally, but no, not a deal breaker. And for me, I'll say I don't know. I don't think I would be with my wife if she was not someone who believed in God or that Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior. I don't think I could be with her. That's too much the cause for conflict because of the way I carry myself and the way I would want my children to be raised in this country, especially.
And that goes back to the part that you agreed with Anthony about and the part that you were saying in the beginning in terms of certain things that you would have in common in terms of common decency or whatever, like certain, basic tenets of behavior and just different things that you would have in common based on your belief system. Some people make those things as one and some people are able to separate them. So I agree with what you're saying, Mike. I see how it could easily be okay as long as people are on the same page about just basic conduct, I guess, throughout life. But kind of what, when you were talking, what I was thinking about is some people, if they don't believe a certain thing, they might not see a problem with something that you might see a problem with, which could cause a lot of disagreements and things
it's going to cause the type of schools your kids go to, the type of children they associate with. I think that's where it could become pretty contentious.
Yeah, I can agree with that. JP, what are your thoughts?
Can y'all hear me?
You sound like you say something else. Bruiser, what's happening with his mic?
He's in the staircase.
No, I got my soundboard.
What?
Can y'all hear me
You
a
have
little
a
bit though?
soundboard.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm on a different spectrum on when it comes to that religion stuff. I think it's come to the time where now our women gotta choose between their black men or their religion, because there's a lot of black men that's waking up and realizing that religion was never for us. And so it's a lot of black men, they don't want to believe it, but that's all they know. But they still like they're seeking something different. Our black women must understand, well, I don't get that. Andrea said to Bruiser that why would she do that for change her religion for a man? Because you forgot that it was another man that gave you that religion, gave your grandparents that religion. The problem is that man didn't come from your race of men that you come from as a black woman. That there's only one man that can create you. That's only the black man. So you willing to? It shouldn't even be a topic of which one you would choose more, the white man's religion that or your black man. He's not, the black man not saying that he don't believe in God. He's saying he don't believe in that God that was given to us bogusly. And I don't understand how we still worship that. And then when somebody, you must have mentioned something about a contradiction of a Bible. I was always told that the Bible was the word of God. And I thought God was perfect. So if God was perfect, how the book is a contradiction? Is he perfect or not?
So JP, would you not date a woman who's a Christian? Are you saying that, like, would you date someone who is a Christian?
Well, I understand that, it's a lot of people that's kind of, I would say, sleep, and it's a lot of Christians that, they was being, that religion kind of like Bogart, you get closer your mind to other stuff that's outside of Christianity, and it put the fear of God in you. You go against that Christianity, you just believe that you're going to hell. It conditioned, it was programmed you to only strictly believe in that Bible, and we've been here, for a person to tell me to believe in that Bible is like, or believe in Christianity, it's like telling me to go on a train track and a train is coming and Jesus is supposed to come and save me. At one point, do we supposed to get off that damn train track? Because I'm going to get popped waiting on Jesus. Jesus never saved me. Jesus never saved nobody that I knew.
Like, is that a yes or no? Like, would you date a Christian woman?
I'll probably still date her.
What point do we get out there?
But I'm gonna be definitely. I'm a definitely bring out my talking points.
Wait, could you get that analogy again? I loved it.
Asking me to believe in Christianity is like telling me go on the train track and we got this big old train coming, and telling me to just have faith. Jesus gonna come to save you. He's not gonna let you get smacked by that train. But this train is still coming within the next 2 minutes. And how many of us have been waiting on Jesus and Jesus never showed up? We've been waiting on Jesus for the past 600 years.
Hey, I got.
I just need more facts now. We can't just keep having faith. At one point, because everything in life, you need facts. You need facts when you go to court. You need facts when you go to pay your rent. You need facts when you go to the bank. Why, when it comes to spirituality, we should have facts.
You're right.
I rock with you on that. That's why I'm agnostic. It's got to be facts. Don't be making
99.9% of the time, that is exactly what you need.
I think the problem with a lot of our black women, not all of my black women, but a lot of my black women, they rather believe in any man but the black man. If a black man come and tell them something different to believe in a black man, they fight them, they try to leave them, they say all this other stuff. But that same black woman want us black men to support another race of men who they worship.
Mike, real quick, the 0.1%, is that where you would put like faith and belief and things like that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I was just
I
wondering.
don't want to get to this whole stuff that y'all was talking about earlier too.
Go ahead, go ahead, Mike, and then we're gonna go to Andrea to respond to JP because he addressed her, and then we'll, see what happens.
They can address each other.
Okay, I thought you had something else to say about that. When you said 99.9,
yeah, okay, that 0.01%. It comes a time in every 0.1. Damn, and I teach math. That's fucked up. All right, it comes a time in every person's life where you'll need more than cold logic and fact to sustain you, and you all know that. So that's just, it is just what it is. If you don't know yet, you're gonna find out.
He said you're gonna learn today, not today.
Whoa. So you said at some point you will need more than facts and logic?
Cold facts and logic to sustain you. Yeah, I believe it.
He believes it, and that's where Anthony might be having a different point of view because he's not necessarily about belief. He's about, is it needed or not? I get, y'all's different points of view. Before we get deep into that conversation, though, Anthony, hold your thought.
Okay.
Maybe take some notes. Get yourself a pen, pencil, paper, something. We're going to go to Andrea next and then have JP respond to her. Then we'll come back to y'all's situation that you're talking about where, we're going to try to get everyone to get their thoughts across. Go ahead, Andrea.
I don't know what he said, but I don't remember the question that he asked me. I think the person who made the comment about the Bible being contradictory, I think was Bruiser. But JP,
what did you say to Andrea specifically? You said she
was on the train track.
No, what I was basically saying is, that it's a lot of either black women. Black women don't have to choose between a black man and that religion because there's a lot of black men waking up to realize that Christianity was nothing but bullshit. And sadly, our grandparents and all the other stuff was too docile and feeble-minded to throw that book in the garbage or burn it. They weren't willing to do that because the people that gave them that book scared the living shits out of them. If you didn't believe
I gotta correct you,
JP.
book,
you're going to hell.
I gotta correct you, JP. Do you realize I'm Nigerian, right? And you know that they weren't given that book. They had that religion in Africa.
Nigerians didn't always have that religion.
They had others. They worship deities of their own.
Right, but
Christianity was adopted. You know what part of the world it's from. You know what part of the world Jesus is from. They used to be attached to Africa. You do realize that.
Yeah, that's what they say, but that's what they told us. Right now, we don't know for nothing for a fact.
So I'm just trying to say that Christianity is not the white man's religion.
No, we're gonna go off the narrative what they put out there for the past 400 years. Okay, but what I'm saying is the Nigerians that can't even speak English, when the colonizers came to, did some little colonizing in Nigeria, that's when they gave y'all, you could speak everything else. You don't know nothing about English, but the only word you know is Jesus. That don't make sense to me.
All right, hold on. All right, Andrea, go ahead and address what JP asked you or said or whatever.
So I'm gonna trigger Mike on this one. I do believe that even though Caucasian culture has talked to us about Christianity, he mentioned 400 years. The belief system in Yeshua has been around for thousands of years. So it's
7,000 to be exact. In 355 BCE when the Council of Nicaea.
So even like but even when we look at like the pyramids and we look at like the hieroglyphics on the pyramids, they even are aligned with the Psalms and the Proverbs. So
I'm glad you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad that you used that analogy to equate. No, it wasn't in that because you got to keep in mind Egyptians being here way before that Christianity was even thought of. But no, okay, go ahead.
Now,
I'm just saying that Bible verses, all those stuff that you was trying to equate that with the hieroglyphics, that stuff was stolen and represented it under their own ethnicity and fed it back to us under their own ethnicity. So that stuff, the scriptures was stolen from the hieroglyphics.
What I'm saying to you is this. I believe that before it was considered Christianity, it was Hebrewism. Like when when you think about the Egyptians and you think about how they had, the Hebrews in bondage, and they were talking about, Moses and stuff like that. Like I believe that religion and that belief system has been along way before the Americas and way before Europeans were able to, get their hands on it. Because you have to remember the reason why there was so much controversy surrounding the Bible and the white man teaching black people the Bible is because it was illegal for us to read it. And the moment one of us read it, for example, Nat Turner, it caused him to go on a massacre and start to kill Europeans and white people.
Andrea,
like I said, it's all about the interpretation and how you feel about it. But I don't believe that that the Christians is a white man religion. I don't believe that.
I do want to correct you some about the other stuff. If you didn't hear, because you just said the white man gave you that religion, right? He also gave you those stories. They partake in that. That's how we came about with Christianity. We didn't go get it; they gave it to us. So I do want you to understand that the same people that gave you that book was the same people that gave you your source of what you just said about the hieroglyphics. Now it sounds like you didn't go to Egypt yourself, and it sounds like you nobody from Egypt told you their side of the story. The only side of the story that you pump into everybody on this platform, and then the people that's watching, of what one-sided, what American government gave you, allow you to have. That don't mean it's a fact because these people done told it to you and put it in the book. Have you been to Egypt? Have you read the hieroglyphics yourself? If you haven't, don't just spew stuff out and consider it it's a fact. That's
I did. I saw you there. Remember?
Education.
I was there with you.
Huh?
I was there with you. Remember?
You weren't never there with me because you wouldn't talk like that if you was.
Yeah, we were there together. Remember? You were next door. When I was reading them.
You definitely wasn't there with me
when you were reading them. He said, "Have you read the hieroglyphics?" All right. So we are going to, go. We'll go to Anthony real quick because we're gonna get to better you. What did you tell us to call you? But I forgot. Dre. Wait, no.
Yeah, Dre.
Hey, Dre. Okay, I knew I remembered.
Oh, that's my boy. What up, Dre?
First, and then we're gonna go to Dre. What? Oh no!
I'm just practicing, Kayla. I'm just practicing my new song.
You have lost your mind. I don't know what is happening.
He wasn't playing when he said he had a soundboard.
What?
Okay, I didn't do that.
So first, Anthony, then Dre, and then we'll see what Bruiser and Mike and everybody else got.
See, I think that this is the whole thing. I think that relationships are like, I've really put a lot of thought in this, and I think that I used to think that childbirth for a woman was like the hardest thing, like literally in the world. But honestly, I've come to the conclusion that relationships are the hardest thing that two individuals will ever experience in their life. Relationships are hard, and I think that the problem is that you're taking something that's already hard, and now what you're doing is that you're injecting belief systems, thoughts, feelings, things that are really not concrete into something that's already difficult. And I think that the reality of it is really like we really should narrow this thing down and really focus on, okay, just do the right, like Andre, like I would always treat you right because it's the right thing to do. Even when people are not looking, I'm going to treat you right. And then what should happen is that there should be a reciprocation, and there should be a level of gratitude and a healthy fear in the back of your mind that says that, wow, this dude treats me right. He pours into me. So now, if I don't do the right thing by him, there's a degenerate waiting in line that's basically going to abuse me, do all this kind of crazy stuff. So I think that if we walk with this concept of ingratitude for a person really sharing a space with us and being the best version of ourselves, You don't have to inject religion into it, because as soon as you inject something that is complicated into something complicated, then now it's going to get more complicated. Just keep it simple. Just keep it simple, and then thereby, and like really just enjoy the experience. Because if I'm experiencing you and I like what I experience, we cool. If I don't like what I experience, I'm not gonna rock with you. It's just really simple like that.
Mr. Anthony, I think because you damn sure made the point of the night by saying relationships are the most complicated thing two people can do. But I would challenge you to say the people with the best records in marriage practice that covenant of marriage under their religion, do they not?
No, they don't.
Around the world,
because the divorce rate, because the very thing that pimps and prostitutes do out in the world, in the secular world, preachers do the same identical thing. So you can't say that. Well, this covenant of religion, that doing the right thing, being honest, treating your partner right, being exclusive, doing the things right is only exclusive to marriage. It's not exclusive to marriage. Me treating a woman right is not exclusive to just to marriage.
That's true.
And so I should treat her right, because leadership is not exclusive to marriage. It's just not. I can lead a woman and not have to subscribe to any religion.
But is that woman exclusive to you without marriage?
Yes, she is. Because she is exclusive to me without marriage, because the agreement that we have is two individuals, that we will come together. And this is the union that we're going to form. Because marriage, honestly, I think here's the thing. Marriage for you, I'm sorry, and I'll be short. Marriage, I think you really have to I think it was Andre that said it, like she doesn't want to have kids. So ultimately, she really doesn't need to get married, because marriage is for bearing kids and starting a legacy. Whereas that for me, I'm not interested in having kids. So therefore, I don't need a wife.
So that I do agree with. I often say anybody who's single, you be single. I'm never like trying to oppress single people. Yeah. If you have children, you need to be married. That is my.
If you have children, you want to have children, be married, because
I do agree with
that foundation of mom and dad. Now that is a foundation where two they need to see two, because they need to see a balance. But if you don't want to be married, if you don't want to have kids, then don't get married. Yeah, you know, because me being loyal to if Kay and I are married, me being loyal and not cheating on her and being faithful and making her feel secure and being a provider and doing the things I'm supposed to do, that's not exclusive to marriage. I can do those things without being married. Oh, you want to have a what do you call those things? A prenup? Cool. We can have a prenup if things don't work out. You want life insurance? Cool. We can have. I'll put life insurance on me. You put life insurance on you. We make each other beneficiaries.
Hey, and we seen that in our like when I was growing up, my aunts and uncles and stuff. They've been together for 20 years and never was married. I got a question to Andrea. Andrea, how strong, if you had to rate yourself of your belief system with the Christianity? I just want to ask you this question. I'm gonna get off this. From 1 to 10, what's your scale? How strong you believe in that religion?
I would say that I don't necessarily believe in the whole religious aspect as much as I believe in my God being Jehovah. I believe in God. I believe in God. I don't really subscribe to the whole, you have to do it this way. You have to do it that way. If you don't do it this way, God's going to be mad at you and he's going to send you to hell. I don't believe that. I believe that God is a caring God. He's an understanding God, and he is love. And I lead with love, or at least that's what I try to do. I want to love. I want to do that. So,
do you believe in some of the principles that they have?
Yes, I do. I believe in the Bible. I don't believe in
the Bible. So we could just religion. We could just remove the religion. You believe in that Bible, right? Strong, right?
Yes.
With the principles that go with it, right? So earlier today, I like to challenge that beliefs of yours with the Bible, because earlier today you was advocating for hoes, and in the Bible it says that you shouldn't be fucking until you marry. Would you
Right.
agree?
I agree to
So
that, and I also think that God is a
being a
loving God.
Christian,
I
being
don't
a
think
Christian that believe in that Bible so strongly, why you was advocating for whores?
this is the thing, because at the end of the day, in the Bible, when Jesus was eating and the whore was the one who cleaned his feet, he told his disciples to follow her example. Okay, when we think about prophets,
Jesus didn't marry no hoes.
hold on, excuse me, I'm
Andrea.
not finished talking.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not finished talking. Thank you. When we think about God and we think about how God is supposed to be loving and how he's supposed to be understanding, he sees us past the human eye. So I don't subscribe to the stigma that we put on people who decide that they want to partake in sex work. I don't believe I believe in seeing people through God's eyes, and God understands all and he is love. So
I
um
think
so
I think a lot. I just believe a lot of Christians believe in Christianity because it's not no accountability. Identical like with a lot of women, ain't no accountability. That's why I think why a lot of people choose to believe in Christianity, because
can I finish,
you
please?
can
I
just
wasn't
get away
even
with
done.
stuff without no repercussions. You
I
don't
wasn't even
practice nothing about that Bible, but you worship it. Everything that's in the Bible, the principles that they have in that Bible, you do not practice it on a day-to-day basis. But now you say
Okay, are you
you
gonna let me
believe.
finish or are you gonna continue to
Oh,
overtalk me? You asked me a question.
all right, go ahead.
What I'm saying is this. When we started even talking about the Bible, I was the one who said I feel like a lot of people who subscribe to Christianity can be hypocritical sometimes. I feel like that people use things to say it because it's convenient for them in whatever conversation. I believe in God. I believe God loves me, and I believe that God understands me, and I believe that I see him different than the average human being who says that if you do this, if you do that, you're going to burn in eternal hellfire. I don't believe that. I believe God is a very understanding God, and we don't give him enough credit. That's what I believe.
So
I
you don't
believe
believe
that.
in the Bible,
I'm sorry, what?
so you don't believe in the Bible. See, what you doing is cherry picking, and
God, I can't
you
even
adding
listen
to the
to
Bible.
you
You
talk to me.
blaspheming, because the Bible. You said certain stuff you don't believe in the Bible. You contradict it.
That's
You
not
try
what
to.
I
No,
said.
what I'm saying is, I said specifically the principles of that Bible. What you doing is creating your own narrative of what the Bible should mean
Why
to
are you
you.
asking me a question if you already know the answer?
But no, I'm saying the principles, because I grew up on that same Bible too. I'm 37 years old, so
Okay.
you know
Well,
damn
it
well
seems
I
like you
grew up
already
on
have
that
a
Bible.
preconceived notion of whatever I'm about to say, so I'm just gonna stop answering questions because at this point you're like really killing me.
No, I just want you to stay to the top of the Bible. Right now, it seems like you added your own
So
ad libs
I
and
think she's
stuff to the
saying
Bible.
that I think she's saying that she thinks people don't give God enough credit, and that, and she believes that God is a understanding God based on things that are said in the Bible. Is this what you're saying, Andrea? That people just,
Yes, I'm
But
saying that people.
that's not what
Shut
that Bible
up.
says. That Bible
wait,
says
okay,
don't
wait.
commit sin.
Who's the
Fucking
best
before marriage is a sin.
who's the best Bible interpreter here?
No,
Because I think
the
the
Bible
Bible does
specifically
say,
says any
We got a
sin
few
you
in the
break
chat.
is.
I
The
think
Bible
the Bible
specifically
does
says
say
if you
that.
break a sin, one sin is not greater than the next. But yet she not
But you can be forgiven.
upholding her. She not upholding her having a lot of all this sex before marriage.
Oh my goodness. I think that
So she don't have no
there was
problem having a whole bunch of sex and sex and sex.
JP.
Because she was saying it earlier.
JP, huh?
Right. Remember oh my God. Remember a few weeks ago when it was you that JP was accusing of being out here?
I got in his ass though. I
And
got in his
now
ass
he's
for that.
doing it to Andrea. Like, JP, are you just gonna pick a person each time and just
No,
make them
because a
the
lot of
target
stuff she
of
was
your
saying
accusation?
earlier, I couldn't believe the words. I thought she was up here just trolling y'all earlier. I couldn't
Who
believe the stuff
said
that
I
she
have
was
thought you
sex,
were
sex,
saying.
trolling too,
sex?
Andrea,
Who
for real,
said
for
that?
real.
When did I say have sex, sex, sex? When did I
No,
say
because
that?
when Bruceman was talking about when women because
With a
Humble
past?
Dad and them, when they was talking about because you said we just afraid that if we get with hoes, we're gonna be afraid of what other people think, and that's not necessary. It can I would agree with you about it's 20% of the case. 80% of the case, just men just simply don't want a woman that every man done been in. That's disgusting.
Okay, I don't even know what
it is unbiblical. It's unbiblical.
What do you mean it's unbiblical? First of all, this is my thing.
God don't advocate for whores. But
Rahab was a prostitute. Hold on. Let me clarify this. Rahab was a prostitute and was an ancestor of Jesus Christ. Do you know who Rahab was? No, we're talking about the people God used in the Bible. He didn't use the people who are preachers and pastors and the scribes and the Pharisees. He used humble people. So when we put this narrative and this spin on everything, like you have to be doing it this way or you have to be doing it that way, I feel like that's when things are being discombobulated, because the God that I serve is going to love me regardless of my past, and he's going to love me past all the things that I've done. So I'm sorry if that's not enough for you.
Right, but honestly, you crucified Kanye though.
What about what?
You did do that. You crucified Kanye.
I flipped it on Kanye.
When we start talking about Kim and his wife and stuff, you say, well, when you didn't have nothing else to rebut, you say, well, ain't nobody perfect. But you didn't give that same grace to Kanye.
I did.
I think that's a valid point. I think that's a valid point he just made.
I said no one is perfect.
A lot of these women, men don't have no grace. It seems like we're not part of God's children either. When we do something wrong,
I don't think y'all.
We should get the penalty for everything. But you willing to give Kim?
Wait, what did she say? Say that again.
Like she was perfect, but you didn't give that same grace to Kanye. Why is that?
Andrea, say what you said again.
I believe when God created man, you guys were the rough draft for something more special. God created us so he can become a helper to you guys, because he saw that you guys needed us. He saw that it was not good for men to be alone, so he created a helper because you guys needed our help.
So the helper is the main course. That's what you said?
Yeah, you guys were the rough draft.
Well, I believe a lot of people in this generation have been taught to think the same thing. And then I watched The Real Housewives of Atlanta and I changed my mind.
We were the remix. Y'all were the rough draft.
Wow.
Yeah. I was just really trying to do this reference earlier while Anthony was talking about preachers. I really wanted to say the rap version of TD Jakes prophesizing on your CDs and tapes. I wanted to say that so bad, and clearly no one on the panel has any idea where that came from. But does anyone in the chat know where it came from? Rap version of TD Jakes prophesizing on your CDs and tapes? Nobody? No? Okay. All right.
Local.
So let's go to Bruiser. Actually, I don't think Dre, did you talk?
Nah, but I kind of lost my thoughts. So
oh my goodness. Okay, Bruiser, I know you got something to say.
All I'm gonna say is I heard everybody's point. I can understand how people feel, man. It's all based on your religion and stuff. But I'm a firm believer that if anything is supposed to work, you should be working from the same blueprint, from the same schematics. That's how it gets done. You can't build a construction site if you got two different blueprints holding in your hand. Somebody gonna fuck up something. So you need to be on the same accord. That's all I'm saying. If a man come with a plan, people like Andre should just bend to her man's will.
Yep. Goddamn. I'm sorry.
That's
damn
not
right. Andrea, I not only do I agree with Bruiser, I will put it to you like this. Why I'm holding the comb. Goddamn, my bad. All right. You don't even realize that that's exactly what you're going to expect your future man to do. You won't follow somebody who won't lead.
This is a difference here, okay? So let me say this. You guys talk about leading us. Where are you guys leading us to? Okay, poverty. What do you uneducated? What if women rule the world? If there was a woman president, do you think we'd be in a war right now? We wouldn't.
Wait, well, let's backtrack. Do you think women can rule men?
Yes, I do. In fact, I think we already do.
A case can be made for how you can persuade us, but please explain to me how, in a world built, literally physically built by men, in which women have no actual political or any type of power that they organically made themselves, how can you rule men that have all the power and made all of the political and civilized structures that we have in this world?
So can I?
Same way Cleopatra was able to get so many kingdoms through.
Hey, do you know Cleopatra?
And
Do you
even
know
she died.
Cleopatra? Have you seen Cleopatra?
She did, but she was able to finesse him out of his kingdom. So.
See, no, we ain't gonna live because women love to live in a fantasy world. The truth is, you would die. Women would die in seconds. The only reason why you think you're just powerful because of the protection and the provision that men give to women. If we take back all of this protection and provision, you would die in seconds because there'd be people, men, at you constantly. They're gonna take it, beat you, hurt you. They're gonna do whatever they want to you. But thanks to men, we set this protection foundation for women and provision. We built all this stuff to give you the idea to make you think that you're running something. You don't run nothing because everything that's
I want to hear what Anthony got to say, JP.
was built by men. Everything.
So let me say this here. I'm going to say this. This is what I believe. I think that next to God, that the woman is the most powerful creature in the universe next to God. Okay. But the problem is that man is not God. And when man knows he's God, then now the woman basically aligns with him. And I think that what happens is that I think that, I think there's a danger in this here narrative about the world was built by women, built by men. But the problem is that if you go back through history, all the great wars were fought because of women. They was fought because of
that is objectively not true. Most great wars were fought because there was a rising power and there was a declining power.
Yeah. So subjectively not true is different.
No, that's not subjective. That is objective.
So hold on one second.
Hold on, let him finish. Hold
on, let me finish. So when you look at, for example, like the Taj Mahal, right? Mm-hmm. The Taj Mahal was built for a woman. Because the man he was into her vagina. He was into that pussy like that. Mm-hmm. Helen of Troy brought down Greece because Greece was brought down because of Helen. The whole Trojan horse was because of Helen of Troy. Yeah. So I think the thing about it is here. Now I will concede. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish this point. I will concede the fact that men, yes, are powerful and we are builders. And we're supposed to be dominant. We're supposed to be dominant. We're supposed to be masculine. But the fact of the matter is that the problem has been that throughout time in history, that women have been able to influence weak men. That's the problem. Women have been able to influence with weak men with their sex because women lead with their sex and with their beauty. Men lead with their status and with their money. When you take a woman's sex and beauty away from her, take it away from her. Just take it away from her. And now make her show up and be now the best.
I want to ask Andrea.
I think that's a perspective, but I'm pretty sure many of us on this panel don't share that perspective.
Andrea,
I understand. So, hold on, JP. Let me say this. I do understand what you were saying, and what the way I understand that is that a woman's power is not brute strength. A woman's power is not dominant. A woman's power is in persuasion.
Exactly.
That is what women have had throughout this whole world. I always use this analogy. There are two boys fighting over a piece of treasure. A girl walks up. A modern woman is going to think, let me get down there and fight so I can have a piece of the treasure too. A smart woman is going to say, let me wait for one of them boys to get up after he won and say, oh, baby, you bleeding. Let me take care of you. Exactly. By the way, can I have half of this treasure? A woman's power is persuasion. She does not have the brute strength to influence anything in this world. Therefore, most men got to understand that, no, we are the dominant force in this world. But I believe a woman who knows that her power is persuasion is actually powerful.
Yeah. Mike, literally,
hold on real quick.
We're saying the same thing.
Okay, so Mike, and Anthony, since y'all are saying the same thing, because I think I was going to ask you too, Anthony, while you were talking, I was listening. Do y'all think that a greater percentage of women are able to utilize that power of persuasion than men are able to use, their power to influence people, if that makes sense? So, like, let's say the average man. Do you think the average man can overcome, I guess, women's powers of persuasion?
No,
Yes.
no, not the
Yes.
average.
So I think
Not
that's
the
where we
average.
differ. Here's why. Men built civilization. The only reason that we are able to have families, that we were able to create a police force when it's working well to guard each other's families. Men stand in front and say, "Don't harm my children. We're going to stand here and dictate the terms of how this is run. School systems, roads, all of this." The average man has done more for society in general. The proof is right in front of your doorstep. Okay, that house that you live in was built by a group of men. That is the progress of civilization that men built. There's no amount of female persuasion that could have built all this shit.
So let me
wait, hold on, JP, because Anthony had a opposing view to what Mike just said. So I want to get his perspective on that same question.
So I think that what Mike. So I agree with what Mike said, but I think that he's not answering the question, because what you did was you said the word average. When you say the word average, so if you're saying let's just talk in just like talking points or slang. When you say simp, a simp is an average, a beta is an average. When you say alpha, now you're saying above average. A woman can persuade a simp and a beta to do anything that she wants him to do. But a alpha, she cannot persuade, because he does not succumb easily to her seduction. So I think that we have to divide it up and say, because we say it is said in this here whole spear that there are more simps out here than there is leaders. So the women are influencing the simps and the betas, getting them to buy them and pay for them to go on trips and flying them in. The women ain't giving up no cheeks and no hams, and then they basically sending them back basically, and she don't care. So I think the thing about it is that men, I think there's a movement where now there are now more dominant men coming into the picture that will not be influenced. Because I'm a firm believer, you have to take away you take away her power. Take away a scorpion's power, then what is he? He's nothing.
I thought I answered the question, because she specifically said more. Yeah, she specifically said more women. The issue, and I think the modern issue, is that that analogy, that scenario that I gave, a lot of women don't know that their power is even persuasion. They think their power is brute force, like men. They want to get down there and bludgeon themselves with men, thinking they're going to come up victorious. So what I'm saying is that the average man and just his simpness and beta maleness will produce more progress in this world than a woman that thinks she's out, that doesn't know her own power. That's what.
So Mike, would you say that the average man and the average woman are both underutilizing powers that they could possibly be utilizing?
I don't think men are underutilizing their power. I think the power structures between men are the same as they've always been. There are most men. So now that we know most men just work and live, of all races, most men just work, live, produce in society. And we work the entirety of our lives, close to our death date. The variables start to come in on the women's end.
Somebody said something to you in the chat, Mike. I want to bring it up and have you respond.
Okay.
So Jamal Clark, hi Jamal, thanks for your support. Said, so Mike is wrong. Men built the world for women because men naturally don't seek luxury over practicality. What are your thoughts, Mike?
I think we're kind of, if that's a deeper conversation, because we're kind of saying the same thing. But he just said men built the world. That's what I said.
But he said for women. So then
is he saying that women are in fact more powerful because we built the world for them?
Something for them. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think I was about to say that's asked and answer. Yeah, I've already kind of answered that. In
So
perspective.
Hold on, Anthony. I was gonna go after you.
Hold on, JP. Do you think that men built the world the way that it is, or whatever, based on that talking point?
So in fact, no, I will answer. You're right. Men built the world for their families. People think it's about women. It's for our children. We built the world for our families. We built civilization for our families. We built the police to protect our families while we're at work. That's why we built them.
Your wife, or she wouldn't be part of that? Your family?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. He's saying woman. I'm saying families. I think every man here with kids knows that feeling that they had watching that little baby in there when they first came out. I got to do something for this. I got to go to work to provide a big house and a play area for this baby right here. That's even mothers will tell you that.
Did you have that feeling for your pregnant wife? Like, I need to make sure that she is
absolutely.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Okay, let me respond back to that point that you said earlier about a woman persuasion could be that's her power.
Anthony, your unscrew pouring game is strong and loud.
I apologize, Kay. I apologize. I apologize. I'll go mute. I'm sorry.
Commercial is going on here. Okay, go ahead, JP.
I want to say that the best way to get that power from a woman from persuasion, and I've been said this on the panel all the time. I say it all the time, like what Anthony was saying. You take away her vagina and her looks, they have nothing. So if a woman comes to me, let's just say Andrea try to approach me, try to change my thoughts with her looks and her beauty, and try to persuade me to believe in what she want me to believe in. Me, I'm the type of guy I won't give a fuck about all her looks, because the best way to strip your power for men is to simply don't want it. So you can't give me something, you can't persuade me with something that I'm not interested in. Like if I try to convince you with $500 to go against something against your will, you're gonna be like, you can't persuade me with money. So at that moment, you have killed every little power, any little persuasion that I had to offer. So a woman try to offer her vagina and her looks to persuade me to go against my family or do this or do that. No, I don't want your pussy. Now what? What you got now? She has nothing else to offer.
JP, do you think that women are only valuable for their bodies?
Do you want me to be for real, or you want me to be nice?
Come on, JP. You know me. I want you to say what you really think. Do you think that women's only value is their bodies?
Realistically, for a lot of men, there's a lot of men that be simple won't say the stuff that I'm boldly would say. Yeah.
Interesting.
Outside of sex and breeding babies and stuff, and maybe we don't like to hear our woman talk. And then I was about to ask Andrea, what is a good woman? What do women bring to the table? Huh?
JP, you don't like anything about women outside of physical?
Outside of physical, no.
Wow. Okay, let's go to the next.
Let me clear that up so people won't think somebody's sweet. Like a lot of times,
that's a traditional view.
No, but a lot of times, like
I'm
like
asking,
for example,
I'm all y'all.
When we be having these conversations and stuff, men believe in accountability. No matter we take it, no matter what. And when we talk to women, they live in a fantasy world where we live in the real world.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I just want to get the answer to that question from everyone since only men are left. Andrea will be back. So JP does not like anything about women except physical. Got it. Let's go to Anthony. Then we're going to go to Dre. Then we're going to go to Mike. Just this one question, and then we'll continue the conversation. I'm just curious. Anthony, do you like anything about women? Like anything?
Yes, I do. And what I do, and let me add context to it. Let me add context to it.
JP, just calm down, okay?
Hold on. Let me because I do believe in what JP is saying. What I do is this. So for example, I'll ask a woman, I said, look, saying you're beautiful goes without saying, but I asked her, like, where have you traveled to? What type of restaurant? What's the last interesting restaurant that you've gone to? I want to know if she's interesting. If she's not interesting, then no, because she's got to interest me. If there's no interest in terms of like intellectually,
of course. But I mean, okay, let me be more clear.
Okay.
Is there anything about women specifically that you like about women? Like if somebody said, what are the things you like about men? There are things that I specifically like that women don't really do as much as men.
Okay, like so femininity.
Hold on, JP. You already answered, bro. Like, let's go. So like Anthony, what are the things that you like about women specifically? Not just like common interest, because of course that's the same thing you would like about men too, like friends, right? Like just having things in common or things to talk about. But I'm saying, like, what are the things about women that you like or enjoy outside of anything physical? And JP, look, JP, calm down.
I mean, outside of physical, I mean, I don't know. I mean, unless she's interesting intellectually.
All right. So, you don't have to justify. I'm just trying to get the answer.
I mean, outside the physical, I don't.
Actually, let's go to Mike first, and then Dre. Mike, what do you like about women outside of physical?
Dre first.
No. Because I already know what you're doing.
I'm over here writing shit down. I'm like,
look, I'm a teacher. I know who to call on and when. Mike, what do you like about women besides physical?
All right. Let me say this, because this is the only thing I can come up with, to be honest. I'm answering for like the modern world, because women work. There are more women in the workforce than there are men. I enjoy, and I think it's necessary, women have perspective. I enjoy their perspective. Two dudes sitting at a wall saying, damn, we got to move this wall. How are we going to bust this wall down? A woman's going to come through and say, why don't we just build a door in that mud? So I enjoy a woman's perspective. That's what I would say, other than her body.
Okay. I know I didn't give you the full amount of time to jot your notes.
That was so nice. That was nice.
We're gonna go to thank you, Mike. Dre, what do you enjoy about women besides anything physical?
Well, Mike said a big part of it. Perspective. I feel like when a man finds a good woman, she does see things differently. Her solutions are different. A good example is I met a woman who was a carpenter, and I took up carpentry just like as an amateur. But even the way we approached making the same thing and got to that result was so different. I like women because women are incubators and then multipliers. And what I mean by that is, if I give a woman a space, she'll give me a place of refuge and peace. If I give a woman a seed, she'll give me a child. If I give her time, she'll give me a legacy.
Okay, so I have another question. Because it seems pretty split.
I found some
Hold on, JP. Hold on. So it seems about split. Now, JP, don't go answering another question, because I have a different one, right? Okay. What is it that you all like about men? JP? Look, I'm going to come to you next, Mike, because I don't like how you be looking at that other screen. I know what you over there.
I'm looking at my invoices, okay? I just got paid. This one I could talk all day. Isn't it ironic? So,
it's going to be JP.
Whatever.
It's going to be JP, then Mike, then Dre, then Anthony. So JP, most of y'all only had really one thing about women. Dre, you had a couple more, but JP and Anthony, y'all couldn't think of anything.
No, I said her intellect.
Hold on.
I said her intellect. I think I like it because women are smart. I like that.
Okay, but anyone can.
And I said that I like that women got your man back. You can trust women more than.
Oh, so now y'all okay. So what? Okay, smart and have your back. Things that you would also say, right, about your friends, I guess. I'm asking like specifically, but okay. So JP, what are the things you like about men? Like as friends?
I don't like nothing about men.
Okay, so you don't like anything about men or women.
I don't like niggas, I don't like bitches, I don't like nobody.
Right. I don't like nobody, right? I know.
You consistent.
I don't like nobody.
Right. Okay, so okay. So JP doesn't like anybody. All right. Mike, what are the things that you like about men?
I'll rephrase it. Things I like about being a man.
No, the things you like about male associates. Like the qualities that you like that men. Just now you were like, men built the world. Like
yeah.
Okay, so what are the things that you like about men?
I mean, it really just goes back to logic and practicality. I like how methodical men can be, and I do believe men are a bit more patient. And let me find the word. I don't want to say easygoing. Men are more malleable. That's what it is. We're more malleable.
Would you say like nonchalant, unbothered?
No, not even nonchalant, because I would think we take things seriously. Like I said, we built the world. That's a pretty serious feat, but we're more dutiful. When it comes time to tell us something needs to be done without complaint, obviously most of the world's military is comprised of men telling them they need to go somewhere and fight, and those mugs don't argue. So men are more dutiful. I really like that.
I remember when you were before, like this is just interesting. Like when you were on the show before, and we talked about like the qualities that make a good wife, and dutiful was one of them.
Mm-hmm. Dutiful wife. But dutiful individual, I would have to say, just using that military perspective, that you can tell men to get in line for a purpose and they will trust and believe in that purpose. A bunch of women be like, I ain't doing that shit, which is why the infantry is comprised of mostly men.
Well, I don't know if that's why, but okay.
Well, yeah, there are other reasons why, but
I mean, so Dre, what do you like most about like men? And come on, y'all, like this is not a trap to be like, ooh, men. I'm just asking, like, what do you
Okay, you know you don't treat. You know she done made y'all come out the closet, right?
No, this is not anything like that. I'm just saying, literally, like, because
no, I get the question.
Okay.
I would say I'm trying to think of things Mike ain't said.
You and Mike all on one accord.
I think him and I have some similar perspectives.
We're a part of. Oh, all of us are part of the DSS, the Dark Skin Society. We talk.
I like women better than men. If that answers your question, Kate. I like women better than I do men.
So
only because women have.
I would hope so.
No, I trust women. The reason I came up with that first answer because I was just mad at Andrea earlier.
JP, you're awesome.
When it comes to my women, my emotions be over. There's a few things I love about women that I feel more.
Okay, JP, wait, JP, hold on. We're gonna get to you because I want to make sure that Dre and Anthony answer this question about men. So, Dre, thank you for understanding the question and not being all like ew or whatever.
Nah, I would say the biggest things that come to my mind, just from the few that are in my inner circle, objectivity. I can count on them that we all hold each other to account, and we're going to give our unbiased opinions, whether it's good, whether it's bad. We hold each other accountable, and I know, should I ever need to go to war for something, I know I got a good 3-4 guys I can call on. And right now it's 2:15 in the morning. All it is they'll give me 5 minutes, put my shoes on. I'll be right there.
Okay. All right. So that goes back to Mike's point of being dutiful and just having, All right, Anthony, what are your thoughts on that same question?
So I think that for me, I like men that I like these particular qualities. One is leadership. Um, I'm very big on leadership. I'm very big on accountability. I like one of the other characteristic qualities is vision, purpose, and then also clarity. Because just to say those things, and then when you find a dude that can really like expound and inspire you based off of his vision or his purpose, I think that those are qualities that make me respect him. Outside of that, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so all right. JP, are you there? No?
Coming. I'm here.
I can't stop thinking about Moneybag Yo like right now because you just I got time today or whatever. I just keep playing it in my head. But all right, so I know you had something to say. Go ahead, and then we're gonna continue the conversation.
Now, if I'm being more realistic.
Wait, before we move on, do y'all have time today? Because I do. It's like
I got
I'm
time
back to
today.
school soon, and I'm trying to like all these hours.
I'm knocking out my final paper. I'm gonna be up anyway.
Okay, so Bray has time today. JP, I know you got time today. Mike, do you have time today?
Are we talking literally or figuratively?
No, like literally right now.
You said Moneybag Yo. This said so
No,
I'm like, am I about to catch some smoke or what? Okay.
You just have some time today.
I got a little bit of time left.
Okay. Anthony, you got time today? You got a pen in hand. I feel like you got time today.
Okay.
All right.
It's just 1 o'clock here. I'm good.
JP, go ahead, because I know you had a lot to say.
When it comes to women, it's a lot of stuff that I love about women. That's why I be going crazy most of the time and be on these platforms upset because I do got there's a lot of stuff that I like about women. One, when you compare women and men, if I have a group full of females and a group full of men and we try to build a project together, let's say I'm the head HNIC, I will be able to trust that woman way quicker than I will a man, because the man gonna have the same type of, they want to be the boss as well, so they're gonna do, a lot of men will do whatever it takes to take my position. I like the humbleness of the traditional woman, the old school woman, not the modern. I think the modern women is too far gone. They becoming more in line of the characteristics of a man in 2022 now. But the original woman, it's a lot of stuff that I like about them. The ones that I could be sitting up there acting all aggressive. And Kay, you done calm me down a lot just with your femininity. Your femininity has a lot of power.
Thank you.
Femininity is very powerful. And then if you're a street guy, if you wanna trick some guys out their money, all you gotta do is use a woman. So women can be very you can use women for multiple things that you couldn't do with a man. I don't like a man because he thinks like me. I know how I think. I know I could be grimy at times, and I know that other man could be grimy as well. So I really don't like. I'm like that in life now. I don't really care to hang around a lot of guys, because a lot of times when I hang around guys, I got my guards up. We got that low level of violence up. Mm-hmm. Like you really can't just let your guards down and feel safe. Whereas a woman, I believe it's never supposed to be the right hand man. Mm-hmm. I believe it's always supposed to be the right hand woman, because your woman gonna have your back when nobody else will. That femininity causes her to that estrogen causes her to not necessarily submit, but like she's not trying to be the big man. She gonna let you have that role. But like if I start a business, that woman gonna protect it more than any man that I know in my family, any man that I know that's a friend, anybody. That woman gonna be there and hold your back when nobody else will.
Do you think it's because of competitiveness, JP? Because I heard you say like a few seconds ago,
men's supposed to be competitive. Men's supposed to be competitive with each other. That's why we compete to get that woman, because we know the value of a woman. You know, women has a lot of value to them, and it's very powerful. And then all the men trying to compete for it.
Which, to JP's point, that's why when you go back and I think that JP's point is so valid and it's so crystal clear. And I think that what it does is it undermines this here whole narrative that, well, men created the world for women. I think that women have a huge influence, have had a huge influence, though non-masculine. They have a huge influence in how society runs. Mm-hmm. You know, if it wasn't for women, men will be just walking around here just smelling funky and would never take no baths.
And angry.
Angry all the time.
Yeah.
And because so what we do, I mean, we wouldn't even look half as nice if it wasn't for women. We wouldn't take care of ourselves to impress. Like, women have a whole value. The problem comes in is that when men do not know their worth and value, because a woman can manipulate you. A woman can bring you down. A woman can destroy you. She can do that. She has the power to do it. If you're not a man.
This is true.
Completely.
This is true. I guess this is a sign of modern times. That's what we're dealing with in modern times.
Somebody said something. Where is that comment? I think it was Natural Empress. Shout out. It was something like, you know, oh, here it is. Why did these men keep talking about modern women as if they themselves are ancient? Y'all are modern too.
So let me respond to that, because I often say this. It's like, no, not really. The difference is women have changed. Men have not changed throughout history. No. Listen. The issue is that, so in our community, Black women especially have a problem with giving their bodies, their time, their attention, and their drive to the lowest ranking member of the group. No other woman on earth does that. So the 2020 census was very indicative of this. We found out that Black men really, by and large, are go to work. They ain't got no kids. They're not out here. They're not really Pookies and Ray Rays as the Black women say they are. They are just talking about the men they all sleep with. So to say that these men are modern too, yeah, not really. We haven't changed.
But when you're saying they, we have to think about of married Black couples, most people are average.
Oh yeah.
So if
most people are average.
Hold on. If that's the case, that's why average is the word. If that's the case, what you're saying is not true in terms of people that are married.
Wait, are you saying
Black women are generally settling down with an average Black man who is average? And unless you think the average Black man is the lowest blah, whatever you just said, then what you're saying is not true.
Wait, I think we got our wires crossed. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, you just said.
No, I said that Black women are associating with the lowest ranking members of the group.
Okay, and I'm
they are using.
I'm saying for the most part, Black women who get married are marrying average men.
I agree.
Okay, so then do you think they're low ranking?
No, they're not married. No, this is what I'm saying. So 1 in 4 Black women are married.
Okay, so you're taking out all married women.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think we got our wires crossed.
Well, every man is average, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say most men are average men.
No, what I mean by it, you could be a millionaire and you average to somebody else because it's always somebody great.
No, that's not a millionaire. Is not average. It's not
if you're a millionaire, Jay-Z would make you look like you broke.
I said a millionaire is not an average man in this society.
We have to use some kind of metric. We have to use some. There has to be some way of measuring. And if we're talking like right now,
and this goes back into what we were talking about when we said men have not changed. It is a man's resources that ultimately determine his status in society. That has not changed. So that's why men have not changed.
What has changed about women?
Women are driving trucks now.
Wait,
They're
Mike,
driving
what's the thing that changed? If for men,
They cars and everything. They drinking Hennessy straight.
Mike, if the thing is that men have stayed the same as you're saying because resources are resources and that's how it's been, what is the thing that it used to be for women and what is the thing that it is now?
The women have given away their number one power.
Wait, no. That's not what
I was going to say.
No, wait.
What has changed for women is the trivialization of sex and the trivialization of childbirth.
Okay, so what did that look like before and what does it look like now?
It used to be done under the covenant of marriage and attachment to a male partner. Now, the independence portion of it, women are, for whatever reason, deciding that they can do it without that covenant of marriage and without the father involved.
You think women just started like recently having kids outside of? You think that
not like well, think about it like this: when you would see women that were single mothers, it was because they were widowed 100 years ago, or even 60 years ago.
In America,
we were married at a rate of 80% plus.
Okay, so you're talking about specifically America, and you're saying
around the world, the marital numbers are much higher. So we can go in Asia or in the Middle East. They're married at a rate, I believe, 80-something%, and their marriage lasts 90-something%. And those are arranged marriages. So marriage is the theme still around the world, and especially if you have children, those people are married.
So now
you're making a false equivalent.
So okay, so just Anthony, before you answer, just to be clear, Mike, you're saying that before the thing that changed is that before women were I guess kind of adhering to a standard.
They prioritized. To me, it's a matter of priority.
Okay, and now what are the women? What are women's priorities?
Their self.
And like, what does that look like?
Same thing as me.
Your education, your career, your space. Don't want to share any of it, but it's to the detriment of the community. Essentially.
So family used to be the priority and now it's self?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Even though women still statistically like do most of the child rearing and things like that.
No, they don't. They don't. Statistically, they don't.
No, they don't.
So I'll put it to you like this. Here's the interesting thing. Women are now in the workforce more than men. Jay Prince, you got kids in daycare?
Yep.
When you go drop your kid off at daycare, is it all women or is it half fathers that drop them off? It's usually half dads. You'll see that if a woman works,
I meant to say half is because
it's usually half fathers. If women are in the workforce,
I cannot believe you just did that, JP. This is some real.
He said all women. He said all women.
Literally said all women.
No, because
as soon, Mike, as you coerced me.
No, I didn't mean to coerce him.
Anthony, did you see that?
He literally
all right, I was gonna say, I'm not trying to coerce him. What I'm trying to say,
he said all women.
He said all women.
You see,
all right. So I'm not trying to coerce you. I'll take your point. He said all women. The point I'm trying to make is if men and women work and women are actually represented in the workforce more than men, because more men are in jail, you will start to see that things like child rearing and taking them to daycare, getting them ready for school, giving them baths, all of those things are now moving toward the middle. So it's not women primarily doing the child rearing, because if they work, they'll work a multitude of different hours. And especially some of the jobs they work, i.e. being a nurse or healthcare, they will have more variable shifts than their
women
husbands.
are mostly the ones who are going to parent-teacher conferences, who are making doctor's appointments, who are dropping off at daycare, who are changing diapers, who are
But those aren't the only elements of child rearing.
I know. But everyone, okay, you name me the one. You name it. The one that men do more often in early, let's say, I'm not talking about like kids that are grown. Mm-hmm. You tell me, because I'm not saying that, I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. Maybe I don't know. You tell me, what are the things that men do at a higher rate as it relates to child rearing than women?
This is actually the number one thing that men do, and the number one thing missing from our society: discipline. We do that more than all the moms combined.
Okay.
Kay, before you move on, right? I can tell you a story what happened to me this weekend. My car broke down in the middle of the highway.
JP, you're on punishment because you tried to lie.
No.
You are on
Yeah, man,
punishment.
you almost broke my whole argument up. You can give me contradictory information.
My car broke down in the middle of the highway. I managed to get to this, those little things where when you driving on the highway, they got this little resting booth. So I pulled my car up in there. I called the damn auto mechanic. Guess who showed up?
A woman.
A woman with some tight, dirty blue jeans like she a trucker. Went up there, lifted my fucking hood, and found out and had these machines and found out it was my alternator.
Okay, JP, what does that have to? Okay,
That's something that we usually will see women do.
All right.
Women, they skip from change their own tires to lifting the hoods and fixing shit and diagnosing the problem. That's a problem within itself.
So,
well, this is the thing.
Ain't nobody baking cakes no more.
Dre, real quick before we get to you, because I mean, the thing that Mike talked about, discipline, I mean, I think that's conjecture, but if you have some data to prove that men are the ones doing more, I mean, I'm only saying this, listen, Mike, I'm only saying this because the only reason I'm saying this, listen.
But how much discipline are you doing every day?
Let me tell you why I'm saying it. Hold on. The only reason I'm saying that is because most kids who live with one parent live with their mom. So like they would be doing the majority of any disciplining. That's why I'm saying that. But I mean, if the men and the families are doing so much discipline and it's so effective and oh my goodness, this is amazing, and they do it more than anyone else, more than women, then why is there so much that goes on in our neighborhood in terms of young people doing things that they should not be doing?
Because if their father is in the home.
Wait, you just said they do most of the discipline. So
wait. You're referencing if their father is in the home, they still doing
no, I'm referring to what you just said. I said, what is it that I said, what is it that that men do? Sorry, I'm muting y'all because there was some feedback. I said, what is it that men do more as it relates to child rearing than women? You said discipline. Okay, let's say that that's true. So then why is it that if men are doing this more often, why is it that there's so many issues in terms of things that would be a reflection of effective discipline?
I believe that is a false narrative. I believe that to prove that is the fact that 80% of all prison inmates come from single mother-led homes. So father presence alone changes that entire narrative. So if you have neighborhoods,
you're changing it because I don't disagree with you. I get it that two parents that's the ideal situation. Two healthy, happy parents in a healthy, happy household. That's that's the ideal. I agree with you. Hold on, JP. So I'm not saying that. Like, we're not going to switch it to that. I'm saying as it stands right now, because now what you're saying doesn't make sense. First, it was men do this more than women. More men are doing this than women. Now it's, most people in jail have a single parent house. Which is it? Are the men
I'm saying that the fact it's like answering your own question. If there is a significant amount of debauchery in the neighborhood, the male is most likely not present. It's like you don't get these behaviors in mass at scale that you do in single parent homes.
Why wouldn't the male be present?
So that
I said it earlier, because the modern black woman procreates with the lowest ranking males in the group.
So
Males that are not equipped
Can't
to
blame
take
it
care
on
of
men.
children.
Even though the
in the
average,
nursery.
even though the average person is with the average person, like we just agreed to earlier.
No. We talked about the average person marrying the average person. These women are not married. The black women lead in unwed births before 20, 30, and 40. That means that regardless of if they get married or not, they will bear children. So it's their fault for having these children that end up becoming degenerates in society and bringing forth these bad statistics that you're talking about.
Do you think that it's okay? So there's no onus on a man.
Of course. So this is the thing. Okay, every time a black woman wants to talk to me about the ills of black men, I ask about the man because I'm assuming she's talking about a man like me, a man who's married, a man who take care of his kids and pays all the bills on his own. She's not. She's going to describe a man that has none of my qualities and characteristics. I can't speak for them at all. I don't even understand why women of other cultures, even women that look just like them in Africa and abroad, don't associate with men like that.
Well, generally in America, generally there are two people working in a household, both contributing towards whatever is going on in that household. That's just in general.
That is true. Yes.
So when we're talking about what people do on average or what people just generally do, I just think it's an interesting conversation because, like, on one hand, it'll be like men control the world and they built everything and they discipline. But then it's like, okay, well, why are the neighborhoods the way they are? Well, it's women's fault. Okay, which is it? You can't be like we're all powerful and one
not just deny the other stuff.
I think
control in the other one.
I see what you're saying, but everywhere there is everywhere there's debauchery and high crime and all, it is areas where these fathers are not present. And the reason, the stat that we do have for that is that the average black child that grows up in a middle class home with both parents has the same or better outcomes than their white counterparts. So I can't really speak for the disadvantaged
outcomes.
Disadvantage. Huh? Say that again.
Outcomes in terms of what?
Education. Just life trajectory, whether they're going to end up in jail or not.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. Look at it this way. Who is the most educated group of ethnicity relative to their population in America?
I don't know. You tell me.
Nigerians. They're black.
And
a majority of them grow up in two-parent households, and their parents are married.
Right, but you're saying that like the average, person, regardless of race, has the same or better trajectory in terms of whatever as their white counterpart. That's literally not true. I mean, I can send you some data on that.
In most things, it is true. Same rates of if a black boy grows up in a two-parent household in a middle-class neighborhood, his chances of graduating from that high school are relatively the same as his white peers. That's true. It is the disadvantaged black boy that's going to have those issues. That's what I'm saying.
So the in that situation that you just gave,
all things equal. That's what I'm saying.
In that situation that you just gave, all things equal, do you think that the black man is making the same amount as the white man?
No, he's making roughly $10,000 less.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I don't know how much less, but I know it's not equal.
No, it's not. About 43K for the average black man, about 52 for the average white male.
Okay. Mike, y'all, in fact, all of y'all, Dre, Mike, Anthony, JP, like, I like talking to y'all because even if we don't agree, it never becomes like a thing of insults and whatnot. So this is really cool. All right, let's go to Anthony. No, Dre. Let's go to Dre.
So I'll make it quick. I kind of to get at kind of some of the causes behind some of those numbers, like with Mike highlighting 80% of the crime coming from single mother households. There was a document that was published in the 60s, the Moynihan Report, that details some of the adverse effects of government policymaking on Black Americans in particular. Even more impactful than that. I think just from my own, this part is conjecture, to be fair. I'm from a small town in the deep South, and deindustrialization and free trade agreements really hurt southern towns that were really company towns. And it really shipped those good paying jobs off to where now men had to go and really find alternative means of work, which often meant they didn't have that stable family structure where they laid down roots. So where that ties into with those stats with the crime and whatnot, and even with the data and data perspective, because of the economic base being pulled out on the Black folks, there's no longer that stability being delivered on as consistent a basis across the population by that man. So now you have more and more increasing numbers of the population who don't have that example of a healthy, functioning male role model in their lives. And because of that, I believe you get rise of the narrative that men are, in essence, obsolete from that.
Anthony?
So I think that I really like Mike's perspective, and like you said, Kay, I think that it's one of these things that when you can have a healthy conversation without it turning into a whole war of insults. I think that part of it, one of the things that I think that would literally fix the culture is if men would stop comparing themselves to women. And what I mean by that is that a lot of times in these here talking spaces, like you say, well, if we point out what a man is doing wrong, well, then somebody come around and say, well, but women get away with this. And there's always this here back and forth about what, and then so now what happens is that, well, men did this here, men did here, but women this assist, and so I think the thing about it is that I never really understand that, because I really don't compare myself to nothing that a woman does. Like, I don't really care what women out here doing and failing. I really don't. I think that, as Mike eloquently pointed out, that if men really logically looked at a model, and I think it was really good what he said. He said, like, you cannot build a home with 4 or 5, he didn't say 4 or 5 different blueprints. You gotta have one blueprint for success. And so then you gotta forget about what these degenerates out here are doing. And what'll happen is that you will attract a woman that is willing now to come in and now be that role that she's supposed to, so that y'all can be successful. Because the numbers point to, and this is this thing where we talk about, which, we talk about when Mike made the comment that it'll reach a point where you do have to utilize your faith. I'm kind of curious when that day will come, because logically, the math speaks to success. It doesn't speak to, well, I'm just going to believe that, well, I can believe this here. I can believe I can lead a woman. No, I have to know I have to lead, and I have to have a plan. So I think that to support what Mike is saying, I think that men need to shift away from pointing and trying to hold women accountable. Like, there's this whole thing that's like I don't understand it. Like, I was watching the Lapeef show, and it's like they're like, these dudes are wanting to hold women accountable that they don't even know. Like, why are you needing to hold somebody accountable? Hold yourself accountable. Because if you hold yourself accountable and she look at how you moving, then she gonna automatically want to be next to you, instead of you trying to hold her accountable. Like, stop being, I think that, to me, that's like really feminine. Like, why would I want to hold another woman that's, I don't even know, accountable? That's let her friends do that. That's not for me to do.
And honestly too, like, if you're speaking with someone, in fact, I just kind of shouted this out earlier.
No.
You can have a heated debate. You can talk. You can disagree. You can agree. You can still like crack jokes and be cool. Like, it doesn't have to be like an intervention just because somebody's doing something you don't agree with or like. So yeah, I don't get it either. Like,
my thing is this though.
Yeah. Go ahead, JP.
My thing is this though. families between men and women, how it's supposed to operate like a yin and a yang. They both supposed to work in their specific roles for it to operate correctly and properly. If you got the masculinity, right, role operating perfect, but the femininity trying to see, the problem what we having is the femininity don't want to be feminine no more, so she want to bogart the space with the masculinity, and it's not operating properly because the femininity is not running out. The femininity is shut down while she trying to bogart the masculinity role now. So the family would not operate properly until that woman get back into her role. See, the thing is, we use this year 2022 as a thing like nature and the essence of a man and the essence of a woman change and is outdated. Well, the man is still expected to provide and protect and all this other stuff, same like we did in ancient days. We still got ancient roles as men. The problem is the women don't have their ancient roles no more. It's 2022 for them, and everything is brand new. They don't have to operate in their femininity. They don't have to be women.
Ancient roles that men just let's just use America, as a sample size or whatever. What are the ancient roles in America that men by and large are fulfilling? And then what are the ancient roles that women should be? This is kind of like what I was just asking Mike earlier. It's kind of the same thing, but go ahead.
Man's supposed to protect women, put his life on the line for a woman if she's in danger. Man's supposed to provide for that woman.
Protect women from who?
It could be if I'm walking, they say now that a woman not supposed to walk inward toward you, she's supposed to walk on the other side, which means if a drunk driver comes driving past, I got to be the first motherfucker to get a hit, to protect her. So that type of stuff and provide financially, like they say, put a woman before you. Or like if I got the last piece of sandwich and we starving, I gotta starve to put something in your belly. So we still have that role, whereas a woman role is supposed to be nourishing. How you pronounce that word? Nourishing.
Nurturing. But JP, you literally just talked about how women would be the only ones there for you. Now you're saying that women don't.
I specifically stated, Kay, the modern woman is something different from. I specifically highlighted. I don't understand how you ignored that. I highlighted the traditional woman that's in those traditional belief systems, opposed to the woman that's in these new 22 eras that's trying to compete with men.
Oh my God, JP.
These women getting money. Hold on, okay. Getting money and all this education stuff, getting money and all this other stuff, that's a masculine thing.
JP, I can't believe you. Like, you just be saying anything, huh? Because first you said, hold on. First you said, I would rather have women around. Well, first you said you don't like anything about women except their physical things. Right. Then you said, well, actually, women are the only ones who are going to be around. If it's a business deal and a woman is there versus a man, I'd rather have a woman. All that. Now you're saying women are not nurturing, and that's what they're supposed to do.
No. See, Kay, you missing my points up, and you do that on purpose, Kay. Because I just that specifically. I don't see how you missing what I'm trying to say.
I'm going by what you're saying. I can't interpret anything.
You clearly understand what I'm saying. I
no,
specifically said for the third time. Okay, this for the third time. I specifically decipher the modern woman and the traditional woman.
Okay.
Let me keep forgetting that.
So then here we go with the next. So then here we go with the next point. The next one. You are okay. Let me ask you before I even
just throw the modern women in the garbage.
Okay, hold on. So JP, would you say that most women around you are traditional?
No, they're not. It's mixed.
Well, then what?
No,
now you don't.
It's a mixture of both. I got. It's not just all or nothing. I got some women
Okay,
that got the
are
traditional
most
beliefs,
women
and I got
are
some that got
most
modern
women
beliefs.
around you women around you traditional?
I surround myself majority around the woman with the traditional belief system. Yes.
JP, I
can't be
Okay,
around the
well
modern
then
woman too long.
answer
I would get mad at them so much. I can't be
okay.
around. I done kicked out a lot of modern women out my house. I cannot be around them too long. Not too long.
Okay. So let's just okay. You said you like to surround yourself with traditional women.
The traditional mindset is a woman that's very them be the woman that you can be vulnerable to, open up. Like again, something like yourself. I won't consider you as a modern woman. You got a traditional mindset.
So then why, JP? You've come on this show multiple times. We've had conversations. Why is it if you're mostly only dealing with these traditional women that you have so many complaints about women? How?
Because the traditional woman because the traditional woman is getting washed out, and the reason why I'm having this much smoke because I feel bad for my nephews them have to deal with these modern women because let me finish. The modern woman is going to set the standard for 50 years from now. The traditional mindset is going to get drained out, and the modern woman belief system is what's going to carry on, and I can't stand it.
So okay, let me jump in
Yeah,
here.
go ahead, Anthony.
Let me jump in here. I think that the thing about it is this here, guys, and this is something going back. I think that here's the reality, and something Mike said was really deep. He said that women are picking men of lower caliber. I think somehow he worded that. And so I think that what we have to realize, guys, and this is like really, really serious, like we live in a world now where literally artificial intelligence is taking over the world. So all this here heavy lifting and roads and bridges and da 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 da, those things will literally be built. You know, cars are right now being built by computers. Roads and bridges will be built by computers pretty soon. You know, the world, the electric, our grid, everything that we need runs basically by computers.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what is going to happen, I believe that marriage, the people that are married, they're going to stay married.
Yep.
People that are married, they're going to stay married. But
Yeah.
but then people, they're going to be another set where marriage now will begin to be like this privilege.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to really have to have resources, like real resources, in order now for a woman to say, okay, I want to be a part of that. And so then I think that what's going to be left is going to be modern men and modern women. And so now comes this narrative that has to be, you know, generated, because here's the thing, everybody ain't gonna get married. There's not going to be enough good men out here for women. There's just not gonna be. So then what are we gonna do then? It's like the black culture gonna collapse because now there's not enough good men and not enough men in order for women. And so when you have, and I'll finish it off with this here, because what's gonna happen is that it's not the modern woman that is setting the standard for the next 50 years. It is literally technology that is setting the standard for the next 50 years.
I see what you're saying, Mr. Anthony. So my point on that is that we do one interesting thing as men, and we've always done it, I believe, since the beginning of time. We exonerate them, and we think we don't give them the same, like, we don't demonize them the way we demonize ourselves. Because what you said is there won't be enough men out here, or marriageable men. I guess that's what you were saying for these women. There won't be enough marriageable women either.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you right now, as an first generation Nigerian, I always had, because I grew up where I grew up. We moved from New York to Virginia, that we weren't around a bunch of Nigerians. So I just started liking all types of girls. But when I really drilled down into it, I wanted my children to look like they were Nigerian. I wanted a chocolate family. So I took a liking to Black American girls. And when I decided I was going to get married, that process was fucking hard.
Right.
hard because I knew what principles I came from and I know what sustains a marriage. So I had to find a woman that embodied all that. And I'm gonna tell you, out here, it's not a lot.
It's not
At all. So I wanted to go back to your previous point, Mr. Anthony.
You
I
can
think
just
that
say
black.
Anthony, don't say Mr.
Oh, okay, gotcha. It's gonna be hard because you got more gray than me. It's just gonna come out, but I'm gonna try. All right, so black men are doing two things, I believe. I think black men are sounding the alarm. Like that's why you see us out here on these platforms, and we're doing it for two reasons. We're doing it to change the narrative that black women have put out there about us for so long. And we didn't have these platforms to talk about ourselves. And we, every black man that has made it, that was just out there working, we tend to behave like an island onto ourselves because people in the hood are still so messy, and we just leave that BS behind and go on about our life and about our business. So we let all of them create the narrative for all of us. The second thing is that we need to let women know that we actually still want them. Like black men still want black women. That's why we're out here with that whole like accountability thing. And I think you're right. It's like you're not supposed to be out here asking for accountability from your woman, but I think our women their behaviors are so egregious at this point in time that you need to sound the alarm and say, if I'm trying to go in this direction, I'm saying that I still want you. Your ideologies are not even conducive to a functional relationship. I still want to be with you because most men want to be with the women of their own ethnic group. That's just the way it works. Even with all of this fighting we have, it's still like 85% of married black men marry black women. So that we want to be with you primarily. But like I just said, in my own situation, I can't just bring anybody home to mama. I got to talk to you and see who.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, hold on real quick. Just real quick. Okay. Mike, and I'm not please don't take this question as rhetorical or anything. I'm just asking to see what you think. Who do you think propagates more negative narratives about black men, black women or white men?
Black women. White men don't even talk about us. Okay. I will never ever say that black people aren't oppressed, but I don't think black people are as oppressed as we think we are, especially when you're talking about. So we talked about it. It's really a class thing, right? We talk about race a lot, but when you really start to elevate your station in life, you realize that it's more about class. I live in a middle to upper class, middle neighborhood. Nobody here is talking about race. My children, my baby girl just got #1 in her class. She's the only black girl in it. Nobody's discriminating against her because her parents have the same resources as everybody else's parents. So what I'm really saying is that here.
I guess when I asked that, I was thinking that you might think bigger, on a wider scale, but in terms of the media and just the way that images, are portrayed, and just the numbers,
So I do hear what you're saying, and here's why my answer doesn't change. If there was nothing to give them, they couldn't talk. The #1 driver they have against this, and I will say this is a part of the liberal agenda, is that they have an incentive to keep us separate because black women are their own voting power now. If you put us back in the family, we're now a conservative minded family. Think about it like this: Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all of these men, we were married at a rate of 80%. Do you think those were liberal minded men or conservative minded men? They were conservatives mentally. They were conservative minded men. They believed in the order of family. They believed in marry before you carry. All of that. I just mean it not like Republican. I mean like just conservative minded Southern men, like the way they thought.
So let me say this here. I think Mike, the thing about it is that when black women get on these here panels and talk about black men being lazy, being trifling, being dusties, being irresponsible, basically they got 3 and 4 baby mamas, blah 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 blah. When those things are simply true. But watch this here. Hold on. But watch this here. They not talking to me and you.
Yeah. That's
They're
what I
not
was
talking to us.
Wait.
Hold on.
Oh shit!
Hold on. I'm sorry, JP. Look.
Most
Hold on. And look. Hold on. This is no shot at anybody. But
JP
the
about to
fact
go
of the
off.
matter is this here. They ain't talking about me, and Mike, they ain't talking about you, because here are some realities. Just like it sounds like you're probably 6-figure earner. I'm a 6-figure earner too. So the things that I only have 2 daughters. One's 27, the other's 23. I ain't got them kind of problems that they be talking about. And maybe I am conservative. I mean, I consider myself more libertarian, but the fact of the matter is here. They ain't talking about us.
Well, can I respond to that,
JP,
it is
look, first of all, I'm gonna tell you something. I totally respect you, bro.
I think it is
not in no shape or form.
You about to go off on him?
Wait, hold on. I think it's wild that here in 2022, anyone thinks that Black women spread more negative imagery of Black men than
imagery.
Yes,
how does anyone think that in the age of information? But okay.
Let me give some real event that came from the poor side of the blacks. What I used to witness, my mama, my aunties. Now, when I grew up, my Black sisters, I got 9 of them. I got a shitload of Black female cousins. Every time they had to go downtown we got a street called Elite, that's where the welfare office at. They always bashing Black men to the goddamn thing. My thing is, the reason why Black women is getting upset about Black men coming out here telling the world our side of the story, because the white man, the people that they was telling the story about Black men was only listening to the woman. They was only listening to her side of the story. For an example, every time if the daddy wasn't there, they go to the state and say, he just left me with all these kids and we were at the bell. But she didn't tell the whole side that for one, she don't even know this is the baby daddy. For 2, she probably was scoring with his family and friends. For 3, she was disrespectful. For 4, and all this other type of stuff. Our fathers never told their side of the story. You know why? Because fathers gonna still, especially with the boys, we still gonna protect our kids and not putting their mothers, because we know how important they is to them, in a bad light. A lot of fathers were willing to take on all the weight to protect the woman. That's what men do naturally. We rather for our kids to blame us than to look at their mama, because I guarantee you, if your daddy tell you and show you facts that your mama was a slut, you probably want to beat him up. If you really want to listen to your daddy's side, you will hurt your feelings if he tell you the butt naked truth about your mama. One thing about fathers, we know the boys not gonna want to know the truth about their mother. So we just lie. If we never get the chance to tell our side of the story, and that's why all of these white people paint these narratives in movies and all this other stuff, or crazy stuff about Black men. We seem to think that, okay, you got the upper class Black men, you got the lower class Black men. But what about the women y'all all come on this panel all the time? I even make fun of y'all. These women is in control of what man gonna impregnate them. So the main fault of the person, if you're going to choose, you can't blame that thug. He is who he is. You decide you chose that type of character over that type of character. That's 1. 2, we keep forgetting that like welfare didn't play no factor of why I hate when people pretend like Black men just all these Black men just walk up their kids' life. That's a lie. And y'all know that's a lie. We want to observe welfare because it's an old talking point, but it's not an old talking point. It's a fact. That's a fact. What happened? My dad grew up in that area. He said, man, I said, look, I stop by your mama's house, and your mama used to tell me to don't come by here this day, just come by here Friday, because the people supposed to be coming over about Wednesday, Thursday, and he had to take the microwave, all this other type of shit out the house, so she won't get cut off. Women used to fight hard for that system. That same system was advocating for the dads not to be there. Even the schools, I believe the schools wanted the dads out so they can manipulate the woman, manipulate our mothers, for one with the boys, to pass us down that fucking medication, to put us, label us as ADD, ADHD, whatever, hybrid, all this other type of stuff, because they won't guarantee if the daddies would have been involved, none of that shit would took place. Our mothers was very materialistic, and they bought in, our black mothers bought in what the white society was offering them, which was bullshit and fucked up. Us kids, the grown ones today, we come, black men under 40, about under 50, we grew up in that era where single mothers was raising us. So all we is chicks with dicks. And our mama had a big place to play that because she felt more secure by getting the money from the system than the dads.
So let me say this here. So let me say this here. I agree with every point that JP literally has put out there, and it is factual. But here's the thing that I will say to it. No one cares about the man's side of the story because it don't matter at this point. It's all about the impact. And so now, but at the same token, right, we cannot not hold men accountable for their lack of action. Now, I will agree with you 1,000%. I'll agree with you 1,000%. If the government is coming and giving a woman $1,000, giving her $1,500 in food stamps, and the man is only making $500 a month, every 2 weeks. Yeah, $500 every 2 weeks, but then she getting $1,500 in food stamps every 2 weeks. Which one is she going to take? So JP is right. It was a systematic. Somebody sat down and got a pencil and a paper and say, this is how we're going to now basically, we're going to bribe them and basically bust them up. And so now we're going to affect them from generation to generation.
Our black women
sold. But that's a thing. That's a thing.
Women sold the black family out.
That affects black people in general.
Yes, in general.
I think a lot of times people get caught up in wanting to blame the black man or the black woman. But the thing is, there is an attack on many different levels for black people in general.
In general.
And while we're sitting up here fighting each other, the fact, like, I would never say that black men have done more to the detriment of the black American woman than white men. I would never sit up here and say that.
Gotta stop black women from buying into that.
Look at the way that systems are. Look at the things that are set up, from education to healthcare to the justice.
So I'm not going to amend my answer. Wait. Jay Prince, she was addressing that at me. So I'm not going to amend.
Hold on, Mike, real quick, because Anthony and JP were just talking about something about, and that's what I was actually addressing, but I already addressed you. In fact, I said it earlier. I can't believe that anybody in 2022, I directly addressed you about that. So, but right now, I was just responding to what they were saying. Like, that's on black people in general.
Anthony and JP
women are out here, having it so much better, like in terms of white, like what? We're all in the same boat. And the sooner we can realize that and work together, the better. But as long
I don't disagree at all. So they really put into perspective. So JP and Anthony really put into perspective what I was trying to say, because it's the engine of the government, which I guess we're calling the white man. It's the engine of that all of that social engineering and
Mhm.
stuff they put out, legislation they put out there to disrupt the progress of the Black community through the Black woman. So that is what I'm really saying when I say
They went through the
Black
weaker
women
vessel.
are more like, more detriment, like, because you have to admit they have achieved a high percentage of buy-in from Black women. That the campaign might as well be called "Fuck the Black Man," and I'm taking this money.
Okay, so
that's what I mean by
what does that buy-in look like?
Choosing government welfare and aid over the provision or over the household dynamic, the family structure. They literally say, if he's here, you get nothing.
So, oh my goodness.
But okay, hold on.
You think?
Hold on. Let me say
Hold
this.
on. Wait, real quick. Wait. So, do you think, Mike, that a Black woman is at home with her man that has a plan? He's providing. He's doing what he needs to do, and she's like, you know what? Instead of you, I'm gonna take this whatever per month. Is that do you think that that's what's happening?
Remember what I said, because I can validate, I can prove everything I said. Remember I said we have an inherent problem of choosing, Black women have an inherent problem of choosing the lowest ranking males in the group. So you will definitely choose the welfare over them.
Inherent.
But hold on one second.
You know what
inherent means?
Okay, I meant inherent. You're right.
We need to stop saying
you just out here just saying stuff. My thing is, people get online, listen to too much stuff online, be trying to go along with too much stuff online, and they don't look outside their door or read the new. Like, this is not a Black women. Black women are not the ones out here making this way that it is right now for the Black community. There are plenty of structures in place that are messing up the Black community, just overarching, and then under that umbrella, things are not going right between us.
No, you're right, but we have. I just have one particular issue with that. Here's the thing: if I would have absolutely nothing to say about the state of the Black community, because obviously Black women are getting their education and all of that. The issue is that regardless of the circumstances they're in, they still bringing children into this world outside of, not even that it's outside of the covenant of marriage. Those children still suffer from serious risk factors and get put in the prison pipeline.
I don't think I know.
Prison pipeline system.
I know that, first of all, let me just say, everyone should be in charge of their own sexual health and reproduction. Everyone, no matter their gender, every single person. If you don't want to have a kid, you need to take specific measures or whatever. That goes for every single person. Now, I don't like when people say Black women are bringing these babies into the world, because it takes more than one person to get pregnant. And we cannot hold on, wait. We cannot absolve the people that y'all just said built the whole world and all this stuff from responsibilities of parenthood. You cannot have it both ways, where you're like, we're the ones that are like, we built the whole world.
As Anthony said, they're not talking about me and him. Or they're not talking about me and him.
Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter. The thing is,
it does matter, Kate.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm saying that in general, hold on.
Us in the face, that system, Kate. That system that our Black women hold on so with monkey grips.
What? Are you serious? Okay, wait, hold on.
And then we go with the education.
Wait. Come on, JP.
I know you want to protect Black women, but
no, it's not. No, JP. I want to be just logical and objective. We are not going to sit up here and act like Black women are the only ones that are affected by white supremacy or pathology, whatever you want to call it.
Everybody say that.
Black men also. Every Black person has to
talk on a specific point, though. That's really
every Black person has to fight against these structures that are built to, oppress us or mess up our family structure or whatever the case may be.
But we talk about a specific point, Kate, that the root to our problems. Mike brought up they getting black women getting education now, right? But it's not like they getting an education being on the same team with black men. Look what we be having on these topics.
Oh my goodness,
JP, education as a weapon against black men.
JP,
different from welfare.
JP, you just said personally that the main people there for you are black women, and also statistically, the main people who get with marry black men are black women. We're not about to keep doing this where we're acting like black women just don't care about black men.
No, we're not going to do that because I'm not saying that.
Hold on, JP. We're not going to do that because it's not true. Black women are black men's biggest ally, and black men are black women's biggest ally. So if y'all think anybody else, I don't know what to say, and you're lost. Because at the end of the day,
so can we both be true at the same time?
So all this stuff that you're saying, JP, is just going against what you were just saying earlier.
Can both be true at the same time.
Hold on, Mike. I got a question to ask Kate. This is a valuable question. How long you been on this network? For about a good year or two, right? And you've been hearing the same, because y'all been complaining that black men come on here with the same talking points with the white men and how long, Kate, with the white men and black women, right? With all that stuff you done heard black men complain about when it comes to these specific topics, what do you expect black men to do?
In terms of what?
Should black men put up with all of this stuff where we got the white man came up with the system? I give you that. But it's a lot of black women using that system, no matter if it's the degrees, because a lot of them use their degrees as a weapon against the man. That's why we having topics of if a woman making more money than you, she ain't gonna treat you all right and all this other stuff. But I could go to other races and walk into a Chinese nail shop and see the man and the woman working together. Or I can go to a Spanish restaurant and see the man and the woman working together. She just could be making way more money.
JP,
you just messed up negative mindset to pay against black men.
This is why some people got to get offline, because you just said like an hour ago that if you black women are ones there. You said that. You said there.
I didn't say specifically black women. I said women.
So
okay, wait. Let me clarify then, JP. What race of women? See, JP.
What race of women?
Yeah.
We have a lot of black men come on this panel.
Okay, no, JP. I'm asking you.
They got white women now that y'all been complaining about.
Okay, JP, the women that are there for you, are they black?
Yeah, they black.
Okay. All right. So,
they fair skinned.
We can't act like these two things.
Wait,
we can't act like these two things can exist at the same time.
Hold on, real quick, because Jay
was a little bit more softer and nicer.
Stop, JP. Dre, your finger has been up for a very
long time. That should probably hurt. That should have been up for a minute.
Go ahead, Dre. Sorry.
No, you're good. I think that you made a very good point. In spite of a lot of the rhetoric and a lot of the things that a lot of folks face, we are each other's natural allies, and we naturally, we two halves of the same coin. I don't know how a coin can divorce its head from its tail. But with that being said, though, it's obvious that we have a problem with family structure in Black America. And one thing I even came across the other day was that Black wealth, I believe it's said by the year 2050, the net Black wealth in America is going to be essentially nil. And how do we as a collective, as a race, avoid that? Because of course, if you have no wealth, you have no power, and you're at everybody else's beck and call.
Yeah, I think
marriage.
Wealth is very important.
Not marriage.
Oh,
nope,
here's why,
marriage.
Anthony. We're going to debate all day and night. Here's why, and let me just make the one point.
Go ahead.
The reason why, because I told you I agree with you. If you want to be single, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. You can actually save yourself a lot of trouble, heartache, the risk of divorce, and everything. The issue is that regardless of if people marry or not in our community, we actually lead in childbirth, in out of wedlock childbirth. So regardless of if people are married or not, they are still going to bear children. Children need to be raised under the covenant of marriage, and that covenant also is the traditional model for building wealth. The other issue is that if you have children, if a woman who makes less than a man and a black woman who makes the least amount of money in America continues to bear children without marriage, it will continue to take our net worth down. That's what I'm saying. So we're talking about wealth specifically. So that's why marriage is kind of critical in that equation.
So let me say this here.
Marriage is a huge financial decision. It's like one of the most probably important ones.
So let me say this here. When black men come up here complaining about marriage, child support, and all this stuff, have you heard us complain about this stuff, right? Isn't he referencing the system that our women is taking advantage of? Like they say, women is walking out of marriage now, because now, back then, a divorce used to cost a lot of money. Now they got a divorce that used to cost like a couple $100. Now they can just do it for free. So the system is giving these women a way out to deal with black men.
Rule of thumb.
It's okay. Let me say this here. Okay.
If you do not want to have a child with somebody, use something to prevent that.
If we go by that logic,
if you're not
have babies with no black woman.
Okay, hold on. Now, if you're not worried about it, if you're like, you know what, whatever happens, happens, don't complain when you know exactly what is going to or could happen. That would be like me saying, you know what? I know that this sign says don't go hiking beyond this, but I'm just gonna do it anyway, and then trying to sue somebody if I fall. Like it literally.
I gotta agree with Kay on that, man. You can't do all that already.
You cannot. JP,
if we go off that logic, black men wouldn't get majority of none of these black women pregnant. To be honest.
So then if you or whoever thinks that any black woman is unworthy, quote unquote, of getting pregnant by them, then don't get them pregnant.
So that means the black race will end.
No.
That
means that pregnancy is only reserved for marriage.
God didn't say that.
If you're gonna pregnancy is reserved for marriage.
If that was the case, if God said that, that means in order for a man to get a woman pregnant, God would have made it where a man won't be able to get no woman pregnant until a ring was on her finger.
But the thing about it is here, but see, JP, we're not talking about marriage in the sense of a ring being on her finger. We're talking about a family structure where there's a father and a mother in the house.
We shoot 3 million sperms with one nut. So God intended for us to populate more people. Everybody that y'all talking about.
But the problem with that is that
multiple babies.
But the problem that you have with that is that it goes back to the stats that y'all said earlier, that 80% of the black men that's basically incarcerated come from single family homes raised by mothers.
So
if the father's not in the home,
I came from a single home,
right? So the father's not in the home because he's impregnated 75 women, and he's not in a home to basically raise those children. He can't be effective. So then, therefore, now those young boys are going to grow up and be degenerates.
But you know what, Ed? I think even if, let's just say even if the father.
Well, let's just say before we go on, most, and I don't know if y'all did any of the other statistics. I know people always like to bring up the one about jail, but
that don't even make sense.
Hold on. I know people like to bring up the one about jail, and maybe y'all have some other ones, but most people raised by single moms are not in jail. Now, wait, hold on. It's true. Most people raised by single moms are not in jail. Now, wait, Mike.
Majority niggas in jail.
Mike, do you have the statistics for like college grads? Do you have the statistics for high school grads? No, I'm just saying we can't do it only on one aspect. You can't be like, oh, no.
What college of black men
Because y'all would like if somebody did that to y'all. We cannot do it on one end. You can't
name a college, a group of educated black men that's in prison.
I'm gonna mute you. Wait. You cannot do it on one end, but not the other. You can't. That's just like what we talked about earlier. You can't be like, oh my goodness, men are, this is in their nature because men are going to do this, this, and this. They deserve to have more partners, blah, blah, blah. But then not also acknowledge that that's going to come with some negative effects as well. Like if you are going to acknowledge something, you have to acknowledge both sides. Are you, I mean, does anybody have any other statistic, or are y'all just
I see what you're talking about, but I
focus on the one
what you're saying, and you used
want
to do this to me in the group, and it used to like irk me. I used to like turn into the grudge when you do it, because I don't view statistics like that. So well, I don't mean like view them. I mean, I know those statistics. The way I do it is that if I'm gonna talk about like the downfall of the black community and use statistics, I understand that yes, most people that come from mother-led homes are just going to end up being functional adults, right? But then we look at all the other deficits. They won't be without their deficits. So we have to, if we're talking about the community in general, talk about the absence of fatherhood whenever we talk about anything.
No,
so let me say, so if we talk about single mother-led homes in general, you now have the largest degenerate class of black males ever. 70% of black males alive today were raised by a single mother. Now you have the lowest amount of college grads.
A single mother unmarried, or a person not cohabitating? Like what? What is
no, never married. Never married. That's the one I.
But is the father in the home?
No.
So you're saying 70% of black children are raised with no father around?
No, alive today. 70% of black men alive today were raised primarily by a single mother.
Yeah. Okay, so then are black men
without their father in the home? Yes.
Are black men the most involved in their children's lives? I thought that was also a thing too.
Because we didn't have that.
It is a thing now.
Okay, so then which is it? Hold on, JP.
So that's a good statistic. Both can be true at the exact same time.
How can both be true? The father's not around and they're the most involved. How can it be true?
No, but did you look at the metrics in which they made those statistics?
I'm asking you.
So basically, this is something that I say. I said, remember, we went through it earlier. Black men that are married, that developed, like married their own black woman and developed a middle class, middle income black household, have the same, if not better outcomes than their white counterparts. That is one of the elements that I was talking about. Those statistics are done by saying who spends the most amount of time with their children, black men. So it's like, those things can happen at the same time. But we also need to understand.
1%.
We also need to
about
understand.
1%. He's not talking about the masses. He's talking about 1 to 2% of the population of black people. That's what.
Yeah, but we're also talking about the black men that marry. So then you have to understand that that's also.
He's not talking about single black men. He's not talking about them.
No, they're not even represented in that.
They're not represented in that.
Well, here go the question we should be asking Kayla. Why do you keep trying to protect that, and you knowing?
Why do I keep trying to do what?
Why are you keep trying to protect this?
Protect what?
We keep trying to protect like our women choosing this system, and you know the outcome that came from.
I'm not. Oh my goodness!
Of us that was raised in a single mother home was either
I'm not protecting
feminine now,
I'm not protecting anything.
So why not conceive what we talking about? We talking to people that grew up in this system. I was grew up a single mom. I got a lot of black men, cousins, uncles, brothers, nephews, all of that. Why we keep trying to continue to protect something that's keep fucking failing us?
JP, it's not about me protecting anything, and I understand that this topic is, a heavy one for you, but it's not about me protecting anything. I understand that you have your experience in life. I get it, JP, and that's valid. I am speaking to overarching points and themes that are being discussed here today. If we're saying black men, black women are the ones who fell into the trap of the government, but black men didn't. Or if we're saying black men are the most involved with their kids, but also it's black women's fault for having kids. Like what? You can have these both ways.
What we trying to get you to understand? What we trying to get concede with? What is the solution?
Just stand, JP. Like a lot of people do. Just say what I want you.
Okay,
just
I'm trying to get a solution, Kate. I'm trying to get a solution, and I'm posing a solution. Is that
the solution? You're not posing a solution.
My solution is this.
JP, you're not posing solutions. You're posing complaints, which I understand.
We have to complain before we come to a solution first. First off, we got to know the complaint first.
You just said you want.
But here's the solution. I'm trying to.
The solution, as I continue, I have talked about this a million times.
Our women got to let that masculinity go and let that system go.
The solution.
It's not gonna happen.
It's going
to. On a different note, because Kay, you talked a lot about you because you're kind of right. Because I don't only have smoke for black women, because you can't even be present for the conversations I have with black men. We go in, right? So what I will say on the men's end is that because we talk about a lack of discipline a lot, and I don't even think it's really that. Like I try to look at the macro solution. So in the home specifically, as me and Anthony have been saying, if you're gonna have kids, after infancy, the father becomes the most important parent to the child's development. That's actually been proven. Now, without the father, this whole thing topples. An entire civilization topples. All right, that's what we've seen in our community. Father's not present, good luck.
Right.
You're going to be behind for the rest of your life, like as an ethnic group, not as individuals, right? But, it's taking its toll and its effect. So, really what I'm saying more.
In terms of me, I have never, ever minimized the importance of fathers. Never.
I'm not saying that you can. I'm saying this is my view on what overall needs to happen to with men, and in that's why I was like, I don't ever really want to blame women because men have the ultimate accountability. The issue is that, and I think what a lot of men need to admit is that we don't know how to really grasp the problem. That's why I say a lot of men are out here talking because they really just want to let these black women know they want them. And, it's not really resonating yet. Like, look, we want y'all, but I can only attach my name to a woman that's willing to act right. That a woman is willing to.
Let me say this here. Let me say this here.
In America, I think black men like we are masculine and feminine. Let me black women like we both feminine. Black men in America don't have no foot opposed to all other races of men. The black man is considered to be the most feminine man here in America, no matter the poopies or the good ones.
So let me say this here. I think that
they don't respect
black men. Hold on, let me say this here, JP. I think that here is a reality. First of all, I think that when these black men are talking about the welfare system, black women are not on welfare. What black women are doing is they're taking advantage of the capitalist system, because you just proved it earlier, JP, when you said that when your car broke down, the individual that came to help you was a woman. So black women now are taking advantage of this here capitalist society in the groups and things that I run in. Black women are starting credit repair businesses. Black women are leading groups that are trading stocks. Black women are teaching other black women how to get their CDL license. Black women are basically taking advantage of the capitalist society. And so here's the problem. And so here's the problem. I think that what we need to do is, I think that what needs to happen is that as a community, people need to focus on the bag. Get your money right, and then find a person that you can team up with. Because a woman will let you lead instinctively and naturally if you leading. But she's not gonna let you lead. She's not gonna let you lead her to degradation, to sin, to hell, to destruction. She's not going to let you do that. So the fact is this here. We black, well, not me, but black women, it's something that Angry Man said on the panel the other day, that black men have to be extraordinary to get a woman to lead, to get a woman to submit. You better be in that 6-figure category.
That's a lie.
That should actually not be
what
necessary.
it is. I'm telling you.
No, that should actually not be necessary.
But you know what?
I'm telling you.
That shouldn't be necessary.
Watch this here. Watch this here.
Let's think about the average. The average person is not making 6 figures.
But watch this here. If you want,
Mr. Anthony,
let me make this statement.
Average
If you want, okay, I understand what the average person is doing, but it's something that it's kind of like Anton says all the time. Why do we need to sit here and be average? If you want cooperation, see, like for me, I'm gonna tell you something. For me, I'm 6 figures. I am not dealing. A woman can't tell me nothing what to do.
Okay, but
shouldn't be able to tell you what to do.
She can't tell me nothing what to do. I don't negotiate. Period.
Mr. Anthony, we do this a lot where we're in the same boat, and the issue is that I look at the people behind me, and every single ethnic group has a majority of its class of people are going to be average people, going to be middle class, working class people. So, and the part where I really can't get with it is I live in Texas. There are men out here that have just got over here building homes in my community, laying bricks all for like $50 a day, and go home to their woman washing their feet. So
but here's the thing, though. You can't expect a black woman's not going to do that.
Stay at home washing their feet.
A black woman's not going to do that.
Now, you know, I just gave that as an example, but let me make my ultimate point.
And I'm just like,
you said something very interesting, Ms. Anthony. You said the one thing you said is that everybody needs to focus on the bag. I actually think that's incorrect. The issue, and I think Jay Prince brought it up earlier, he said women use their education and their bag against it is weaponized. I believe that they do weaponize it. And the bad part is, as a working man who has always loved, I'm a sapiosexual. I've always loved the intelligence of women and their perspective. It's weaponized. Like right now, it's your weapon in the fight for independence. And the issue is that it was never supposed to cost you your family.
But what if it's her weapon for survival? What if it's for survival?
So that in and of itself is like an oxymoron. If we're talking about long-term survival, black women in mass do not make enough to be by themselves.
How is neither do black men? We are in the same boat.
Black men work the entirety of their lives, so it's not.
Goodness.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Between black women and black men is not that different.
That's what I'm saying. But black women leave the workforce women in general leave the workforce multiple times throughout their life, and especially after they have kids, and they will need
assistance. Earlier, you just said fathers are the ones who do most of the child rearing. You said that. Now here you are talking about women are the ones taking off work. Which is it?
Wait, what do you? Those two things have nothing to do with each other. What do you mean?
What? You literally said earlier when you asked JP, and JP tried to be on your side, and we caught him up lying.
Those two things have nothing to do. Women take frequent breaks.
Come on, you just said most people
listen to it this way. Your children might be out of the house by the time the woman stops working. The children might be out of the house by the time the woman stops working. Men work more hours than women do, and men work close to their death date.
Y'all literally just be saying anything that sounds right.
No, you're taking two subjects and trying to make them contradictory. They're not even the same. They're not even on the same subject.
It's the same subject, Mike.
They're not even on the same subject.
How is it not the same subject?
You're conflating two completely opposite things.
How is it not the same subject when you're saying who's taking time off of work to rear kids to raise?
No, I didn't even say it was to rear kids. I did not even.
Why are women just randomly taking time off?
They get married. They literally they get married. They do anything. When you have a man, the picture changes.
Like what? Anything like
men
what?
do not leave the workforce in mass. Women do.
Why
is that not a statistic?
You just my God! And earlier also said that women are more in the workforce. You just
Number, like, what are you in numbers wise? You are in the workforce. You have greater numbers in the workforce than men.
So now Mike is saying that women are more in the workforce, but we're also leaving in higher numbers. What are you trying to say, Mike? Because
your numbers are higher because more men are incarcerated.
What? Oh my goodness! It's about what? Are you serious?
I don't even understand. I don't even understand how you don't understand.
Mike, you're contradicting yourself.
I am not contradicting myself. Everything that I said can exist at the same time.
Okay.
There are more, like every time y'all want to have a conversation about how women can't find good black men because there's more of y'all, then y'all be like, there's 5 million more of us. That's what I'm saying. Even if women leave the workforce en masse, there will be more of you in the workforce because there are more of you born and there's more of us in jail. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, if you pay attention to what just happening out on the panel, imagine we was in a relationship, right? And we black men and black women.
Let's not imagine that.
And it's not working out now. And we
let's not imagine that.
We all want to tell you what.
But JP, the difference is we're here. We're on a talk show.
So let me put into perspective because I wanted to finish my point from earlier. What I was saying about weaponizing is that Anthony, when you look at other cultures. And I heard someone say this. They said women are, it's about priority, right? So we know women are still going to have children and they're prioritizing in the black community, they're prioritizing their careers, which essentially is wrong. Prioritize your bag. And this is what I mean. This way, if you know you want to be a stellar mother and a stellar wife, then move all the way up to director and make your 130K. Because as a director, that woman goes home. She works 9 to 5 and she goes home. But your husband gets a chance to be VP and says you need to stay a director so you could be home by 5 to raise the kids. She will take that VP job. Now she's an excellent worker, but a terrible mother because she no longer has time. So like in our community, women are prioritizing their careers, then complaining later about being bad mothers, like there aren't 24 hours in a day. So you can't sacrifice. You're going to sacrifice something if you do that. In other communities, they do not sacrifice the sanctity of their home for their career. You can still have a bag. In my neighborhood, there is a female surgeon. I don't even want to talk about the surgeon. We employ a nurse at our practice. She's a top lady, charge nurse. She came to me on her interview and said, I cannot work past 3 o'clock. I make dinner for my family. I'm like, I don't even have a schedule like that. But looking at her resume, I had to make one because she made me pay her $5 extra to make up for it. All right. And then she said she needs to be home every day. That's a woman that prioritizes her home so she could be a stellar nurse and a stellar mom. That's where we have that disconnect in our community.
So Mike,
wait, hold on. Okay, so what do men prioritize? Their family or their job?
Men are always supposed to be resourceful. By nature, we have to prioritize our job. That is our number one tool
do men prioritize?
For the family.
What?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Men prioritize their family or their jobs?
We're supposed to prioritize our job. Anything that gives us the resource to take care of our family is our priority.
Okay, so men are supposed to. So wait, hold on, JP. Hold on, JP. So men are supposed to. You're saying men are supposed to prioritize their family, but
no, their job.
I mean their job. Sorry, I misspoke. I'm sorry. So you're saying that men are supposed to prioritize their job, but then
anything that provides provision. Yep.
But then you're also saying men spend the most time rearing children, and then you're also saying,
"Oh my God!"
I saw that coming.
You know what? As a stellar black dad, I'll go there with you. Because I'm a stellar black dad.
You say whatever.
No. As a stellar black dad, I'll tell you this: I wake up early, and y'all got me messed up because y'all got me up to 2:44 a.m. I wake up early. I do parts of my job, then I do my business. I am home to actually see my children. I can actually work later, but since my children were born, they have seen me every night, and some nights I even give them baths, and not my wife. All right, so I don't want to change that dynamic in my family to do more work. I believe wholeheartedly that that's essentially what black men do. Our culture is so, when you look at Africans and the way and the things that we teach our kids about, being cool like us, we naturally just have a vibe that lends itself to getting that statistic that we get, where we spend more time with our children and people think we're better fathers. feel like that.
Well, I'm not African,
that
but
question.
I did the same
I
thing.
just want to ask Kay one
Mhm.
quick question. And I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Okay,
Kay,
go
So
ahead.
it's all possible. We do it all. We're super dads. It can all be true at the same time, Kay. Trying to
Hey, Kay, listen to all of us black men practically damn near saying the same thing. Do you think that we just making all this stuff up when it comes to black men and black women? Do you think we
I
just
don't think you're
making this
making
up?
up your own stories. I don't think you're making up your own stories. Again, your story is valid. It's your story. I've said that to
Well, how come
you.
you can't concede with a lot of our points? Like,
It's not,
if
oh
we're
my
not
goodness.
making this up, if it's 100, sometimes in the thousands of black men telling you the same
Okay,
thing.
there are 3 black men here right now. Let's
I'm
stick
saying
to
in the
it.
chat,
Hey,
Unless you have a statistic.
Jay, I'll tell you this. I don't
in
even
the chat, in the
believe.
comments.
I don't even believe Kay is actually being a contrarian. I think she actually agrees with us, and she's just trying to keep the show going. That's my indictment.
No. And it's not about agreeing or disagreeing, honestly. Like, I don't know why so many people think everything is some kind of attack. Like, we're literally having a conversation. So you want me to just let y'all talk and I just be like, it's
No,
my
if
show.
you agree to something, show that you agree to
So
something.
JP, it's not about agree or disagree. I can understand that Mike's situation is his situation. He has his business thing, his wife, he, tucks his kids in at night, whatever the case may be. I can understand that Anthony has his views about religion and he's, agnostic and whatever. I understand JP, you have your things. It's not agree or disagree. It's what you all are living and what you're explaining, and that's fine. My only questions come about what are we saying in the broader scope of things, and that's where I'm trying to gain the clarity and have the conversation. I'm not negating anything that y'all are saying you do in your own life. I would never say, hey Mike, you don't really be tucking your kids in and stuff like that. He does what he does. Y'all all do what you do. The questions that I'm asking are when we're talking about the broader view of our community. And I'm asking because a lot of times online and in certain spaces, people just say things and people believe it and just go with it as long as it's something that makes them feel good. The thing is, we have to be willing to have a discussion, to question things, to answer a question without thinking it's an attack. If I say, how can you believe this and this? I'm not attacking you. I'm saying that makes no sense. Please explain. That's it. It's not me trying to undermine JP.
I thought a discussion sometimes could start off with like a lot of times we come up, either black men or black women, we have our complaints, then eventually we come to a civil ground, then we come up with a solution. Debating us back and forth, and what we saying is not stuff that we just making up. All of these hundreds of thousands of black men just not just making this stuff up off the same stuff. We got black men in the UK, we got black men from Nigeria, we got black men all over America saying the same stuff.
We've talked about some solutions even today. If you are concerned and you do not want to have a child with someone, do everything in your power not to. That's a solution.
Because that's not going to be a realistic solution.
Okay, what?
I think that
you said okay. First, you're saying, hey, come up with a solution.
That was your solution. Here comes my solution. My solution is this: black women need to get back on the same team as the black men.
Black women are
also black women need to let black women need to come to realization and get an understanding that the system that she's been upholding instigated us to go our separate ways.
Black men are in the same exact system.
So
we benefited negatively from that system. Not the positive side.
Yeah, but I think that but let me say this shit, okay? I think the thing about it is that we're talking about two different systems, because when we talk about the overall arching system, I mean, I think that right now, honestly, I mean, if you want to be an engineer as a black man, you can do that. If you want to be a doctor, you can do that. If you want to be a software developer and develop AI, you can do that. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you can do that. I think that there is a sect of Black men that, due to just social engineering, that the system does have its foot on their neck intentionally. I do agree with that. I think that, but that doesn't apply to everybody. And so I think that the solution is that one is that you got to get your education. You got to get access to money. Money is a tool for you now to level up. And then when you level up, you will then you will determine what kind of woman is going to further you leveling up. Because black women are not, and I think the thing about it is that Black men, like, I get it. Everybody want to, vent and air out their grievances. I get that. But I think the thing about it is here. It's Black women are not going to change, because you know why they're not going to change? Capitalism is way too powerful.
Are Black men going to change?
Black men need to change.
So
are they going to? You just said Black women are not. Hold on, because this is the type of language I don't understand.
Okay.
And if you notice, I don't use this type.
Let me clear that one.
Wait, hold on, Anthony. You said Black women are not going to change.
Right.
Are Black men going to change?
Black men need to change.
Are they going to?
They need to.
Well, okay. Well, then why didn't you use that same language with Black women?
Because I think so here's the thing. If you are here, hold on. Let me clarify. Let me give you an analogy. If you are on a winning football team and y'all are winning, every year y'all go to the championship. And now I come along and I say, "Kay, come be on my team." And you look and you say, "Well, have y'all won a championship?" Nope. No. Have you gone to the playoffs? Nope. You're not going to go to a losing team.
The thing is,
so Black men, we have to change. Black men have to change, and we have to start winning.
All right, let me do it the other way then. Do Black women need to change?
Do what now?
Do Black women need to change? I'm just trying to see why you're. Yes. No, I'm not talking to you, JP. Anthony, do Black women need to change, Anthony?
I think that I'm going to say yes.
Okay, because
hold on, and let me give the clarity.
Power in the language and the words that people use.
I agree with you. I agree 1,000%.
When someone says something like Black women are not going to do this, and then I say, well, are Black men going to do it? And you're like, well, they need to. Those are two totally. It shows the.
You're right, but I think the thing about it is this here. In using the analogy that I gave, if you're on a winning team, a Black woman is not going to change when it comes. If she's winning,
are Black women on a winning team, like that is the thing. Come on.
Okay, look. I think that the reality of it all is. Watch this here. The reality of it all is here. If you can go into any space on social media and you will see Black women driving. Like, to me,
my God, this is the problem. Y'all are using YouTube and Instagram.
No, but Kay, it is the reality. If I go and I look and I see, I know a friend of mine.
Most Black women are not. In fact, Black women don't even make as much as Black men. So let's dead that narrative right now that most Black women are out here doing.
But you know what though? But here's the thing.
You cannot use.
But Kay, but watch this here though. Watch this here. I'm okay. So watch
YouTube
this here,
and Facebook.
So then watch this here.
People only present certain things.
Watch this here though. Watch this here though. Why is it then? Why is it then? If we're going to go with your argument, why is it then
the truth?
Okay, if we're going to go with your truth, if we're going to go with that truth,
the truth.
If we're going to go with that truth, then why is it then that Black women supposedly file divorce at higher rates than Black men?
I would say that generally speaking, in terms of divorce rates, I mean, oh my goodness, I've talked about this so many times, but I'm not going to get into the numbers. But I would say in general, the reason why a woman would file a divorce is because a man might just stick around until the woman does. Like, I think, things could be wrong. Things could be going wrong, and the man might just stick around.
JP, what did you say? More money.
No money. He need more.
No money. He ain't making no money.
That's all. That's why they leave.
He ain't making no money.
No,
He ain't making
so-
enough money.
So how many women left for a man?
Here's
Divorce a man that got all the money.
So that to me is a critical issue. Another critical issue in our community. See, if we were all essentially starting off at the same, so this is the bad part. People who eclipse us in net worth started off lower than we did. Black people in this country don't even realize that we're the richest black people in the world. So the people that are crossing the Rio Grande to come here, they start off with lower net worth than we do. And then, so that thing where people say black women leave black men because they don't make no money. It is a mentality of what no money means. You couldn't buckle it down and drive a Corolla instead of that goddamn Lexus you was trying to lease that your husband couldn't lease. So that is one of the critical problems we have.
Exactly.
Mike, would you say that black men have the same social infrastructure, black American men, I'm just asking, the same social infrastructure set up for the women and the children as the men in these other, I guess, racial, ethnic groups?
All of those, no. From all of those countries, no. But the poverty. So you know what? No, they don't. The issue is that they're entering.
Something to do with the situation that's happening.
It's a component of it. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But and I think it lends itself to the topic as a whole of the mentality. The reason why they're able to be so impressionable about what their life is supposed to look like is because of they don't have good examples of where it comes from.
I mean, look, I'm going to say this here. I think that we really need to come to this real truth that unfortunately that black women were raised by their mother to, and JP, this is something he says all the time. They were raised to be taught that they don't need no man. Go out there, get your education. You don't need no man. Do it this here because men's this, because your daddy was sorry, your daddy was lazy. So what has happened is that we have now the offsprings of those women. Now these young women out here, they out here grinding, getting their education, and they're repeating that narrative that I don't need a man.
What are men taught? Y'all could hardly.
So here's the thing. So watch this here. So hold on. Let me make this.
Y'all just had a very hard time.
Hold on. Let me make this point
about women.
So
what are men taught?
Okay. So let me make this point.
I'll answer
so
that.
until
women, we're gonna stick.
Hold on. So until
all the time.
So until we all get on the same page and realize that through social media, that women and men have become far more materialistic, that women are leaving men because he ain't making enough, he ain't doing enough, so she gonna go divorce him, and she feel like she can do it all by herself. Until we all begin to get on the same page and realize that we are stronger together, that two is always better than one, and work together and get and grow our financial infrastructure as one, I do believe, Mike. I do believe the stat that Mike said that in 2050 the black community's wealth will be zero.
Oh, that was
that's the goal that we want to see for black men.
But I do believe it as well.
I believe that.
To answer your question,
because to Mike's point, nobody's money, nobody's singular money can basically last 20, 30 years. I was in a business meeting with somebody and I told him, I said, look, I am no longer the next business that I buy or invest in, the next project that I do, I'm no longer doing it so that I can pay my bills next month. The next business venture that I do, the next career change that I do, it will be specifically so that my daughter's grandkids will be taken care of. That's how I'm moving now, so that my daughter's grandkids can be taken care of. We got to move and start playing the long game and stop playing short game.
Right.
All right. So to answer Kay's question about what are black men taught, I got an answer for you on that. I find it interesting that the most educated class of black women came from the highest prevalence of single mother homes. In that same sense, the highest prevalence of male black inmates came from the same thing. And what black men are taught is essentially nothing. That is the craziest thing ever. So you see how detrimental it is to remove the father.
Mike, what's the solution for that? What's the solution?
It's always prioritize the family structure and prioritize fathers in the development of their children, especially their sons. I want to make. I know it sounds like inflammatory when people say this, but it's the truth. No ethnic group, every ethnic group is doing as good as their men are doing. How Black women got all of this education and our net worth is stagnant. It stayed exactly the same. That tells you that it only dictates, like, if we were a powerhouse in which Black men were leading in force, marrying Black women and pushing forward in the family structure, don't even matter if both of y'all make $45,000 a year. You would be a force big enough to break through that barrier. Net worth going forward instead of staying still.
You
I
got
agree.
to do too.
I think family structure and like average.
We have to move like a unit. We don't move like a unit.
Yeah, but that I agree. Like, I get that, but I just don't like when it's all like it's the Black woman's fault. This is the thing. We can sit. Hold on, JP. Wait. We can sit up all day and talk about it's the Black woman's fault or it's the Black man's fault. Honestly, at the end of the day, Black men and Black women have to be working together. Have to be more, I guess, responsible in terms of family planning, you know, building families, getting educated. All of these things are very important. I mean, people can end up in a situation that they brought on themselves as adults and blame everybody in the world for it. Man, my baby's mom, my baby's dad, whatever. But at the end of the day, when you're an adult, there are decisions that you have to make. And I know that people's, you know, childhoods and everything influence them and all this, but at some point, like, you have to understand, if you know where babies come from, figure it out what you need to do not to have one if you don't want one. Try your best. If you're a man, especially, because the way that people talk about it, well, in some states now, women have the final say. So if you know this as a man, if you know that you're not going to have the final say, why would you not be extremely careful if you know you don't want a child with somebody? If you know you don't want to start a family with somebody, how are you going to turn around and then blame? How are you going to turn around and blame the woman you had the kid with? You chose to have the kid with her, knowing that you would have nothing that you could do after she's pregnant.
Okay, I could concede with that. Okay, I want to ask you a question though. So what is the end goal that you want to see between Black men and Black women?
End goal: Black men, Black women, stop blaming each other. Understand that we're all should be fighting against the same things that's not each other. Having common goals of building up Black family structure, getting educated, making sure that there are systems in place for future generations. All of that. We have to do that. That's what has to happen. Our generations, you know, let's say, I don't know, millennials and whoever. I think that we really have to think about the future. I think Anthony was saying that. Thinking about the future, putting things in place so that our kids or grandkids or great-grandkids won't be sitting up at 3 a.m. on YouTube talking about it's the Black woman's fault. Like, we don't want this to still be the case.
So we gotta be real about it. We gotta be real. We gotta be real about it. Okay, responsible.
We talk about Black men for years, Kate. You can at least give us 10 minutes talking about Black women, at least 9.
No, so we talk about
100 years to talk about her.
Not JP. It's not a vent session. We are all talking. There are 3 men here and 1 woman. We've all been talking. We've all been, you know, interjecting.
So I think that, so let's all concede to this point that the reason why the Black woman is, if we want to assign fault and blame, let's just concede to this point. The reason why that a lot of Black women are the way they are, this dominant, they're masculine, they live in reckless, they doing all these bad things that men are complaining about. It's not the Black woman's fault. It's their mama's fault, because their mamas is the one that raised them. It is because of the system that the mama kicked the daddy out the house because she wanted, because it was better for her to get on welfare at that time. And now She is the one. The black mama is the one, and the black grandmama is the one that basically messed up black women.
What color is that mama?
And grandmama.
What did you say about jail earlier?
What color is that mama, Anthony?
Do I know?
What color were they mama?
No, that's what I said. The black one. I said the black mom and the black grandma.
JP is on a
black woman, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I think the thing about we can concede to that. I think that let's concede.
I'm confused now because we was
So,
raised
I
by
mean,
black
if we,
women.
you guys said that we need to look at the future.
And where was your dad?
No, so you
He
guys
was in
said
jail.
so you guys said we need to look at the future. We need to look at it right now. So
Anthony
I broke one of my.
Anthony said they were in jail. So how did they
get in jail? Our mama sacrificed our dad
and sent them to jail?
Dad.
Like I'm just confused.
Not all of them were in jail. Some of them were in the war.
Majority of them.
They were just in jail or the war.
Our dad.
We talk about the 60s or what? Vietnam or what?
Any year. You're saying that most of them were at war?
No, I'm talking about the beginning of this. Lyndon B. Johnson.
Y'all be saying
all right, look. Y'all was talking about the future. I believe the solution to the black community is obviously one step at a time. We cannot think about the future. And the reason why I say that in this particular sense is people are living paycheck to paycheck. You're going to overwhelm them talking about you need to save for your grandkids. I can start saving. Well, okay. I can start thinking about saving for my grandkids. Yes. Anthony, you could probably start thinking about saving for your kids, but the average American in general is living paycheck. The average person that makes six figures is making paycheck to paycheck. So that's where those little minute details are where our solutions lie. One foot in front of the other. I broke my own rule tonight. I talked about black women way too much because if you want to fix this issue, you have to understand women in a sense. And one thing we doing is talking way too much to them, realizing that when we have our shit together, they literally just follow us. This is why I believe the prevalence of black men going into other racial groups is a little bit higher because, we have a bit of stubbornness amongst our women where they won't listen, even if you have your shit together. But Anthony, Day Prince, what we really need to do is understand that no matter how much money a woman makes, no matter what career she has, the one thing no woman wants to be is undesired. So if we make their behavior undesirable to us and say we're going down this road and only women that behave this way can follow us, no woman wants to be undesired. They will not go down their own road with that behavior if men aren't validating them to do it. So it's like we need to be like, we getting money over here. I got this club over here. Mike, you sell guns. Can I put in on that business? If we doing all of that and we just put them on the back burner, they're gonna be like, hey, big head, what you need me to cook something? Like, we got to keep remember in the back of our minds that is the ultimate catalyst for change in women. It's what the men are doing ultimately. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can, respect that point of view for sure. Especially, people that, if you want to be a leader, heavy is the head that wears the crown. When you were talking about like the future, us not being able to worry about it, I agree with that financially, right? Because people are just trying to live today. Mm-hmm. I think when I was saying that, I was thinking more so like social infrastructure and mindset. Okay. Yeah,
like engineering, change the social engineering.
Yes. Okay,
yeah.
Like even if you're two people that make $20,000 a year,
that's what I'm saying.
And you're raising your child together with certain principles, and you're doing all this, and you're, setting them up just to have a certain mindset. I think that is very valuable, just as valuable. In terms of the bigger picture as it would be to leave them behind some money. You know what I'm saying? Like you're giving them the tools that it takes to be able to go on and do better in the future. I just want to see what I acknowledge what I said. Look. Go ahead. I agree with you, Mike, about that. And while you were saying that, I was like, yeah, that's true, because people definitely are out here living paycheck to paycheck, or just
for the record, I don't agree with Mike.
Just don't have
what you mean? What do you mean?
I'm trying not to mute y'all.
I think what I was really saying, Mr. Anthony, was you scare like we will scare people with responsible talk when they're still trying to find a way to put tomorrow's meal on the table.
Right.
That type of stuff, like, and I'm gonna give you an example.
It's about mindset.
Yeah, it's about mindset, but I was talking around some young cats, and they were like, "Hey, man, I'm just trying." Like, they make those jokes. I'm just trying to be like you, yada yada. And I said, they was like, "Tell me about what you do and what type of thing a man need to have set up in his life." I said, "Well, I got an employee stock ownership plan. I got a 401k. It's like you make sure you put a little bit extra into that. You have this, you have the face. It looked like I sucked the life out of them because the first thought was, how do I even begin to acquire these things? The decisions they had been making up until this point, and then we were almost the same age. They would have to go to school for a very long time or begin a trade to even get into a business like that. So it's like it's so daunting to them to hear so much responsible talk. And I realized, okay, meet people where they're at. As a leader at work, that's kind of where I've had success. Meet people where they're at.
Hold on, let me get this out. Okay, Mike, you know what I noticed? With the moment, okay, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, I noticed when Mike said he felt bad because when he was blaming black women too much and he was strictly focused on the men. I noticed that you kind of got humble when you start putting it back on us. You very conceited.
JP,
that makes your soul feel wonderful.
JP, let me tell you why. JP, let me tell you why. And this should
us all day.
Okay, JP.
You said
JP,
black women this, black women that, but soon
oh my goodness.
What black men need to do.
Okay, JP, let me tell you why. Because while I do think that men and women are equally important, I think that men have a certain role in our community. So yes, I'm going to view them as the ones who need to be doing certain things. That would be like me going to work. Hold on, JP, wait, because you asked me, wait. That would be like me going to work and expecting nothing of my principal. I expect things of my principal because they're the ones that they run the school. So absolutely, there are certain responsibilities that people who are supposed to be in power or running things or being the leaders should have. So absolutely. Do you want me to sit up here and say that we should all be doing the exact same thing and everybody has the same exact? No, because then you would say, wait a minute. Men are supposed to be the providers and protectors. But then when I think that now is the problem.
I'm confused now, okay. So
is that how we sound when we talk?
Hold on once, Mike. I'm confused. I'm trying to get understanding, Kay. So if the men were supposed to be the leaders and stuff like that, who's supposed to follow us and what do that following look like?
The following looks like I think Mike said it earlier. When things are in order. When things are in order, things fall in line. When things are not in order, people just try to get themselves together. And that's what we're doing right now. Black men, Black women, Black families are not where they need to be. People are trying to do what they need to do. People are, trying to get that money. They're trying to do whatever they need to do for their own best interest. Currently, we do not have an overarching norm, I guess, in our communities for what family structure should be or look like. So right now it's just people are just trying to do their best, everybody. But the thing is, it should be Black families coming together and Black men providing and protecting the communities so that it is a place where things will fall into line the way that Black men claim they want them to be. You cannot say, in order for me to lead, you got to do this first. No, that would be like me going into my classroom and saying, hey, I can't teach y'all because I need y'all to do this, and that. No, I go in and I make sure things are in order.
No,
and then
wait a minute, okay, you wrong on that because if you go, in order for you to teach the class, if the kids are disruptive like that,
then what do I do?
Hold on, okay, if the kids are disruptive, just like our women is very disruptive, you cannot teach the class unless they stop being disruptive. So I'm just trying to acknowledge that I see a blood pressure go down when you said that.
Okay, so she's not going to agree that it's black women's fault. So let me add this here piece in there.
No, you set an example. You do what you need to do, and it is much less likely that your class is going to be disruptive. Mike, you out of here? All right.
Okay, I'm getting
it's
ready to
much
pull out
less
too.
likely. I'm just saying.
So the one thing that I'll say in what you and Mike were talking about, overwhelming people, I read this here thing yesterday, and it said that the average person pays, especially like on an automobile, that the average person pays about $4,800 a month. Well, it said, excuse me, $4,800 a year, or it said over, excuse me, over their lifetime, but really it's $4,800 a year just in interest alone. $4,800 a year just in interest alone. That's about $350, $375 like a month. That's literally being taken out of a black home. And I think the thing about it is that that's why I'm saying that instead of, maybe when I say, get to the bag, a lot of that is the premise of is financial literacy. The only way to stabilize the black family is that you got to put more money back into the black family, and you got to, and the system, this capitalist system, is taking more money out of the black family, probably than they're taking out of any other family, because we don't know, we have bad credit, we don't know how to do our taxes. These are the things that we have to start with, and black men have to take the lead on it and basically make sure that this extra $300 to $400 to $500 ain't being taken out of your household per month just because. And those are things that should not overwhelm people. Those are things that are just the basic necessities of survival.
I can see with that.
So, Kay, I totally, I always enjoy like you on the Lapeef. I think that I've always enjoyed you. Like you went through a period where you wasn't saying anything, and I was really upset with you. But I understand it. Like you were just like so like over it. But I think that the thing about it is that you were like, and I'm like, what is she up here doing? Like you were always pushed back. And I think the thing about it, what I enjoy is exactly what you do tonight, which is that you try to really bring a broader perspective and get people out of these here anecdotal experiences and these talking points and make people critically think. And I think that that is the one thing that is lacking, especially among men. Like we just don't critically think about things. Like we hear something that feels good and we don't know how to sit there and say, well, wait a minute, does that make logical sense? And so I always view your perspective, always value like your insight and your input and how you push back on things. I know that the men don't like it. The reason why they don't like it is that, well, because they obviously can't handle it. Because we didn't get into no fist fights up here tonight. Right. It was very orderly, very respectful. I mean, I love, and I'm gonna give another compliment. Like JP, bro, I'm loving the way you moving, and I've grown to really appreciate more just your level of intelligence. And I'm gonna say for the record, bro, stop calling yourself a pookie because, bro, you really not. You so goddamn intelligent. It is, and you have such a depth of knowledge on things that you be saying. Like, and I've actually learned things from you. So, bro, like, stop saying you're a pookie. You've graduated from that. If you never was, and from what I can tell, like you're just like, bro, you're just really dope. So I just want to let you know that. Keep doing what you're doing. I love your show, bro. Like,
you be watching my show, Jay Prince?
Bro, I be left. Look, I watch your show on Monday. Like, I watch someone on Sundays, and I followed up on Mondays, bro. Like, I be sitting up there in my desk. I be hollering at some of the stuff that you be saying, bro. Like you
look at JP smiling.
Bro, look, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, Fight Club used to be okay, but I'm gonna tell you something. I look forward to your show, JP for President. I look forward to it because your insight.
I appreciate that, man.
Bro, like your insight, like you really like. I'm gonna tell you, like me, I'm. One of the things my mom used to always tell me. She said, "You know what your problem is? Say you way too smart," and I am. I'm really smart. I'm really intelligent. But one thing I lack is common sense. And bro, the way you have this here deep sense of common sense with intelligence with it, And I be learning things from you, bro. Like literally, I do. So I just want
Thank
to tell
you.
you that keep doing what you're doing. Kay, keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, this was
Thank you,
really
man.
nice. See how we can get like a heated discussion and there's no name calling and no like disrespect. I think that was
Yeah,
really
like all that craziness, man, they be doing. I think they be just acting. Like all that stuff ain't necessary. Like
yeah.
they know better than that.
Y'all all made good points, you know. Like I didn't. It's not like oh my goodness. I just always look for clarity and always ask questions. I think it's
Just
Exactly.
like
important.
you, man, I looked at Kay the same way. You know, Kay was always my favorite from the first time. I looked forward for her and
Yep.
Kayla to speak.
Yep.
I love when they speak, especially Kay.
Yep.
Kay and Kayla, they stand their ground no matter where they at. I seen
I'm telling you,
Kayla. I
man.
seen
Like
Kayla on the live show. I'm like, she's standing her believe her ground,
right.
and that's why I'm attracted to him, though. Even
Me
though a
too.
lot of
Like
stuff I don't agree, some stuff that it's not that I don't agree with, because I agree with majority of the stuff that they say. A lot of
Just a
times I
different
don't.
view. Just a different view. It doesn't even have to be
Yeah.
agree or disagree. It's just a
right.
different
Right.
view.
Right. And so, I mean, I think that I like Kay first, then Kayla. Like, I think that these two, like, I really like the way they move.
Mhm.
I think they're realist, and I think that they represent what women are going to look like in the future. I think that the traditional woman, I think that's a day of the past, and then the women that do get married, it is going to be a more privileged thing um, because marriage is going to be uniquely special. But I really appreciate smart women, women that like, and JP, like I agree with you. Like you're right. I would take Kay, I would take Kay and Kayla in the battle because I know I'm going to be good. I
Mhm.
know I'm going to be good.
Yeah.
I know it. Like they gonna have my back. Like they would be my assassins. They beautiful. They
Yeah.
beautiful. They sexy. Like they
And they
would,
stand their ground.
and and I'm gonna tell you something. They will disarm. They will disarm every average man, and I'd win every single time with them because they are smart. They're beautiful. They know how to. They know how to use their femininity. Their femininity. They know how to use it, but yet it still be smart at the same time. And most women
Mhm.
can't do that.
And I
Aw,
don't
thank
think
you.
Kay and them is masculine at all. I think a lot of people got femininity messed up. They think being feminine means to be somebody's pushover. And I appreciate Kay and Kayla. Actually, I think Kay and Kayla showing a lot of us men what a wife look like. And I've been
Right.
saying this way before Kay got married. You know, I was like, she really showing me what a wife look like.
Yep.
Feminine look like a lot of people that be coming over here. I don't want to offend. I'm not
Yep.
putting no things on nothing, but you can tell the difference between real femininity and
Right.
fake feminine.
Right. Because she's not gonna let the home burn down. Like
Right,
like when they show docile women that just want to be quiet and don't say nothing. Like no, I need you to say something. Open your mouth.
right. Because I'll push all over you if you don't let me push you. If you don't
Yeah.
let me, I'm gonna push all over you.
All right, y'all. Good night. I'll jump on the next show.
Yeah.
All right.
It's really late. Thank you
Thanks.
both for sticking around this long. Definitely call in next week. Thanks everybody for watching. It's a lot of y'all still in here.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
You going too, Kay?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to just stay here and talk to the audience, you can. But I'm
Yeah,
about to go.
I'm gonna go to
Oh,
bed.
okay. All
Thanks.
right.
I mean, I know you need to come and go on my show. I know you can live up my show. You and Kayla, just one, pick a Sunday or something to come on. We be just having like reaction videos about certain
Oh, you
topics.
said to come on to your show?
You have Jay Prince for president.
Yeah.
It's been doing numbers too, Kayla.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's good.
People love
You
it. It's
you
about the
have a
numbers.
panel up? Do you
Huh?
bring up do you bring up like a panel? Or do
Yep.
you
Yep. Sometimes it'd be like if he on his e-cam, it'd be like 5 to 6 people. But
okay.
StreamYard, we have a whole house full. Don't you know my baby mama's gonna pop up on here?
Your baby mom is coming on the
Yeah,
show?
my baby mama popped up on Fight Club.
Why?
I don't know. I was
Oh,
juggling between. I had about 2 or 3 women on one live.
What?
See, Kay, you gotta start watching the Fight Club.
What is Fight Club about?
Fight Club. Well, a lot of us started from. I started from Fight Club. It be Anton. We just Anton Dane show. He just let us. We just have talking points and we just talk about whatever, and well, we be on there for about 12 hours having fun through the whole 12 hours having a blast.
On what day of the week?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. It starts at 10:55. Yep.
You know,
People love Fight Club, okay.
I definitely yeah, no, I can't be. I feel, I have Mondays and Thursdays
You don't have
already.
to stay the whole 12 hours.
There is no possibility. In fact, my husband would never. No, I can't do that on the weekend. Absolutely not.
Yeah, you come in the morning because it's from 12:45 to like 12:45 in the morning.
12:45 p.m. to 12:45 a.m.
Yep, it be going down for the whole 12 hours to the point where when it's time to end, people like, God damn, we be really into it.
And some of y'all stay that whole time.
Some of us stay the whole time. Like wow. I might doze off and wake back up 3 or 4 hours later and get back on. It'd be fun. Like when I had my baby mamas on there, it was going down, Kay. I didn't call her on there or nothing.
She just came on her own.
She just popped up. She popped up yesterday too.
What? Well, did y'all argue or she was just trying to see what you were doing?
Somebody said in your chat, you need to stop entertaining Tyranny or however you spell the terrorist name. Because Tyranny is one of the girls that comes on Fight Club and stuff. And her so-called dating, and then my baby mama popped up. It was just a whole bunch of mess going on.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound like something I want to be a part of. A whole bunch of mess going on the weekend when I can be chilling with my husband. Absolutely not. But I think Mondays and Thursdays, are enough for me. I'll try to, see what I can do in terms of stopping in for your show one of these Sundays. You said, what time is your show at?
It starts at 7. We usually get done before Fight Club starts at 10:40.
Wait, your show is in the morning or at night?
At night.
Okay, you have a 7 o'clock show. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll stop in for a little minute, but we'll see how that. I'll have to talk to my husband, but we'll see. Because Monday and Thursday is already, a lot. But I'll definitely see what I can do to come on because you always come support us. So I definitely would want to come support you on your show. Yeah. And I know you've been wanting a show for, we talked about this a long time ago. Like
a long time. I finally got it,
Yeah.
It feels good too. That's why I done bought this Dungo soundboard.
Yeah, like I think it's good that you have a place where you can kind of talk your talk and all of that. People want to hear your story and your perspective. And like Anthony was saying, you are a smart dude. Like I don't even like when you call yourself a pookie or whatever. Like I don't even know. I still don't know specifically what that means, but I know that people use it.
That I lived and I got baby mamas out there.
Well, a lot of people have baby mamas and a lot of people live certain lives and people don't call them pookies or whatever. So, I mean, yeah. Somebody told me to go check out some of the videos on Fight Club. No, I'm good. It's called Fight Club. Like, I don't even want to, no.
Yeah, I see you more on the positive stride.
And then when I'm not like on YouTube during the Monday and Thursday, it's like I'm not trying to be necessarily watching other people argue all day. Like it's just not even appealing. But I like to watch like Emmy Made in Japan or Like
Yeah,
just
Fight
different
Club
things.
would be the thing for you there. My show probably would. It would be, because we don't be me and Anton be correlating with each other. I think we fit perfect on that show.
What do you mean?
On the Jay Prince for President show, I think me and Anton fits perfect.
What do you mean? Like, does he be on your show?
Yeah, that's his channel, but it's my show.
So, Anton has his show. I've been on Anton's show before, and it's cool. It's not fighting or anything like that, but I guess he's now has other shows where other things are going on.
What show? You talking about Millionaire Morning or something?
Yeah, like I've seen Anton's main show, like the one he's been having for a long time, but I haven't seen like all these other shows that he has.
Anton got a lot of shows.
Yeah.
Fight Club is one of the big ones. I look at like Fight Club and Lapeef Network. They're the same family, but it's operating differently. I think like the Lapeef family is more like for the more humble people, the more educated people. I'm not saying Fight Club don't got educated people, but they got like a different mindset and different way. Whereas Fight Club is just a free for all. You can really be yourself. I look at like Lapeef is like more conservative, and Fight Club is like a conservative / liberal.
And is it the same panel all the time or different people?
Different people pop up all night.
Oh. To argue? Like that's the point?
It's not just about arguing. It's like we be talking about topics and stuff, and we be having a good time.
Okay.
That's where a lot of us came from that come on the Lapeef Network from Fight Club. That's where I came from.
Yeah, but when did Fight Club start?
I don't know, but I was here. I started I think last year, October, September. I think it was September. So I almost was on here for like a good year.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. Well, about I didn't know Fight Club was going on for that long. Who knew?
Yeah, Fight Club been around for a little while.
Huh. Interesting. Well, all right. Okay. I'm gonna try to check you out on your show for sure. Because you always support us, so I want to support you. But yeah,
and Mondays come when you do want me on the show, just email me the link.
The fact that I text it to you, you're like, no, send it to this email.
Yeah. And around like 11, because sometimes I'll be maybe working on Mondays. They done crack down on me for doing the show there.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so you want to see it in your email instead of your texts.
Mm-hmm. But my hot dog stand for the come this week, and my food truck finna get put together this week too.
Oh yeah, tell the people about your food truck. It's still some people here, like 200 and something. Go on ahead.
Yeah, y'all know the food truck is getting worked on now. They about to start
what
on
kind
it.
Of food? Talk about it, JP. What kind of
food? I'm gonna be selling teriyaki wing. What's that? Not teriyaki. Caribbean jerk chicken wings, all different type of flavored wings. That's gonna be on my food truck. I'm trying to limit it to like 1 or 2 items. Probably some hamburgers that got like some cheese in the middle that stretch. Then on my hot dog cart, I'm gonna have different type of hot dogs, like regular hot dogs, Chicago style hot dogs, chili dogs, stuff like that with chips, soda, meals, stuff like that. It's called my truck is called Frying It Up LLC. I might change the name, put some J Prince on there.
And it's gonna be in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Milwaukee. Yeah, it's gonna be in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay. So if y'all are out in Milwaukee, you can definitely check out JP's food truck that's coming soon. When did you say it's gonna happen?
Well, it's getting worked on. They're gonna hook up everything, all the electrical. hook it on my sink, the propane and stuff like that. So all that stuff can get done this week. I gotta put like $2,000 on that, and yeah, it's gonna get.
Oh, Kelly Combos is here. Hey, Kelly. I don't know if you want me to say your first name. So, Kelly, hi.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Yeah, I seen her a few times.
Have y'all ever talked to each other?
No, I never talked to her.
Let me see. Missed you too, Kelly. We definitely should have met. She said, "What's up to you too, JP?"
Hey, Kelly, what's going on?
She said she about to call in. Look, y'all about to. I'm
We should keep you okay.
You have the link. Wait, let me see. This might
post a link in there.
I put it in there, but she might be the only.
She was the one at the live show, wasn't she? She was doing like the hair thing.
The what?
I thought she was the one that was with that hair stuff. They be selling men beard products.
Oh, you're talking about sugar curls?
Yeah, sugar curls.
No, that's not the same. That's not the same person.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know if she meant she was calling in now or just at some point. Oh, hold on. Maybe she does mean now. Oh, there she is. Hello.
Hey, Kay.
What?
I'm sorry, I cannot cam up. I have like my sleep.
It's okay. It's okay. I can't cam up anymore at this point either.
What are you guys doing up so late?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to milk my last little days before the school year starts, and
oh, true.
So yeah.
Jay, weren't you trying to be like us? Were you at the live show, Jay? I don't remember seeing you.
No, but I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. Because you were like, she was the one doing. I subbed in for Sugar Curls because she couldn't make the event. Is that what you?
Yeah, I knew that was you did.
Oh, I thought he was saying that he thought you were her.
No, she couldn't make it, so I did the announcements and I did the trivia game.
Yeah, you was the one that had on the yellow dress, right?
Oh yeah, that was me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I knew that could have been you.
Do you watch both days?
Yeah.
It was amazing. I can't believe you guys were there.
Y'all it looked like y'all had a ball there. I mean, I was like, man, I can't wait till I get over this fear of catching a plane.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Where are you located?
In Wisconsin.
Oh, I guess that is a bit of a drive to Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it's like 12 hours.
Yeah. Well, yep, you got to get over your fear of flying. You just got to get there because it was amazing.
I think I'm going to go on a plane drunk.
Well, some people do. Okay, you're going to go to the next show, right? Yes.
Where is the next show? Do you know?
I have like no idea, but
oh.
But you have to go. I was looking forward to meeting you.
Yeah, I was looking forward to meeting you too. When is the next show? I don't know anything about it. You probably know more than I do about when and where.
I don't even know if he's planning anything yet, but
I
mean, I feel like this show was so amazing. They have to do another one.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that there will be another one. I just don't know the details of it yet. But I'm sure we'll all be hearing soon.
It's all right. I'm going to come to Chicago and I'll come get you. And then I'm going to make you come with me.
Yeah, come pick me up.
You're not going to miss the next one.
Why are you up so late, Kelly?
I'm eating some food. Don't ask me what it is. I was so tired from the weekend. I literally slept most of the day and I didn't eat. So I woke up to eat some food. And I saw you guys were still live. So I wanted to call.
And we have been live for a very, very long time.
Yeah, you guys should probably go to sleep.
Yeah, we were about to, but then JP started talking about his food truck, and I was like, okay, tell the people about the food truck. And now, yeah, here we still are.
All right. Well, I'll go because I know you guys got to end, but I'll call in next week. How about that?
Yeah, that's cool. And Kelly, when JP gets his food truck, you can try it and put it on your food Instagram.
All right, I don't eat trash food, so it better be good and better be quality.
Oh yeah, my food gonna be real good. I got a cook she a cook at the hospital. She gonna be working on my food truck.
All right. Well, it's been real, y'all. I can't believe there's still so many people in the chat. But yeah, thanks everyone for still supporting in the chat. Kelly, thank you for calling in so
Absolutely.
late.
And thank you to everyone that showed up to the live show. It was amazing, the support. It was amazing.
I know it was. I mean, y'all had a great time.
All right, I'm gonna go. Wow, y'all been going for almost 7 hours. All right, I'm gonna peace out. Y'all have a good night.
All right, everybody, have a good night.
All right.
Bye.